What is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This is episode number 303. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line, it's Luis Scott-Vargas, LSV. How goes, sir?
It's going well. We're in the thick of things. You know, this is set review week. This is kind of the big time. This was basically the first show I did.
Yeah, we threw you right in the deep end of the pool on Limited Resources, no doubt about it.
And so my impression after that was that every episode is just 5 hours long. But unfortunately, that's not the case. And so, but, you know, this week we get to, you know, get back into it with a many hour long show.
Yeah, we're going to dive into the common and uncommon set review. These have become very much our bread and butter here on Limited Resources. We know how important these are to you, the listener, as they help prepare you for the new format as it comes up, get you ahead of the crowd and ready for your pre-release, your releases, and any other drafts or tournaments you're going to play after that. Now, before we get into all that, though, I want to mention our sponsor, ChannelFireball.com. They make Limited Resources happen each and every week, and you can go there for a full selection of free content. That's right, 100% free, awesome content, some articles, videos, podcasts by some of the best players in the world, and you can find new stuff there every day on channelfireball.com. You also, of course, can find a full selection of single, sealed product and supplies for all of your Magic needs, and you can even pre-order Battle for Zendikar today. That's right. You can order it ahead of time before the set's released, and once the set becomes officially released, they'll ship you your goods. So if you need something for your standard deck, maybe your commander deck, or even just some sealed products so you can get some drafts going as soon as possible, you can pre-order at channelfireball.com. I also want to remind you about the Patreon. That's right. For Limited Resources, you are one of our biggest supporters, and we certainly appreciate it. If you want to support the show more directly, if you found that Limited Resources has given you some value over the years and you want to find a way to give back, that's the place to do it. Patreon.com/Limited Resources. You can set any amount you want. It charges you per episode. You can change it anytime. You can quit anytime, and it's completely 100% optional, but we certainly do appreciate it. There's some cool benefits for being a patron of Limited Resources. You get entered in a bunch of drawings, and you get some cool perks that you can check out on the Patreon. Now, let's get down to business here. Luis, we are doing the Battle for Zendikar Commons and Uncommons review show today. This is the big one. This is where we really get to the meat of the format. We talk about every single common and uncommon, dissect it, and we even give it a grade. Now, we're going to talk about the grading scale in just a minute here, Luis, but the first thing I did want to mention is that when it comes time to talk about the new mechanics, when those come up in the set review here, when we hit a card with, you know, Devoid or something we haven't seen before, we're not going to go deep on those here. We did that last week on the show. If you haven't caught it, it's Limited Resources number 302. We had Toby Elliott, the level 5 judge, come on to break down all of the new mechanics in detail. You can get all that information there. And the reason why we do it ahead of the set review is so that we can just focus on the cards here. And we're going to assume that you already know what those mechanics do when it comes to this. So if you need to get brushed up on that, Limited Resources 302 is where you can find that. Now let's talk about our grading scale. Luis, why don't you walk us through how we're going to be grading these and why?
So we're giving every card a grade from A to F with a couple exceptions. And before you get too caught up on the grades, we really just need to reiterate. We say this every single time, so you know you've heard it, but that's fine. The grade isn't the end of the story. There are cards that get the same grade that not only operate vastly differently, have different values. You know, not all A's are created equal. The reason we give a card a grade is because we can talk, you know, at length about a card. Marshall tends to drone on a bit, and we want to actually just put as you called it, a punctuation mark at the end, which is we talked a lot about this card. We talked about the pros and the cons. We talked about how you can use it. If you were to give it a grade, here's the grade you would give it. But again, I think the danger of this sort of review is that people just look at the grades and move on. I think if you're really going to understand the cards, I would recommend you listen. But, you know, if you just want to take a flyby and look at all the grades, you can do that too. So we're going to start with A's. These are your bombs, game winners, good in many situations, especially when behind, but that isn't mandatory. And these are just the best cards in the set, as you would expect from A's. I see that someone thoughtfully put a bunch of examples from Origins in there. Maybe it was me, maybe it was Marshall, who knows. I'm going to go with Guiltleaf Winnower, Pia in Kiran Nalar, Hangerback Walker. These are kind of classic rare bombs. And then Fiery Impulse. one red deal 2, spell mastery deal 3. That's a common, but we give it an A because it's just that efficient. Murderous Cut's one of my favorite examples too of just like an A removal spell that's just so cheap and so efficient that it kind of transcends the space where most removal spells are found, which is B. This is cards that actively pull you towards their colors. These are kind of like the reason to be in this color when you see it, fourth pick. Solid removal spells, cards like War Oracle, Suppression Bonds, Acolyte of the Inferno, Reeve Soul, Separatist Void Mage. These are just slightly better than your bread and butter cards, as it were. These are the cards that when you have 2 or 3 of these cards, you really want to be in that color. C is next. These are the playable cards, the Pawns of Limited. They're interchangeable. You're going to have a lot of C's in your deck. If you're lucky, you only have 10 in your deck, but for the most part, you're going to end up with a lot of C's. These are the cards you're just frequently taking, 4th through 10th pick. And, the curve matters. Obviously, some C's are better than other C's, but in general, these are just the kind of cards that you're not happy or unhappy to play in Limited. They just exist. Ring Warden Owl, Cleric of the Fourth Order, a Crow and Sergeant. Those are some examples of C's. D is sometimes playable. You'd prefer not to run them. They're mediocre / junky. They're just either too narrow, have too high of a setup cost, or just have too low of a power level. These are cards like Volcanic Rambler, Vast Gorger, Heavy Infantry. Those are all examples of kind of inefficient cards that you'll play if you have to, but you won't be particularly happy about. These are your 23rd cards, as it were. F is unplayable in virtually all scenarios. These are not cards you would sideboard in. We have a category for that. These are cards that are just bad. Jace's Sanctum, Tainted Remedy, The Great Aurora, Days Undoing. These are generally rares. Fs are more often rares than almost anything else. All the examples that me or Marshall put into the notes were rare here, or mythic, just because rares are the ones that tend to have these bizarre abilities that don't function in Limited, whereas, commons are just creatures. Even bad creatures are playable sometimes. So if we give something an F, we recommend you basically never play it. The other category we have sideboard. These are cards that you almost never main deck, but can be quite good out of the sideboard. Cards like Naturalize, Plummet, Smash to Smithereens, Yoke Docks. Cards that are situational but powerful in the right situation. That situation just does not happen to be game 1. Next up, we have Build Around. This is a slightly new category. And again, we don't want to, overwhelm you with grades, but these are cards that you can't really evaluate by yourselves. They're Ghirapur Aether Grid, Demonic Pact, Flame Shadow Conjuring. In the case of Origins, as we've said many times, the build-arounds tended to not get there. They tended to mostly just be Fs. But every now and then you have a card, like imagine you had a card, that cared a lot about, devoid creatures or ingest. That could be a build-around, especially if it does nothing by itself. So, to recap, we have A through F with the cards in your deck wanting to be C or above, and then we have some very niche categories. So, those are the grades we're going to use, but don't worry, we're going to talk plenty about every single card.
Yeah, so let's get into it here. We're going to be starting with red this time around, as we started with black last time. In Origins, we rotate the color that we start with just to make sure that everything stays balanced, in relation to when we start doing our review and when we finish. So let's get right into it, Luis. Let's get into this Battle for Zendikar set. It looks like a pretty interesting and complex set, and there's a lot to cover here. So we're going to start things off with Akhum Stonewalker, which is 1 and a red for a 2/1 human shaman. One thing that we're going to be referencing a lot throughout the course of the set review is the vanilla test. Of course, that's comparing a creature's power and toughness to what its converted mana cost is. And, when you look at 2 mana for a 2/1, I kind of shrug, right? I prefer it to be a 2/2 with a little bit of upside, but hey, if it's a 2/1 with upside, I'll probably take that as well. So Akhum Stonewalker, a little low on the vanilla test, but probably a pass. Now it has landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 2 and a red. Now, the first thing that jumps out to me before reading what you actually get is that that's pretty sweet that you can play this on turn 2, play a land, trigger this, and now have the 3 mana to pay for it. So that's a nice little sequence. I like that. It says, if you do, put a 3/1 red elemental creature token with trample and haste onto the battlefield. Exile that token at the beginning of the next end step.
So first of all, it's a Stone Waker, not a Stone Walker.
Sorry. Yeah, Stone Waker. Sorry. That makes a lot more sense.
Yes, it wakes stone. Second to notice, this is a human shaman. It's not an ally. Ally is kind of a sub-theme of this set, or just one of the themes. And what is an ally and what isn't an ally is basically impossible to tell without just reading the type line. So this happens to not be an ally. And this is a fine card. Like you said, it basically passes the vanilla test, not with flying colors, but in general, if you told me you had a 2-mana 2/1 in your deck, I wouldn't say that's embarrassing.
Right.
That's just fine. And the ability is solid too. Where you want this is in an aggressive deck. You don't want to activate it on turn 3, despite the fact that you could. If you had nothing else to do, you would. But in general, when things are going according to plan, you don't want to activate this on turn 3. You want to save that for when you have nothing else to cast, because it's just, all it does is give you, extra damage. It doesn't give you any board presence. What I like about this card is it's a 2-drop that's good on turn 2, because 2-drops tend to be fine on turn 2. That's why you put them in your deck. When you draw this on turn 9, it's actually an okay card too. First of all, you can play this, play a land, and immediately have a 3/1 haste attacking them. So, in a close top decking situation, if you've been holding lands in your hand, which, by the way, you should be in this set more than almost any set ever, landfall just means that if you don't need to play your land, do not play your land. You will want to trigger something later. So, if you've been holding lands and you top deck Stonewaker, you could just hit your opponent, and that could be the top deck you need. It also provides you an offense that doesn't really worry about blockers all that much. Yes, they can block with a 4 toughness creature, but you don't lose anything if they kill your 3/1. You got it for free. It was temporary. So you can run those 3/1s into their 2/2s and be completely fine with any outcome.
Yeah, interesting card. It's a little clunky, right? The 3 mana is quite a bit to get the temporary 3/1 red trampling haster. But yeah, when you look at it as sort of gravy on a 2/1 for 2, anyway, it actually ends up looking pretty decent. This isn't the kind of card that I get super excited about where I'm like, oh, I can't wait to get some Akum Stonewakers. But you know what? If I'm playing a red, even remotely aggressive deck, I'd be fine to run a few of these. This isn't uncommon. You're not going to see them all over the place. But anytime you can get those free creatures that sort of change the combat math and change the way the board looked, that can really be a boon for you. And I also love the idea of having a place to put my mana a little bit later. In an aggressive deck, sometimes you'll find that they'll kind of peter out, and you'll draw a 2-drop or something late in the game, and that's not too exciting. But now all of a sudden your land drops create threats that are pretty darn threatening. They get through a lot of the creatures in the set. So what do we want to give this Stonewaker here? I'm not inclined to give it a super high grade, but it does seem pretty playable to me.
Yeah, I'm going to say this is a C+. It's a 2-drop that's decent in the late game. It's not exciting in either half of the game or any part of the game, but it's just a solid card. It's slightly better than your average playable.
Yeah, I was going to give it a C. I'm in that same range. Let's move on to Belligerent Whiptail. It's 3 and a red for a 4/2. Where does that come down on the vanilla test for you? 4 mana 4/2?
It's actually slightly under the curve.
A little under, right?
If it doesn't have a way to, well, as you'll see, get through, because 4/2 tends to trade with 2-drops.
Right, and that's kind of a big downside. But it does have landfall. This is a common, by the way. I'm just going to call it landfall. Landfall always says whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control. I don't want to have to read that sentence 100 times. So when you landfall, it gets first strike until end of turn.
So this reminds me of a Sabertooth Outrider.
Yeah, it does to me too.
And which was a 4/2 that had Ferocious getting first strike and trample. In this particular case, it's going to play about the same. It's good. It's going to be a 4/2 that can just attack without fear, which is generally good. I mean, this is the kind of card you want in aggressive decks. As we'll say many times, landfall tends to favor aggressive decks because you don't get to landfall on your opponent's turn unless you're doing some kind of tricky things. So in general, the cards with landfall want to be attacking. They're just not great blockers. This does not block very well. So yeah, I would say Belligerent Whiptail is just a fine card if you intend on beating down.
Yeah, I agree with you. The lack of trample is a little bit concerning here, but it is very difficult to block on your turn. And in a pinch, it does trade up for some things as well. So I kind of like the trade-off here of when it's attacking, it doesn't get blocked by, the two drops or whatever very effectively. But if you need to block something bigger, it can double block or maybe even just trade for something that costs 5 mana or maybe even 6. The card seems perfectly reasonable to me. I gave it a C.
Yeah, I think this is just a classic C.
It's kind of just fine, right? Next is Boiling Earth. Now, this is our first instance of Awaken, a pretty cool new mechanic. And Boiling Earth, though, on its surface is 1 and a red for a sorcery at common. And it says it deals 1 damage to each creature your opponents control. So, this is kind of a tricky little card because normally these type of effects tend to do it to the whole board, but this one does it only to your opponent's creatures. But the effect is pretty minimal. We'll find out as we move through the set review that there's some really big creatures in this set, and this one just does 1, so it takes out some of the smaller stuff. Now, here's the big Here's the big twist, though. It's got Awaken 4, which means that if I pay its Awaken cost, I am going to put 4+1/+1 counters on one of my lands, which is also going to become a 0/0 elemental creature with haste. Now, the Awaken cost, it's 7 mana. It's not cheap. It's 6 and a red to Awaken. Now, if I do that, I get both. It'll do 1 damage to each creature my opponents control, and I'll get the 4/4 land as well. This card seems a little conflicted to me. It's it's hard to imagine that paying the 7 mana Awaken cost to get the 4/4 and the 1 damage to them is ever going to be too great as like both things happening. It feels like you're more just paying 7 mana for the 4/4, because by the time you can pay 7 mana, you got to figure that the dealing 1 damage to each creature your opponents control isn't a huge deal. They've had time to develop their mana as well, and are going to have bigger threats that you're more worried about. But I do appreciate the flexibility of, doing something early in the game that might keep some pressure off of you, and then having the ability to not have that be a dead draw late in the game.
Yeah, I like flexible cards. And, one of the things that we tend to harp on is flexibility is power. Flexible cards tend to be a lot better than they look. But I think this doesn't quite get there for me on either end. Yeah, it's a fine effect to deal 1 to all your opponent's creatures. Some decks are severely hampered by it. And it's nice that your 2 mana spell is also a 7 mana spell. That's always very valuable. But I think that the power level is just a little lacking here. I'm still going to probably just sideboard this card if my opponent's deck is bad against it. I don't think I'm going to start this card in my deck unless the format looks quite a bit differently than I'm expecting.
Yeah, that's what I think too. If they had been more aggressive with the Awaken cost, I would consider just taking I hope this gets there on the front side of it, and then my backup plan is it's a 6 mana 4/4, it's a 5 mana 4/4, something along those lines. But that's just not the case here. 7 mana 4/4 isn't good, and I don't think that I don't think I've seen a format where I'd play 1 in a red sorcery.
Yeah, Scouring Sands.
Yeah, not in the main deck. So yeah, I'm kind of with you. I have Boiling Earth in the either sideboard or D category. I'm kind of off it as a main deck card myself.
I would just give it a D. I think you will sideboard it in sometimes, and sometimes you'll play it if you just need another card. But it's not a card I'm excited about.
Yeah. All right. Next one is Chasm Guide, and it's 3 and a red, so 4 mana for a 3/2. So this one's even smaller than the Belligerent Whiptail we talked about earlier. This one's an uncommon, though, and it's got Rally. And Rally references the fact that Chasm Guide is a Goblin Scout ally.
Well, actually, it just references that it's an ally. It doesn't care about the Goblin Scout part.
Thank you. Thank you for that correction, Luis.
This is going to be a
There was no emphasis.
I've got to talk as much as I can.
You didn't sense any emphasis from me on that. So basically what Rally says is, whenever this or another ally enters the battlefield, something happens. In this case, creatures you control gain haste until end of turn. So what we have here is, just on its own, it's a 3/2 with haste for 4 mana. And then any allies that you're going to cast subsequently are also going to get haste as long as Chasm Guide's on the battlefield. This actually doesn't thrill me. The 3/2 haste for 4 mana is something that I'm willing to play, but I'm not super excited about it either. We went back to the vanilla test a little while ago for the Whiptail, and you were saying, yeah, I'm not super excited about a 4/2 for 4, and a 3/2 for 4 with haste, is 1 less power. You do get haste out of it, so it can be part of kind of a swarming, aggressive deck. But I think there's actually a lot of pressure on the Rally ability here of giving your other allies haste to bring this card up into the good camp. And I actually think it does. I think that, the way that I've seen a few of these ally decks play out so far is that they tend to pile on damage, and they tend to be attacking it. It was sort of similar to how you described Landfall earlier, Luis, where you were saying it's better on your turn because that's when you get to play your land most of the time. And now your creature's bigger, it has a better ability, and it wants to attack. And it's the same thing with the allies. You're playing creatures on your turn, and that's when the big effects come. They get bigger, they get first strike, they get double strike, they get haste, whatever it is. And I think this guide might be good enough to really pile on a bunch of extra damage that you wouldn't normally be able to get.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how deep on allies you have to get before this becomes appealing. By itself, I'd think this card's mediocre. Like, let's say this is the only ally in your deck, and that you just were playing as a 4 mana 3/2 haste. That's kind of like D plus,
D plus,
C minus, C minus level.
Mm-hmm.
If you have 5 or 6 allies in your deck, and some of them are ones you really want to attack with, or they're cheap enough because this gives it to all your creatures, where you can play this and then some turn later stack another creature plus an ally to give them both haste, then yeah, this kind of elevates this to like a C plus. This is not one of the ally engine cards. This is one of the cards that will go in a good ally deck though. So
right.
You're not going to first pick this and say, yeah, time to draft an ally deck. That, there are cards like that in the set. What you will do is take Chasm Guide and put it in a deck that has 6 or 7 allies and be like, yep, this card's good.
Yeah, and then I think you nailed it. If you look at your deck and you're like, we're not really an ally deck here, then this falls down into more the D range. One of those cards that you'll run in a pinch if you need a 4-drop or if you really feel like your deck's aggressive, but it isn't one of those cards that it's really a go-to. Next is Crumble to Dust, which is our first Devoid card. So we're going to note here for the purposes of the set review. So Devoid says this card has no color, but we've obviously got it in the red section here because it does cost red mana. So we're going to go ahead and just put those in with the cards, even though they're technically colorless. We didn't want to have, a huge section of colorless cards with all these colors and stuff. So, for the purposes of the review, this card is in the red section, though technically it's colorless. So
for the purposes of review and gameplay, we're going to ignore the Devoid text.
We'll see about that. Crumble to Dust is 3 and a red for a sorcery. Again, it's got Devoid, and it says exile target non-basic land. Search
that's how I like all my cards to start.
Yeah. Search its controller's graveyard, hand, and library for any number of cards with the same name as that land and exile them. Then that player shuffles. This is an uncommon. So this is clearly a constructed, aimed card. And
I like
not
seeing
something...
this card for constructed. It's Sowing Salt Part 2, but it just costs 3 and a red instead of 2 red. That being said, it's a straight up F and limited. You're just never going to play this card.
No, it's it only hits non-basic, so forget it.
If you knew your opponent had 7 of the same non-basics somehow, I can't even imagine. Sure, but just don't play this card otherwise. Save it for your modern sideboards. Yeah,
there you go. What does a Fire Mantle Mage do?
You have the spoiler too, right?
I do.
Oh, okay.
I can read it if you want.
No, Fire Mantle Mage is 2 to red for a 2/2. Human Shaman Ally, so clearly there's going to be some ally text. Rally, creatures you control gain menace until end of turn. So that's, they can't be blocked except by 2 or more creatures.
So they must be double blocked at least.
So this is a kind of nice finisher, because imagine you just have a board of creatures, you play this and attack with everything, and your opponent's going to be hard pressed to make good blocks. So if that's all it did, there were some decks that would want it. It'd be like kind of like a bad Seismic Elemental, the 4/4 that made it so ground creatures couldn't block. This is kind of like a 3-mana 2/2 that does a slightly different version of that. Menace is okay. We've seen Menace play reasonably well. I think you're still going to want allies to trigger this. I don't think this is one of the ones where you're okay with a one-shot effect.
Oh, I agree. And I also will say that while this card isn't particularly efficient on its own at 2/2 for 3 mana, this I think is going to be one of those really scary cards where they play, let's say they play an ally or anything on turn 2. Then turn 3, they play their Fire Mantle Mage. And you're like, okay. And now you're looking down at your hand and you're starting to figure out, oh man, just don't play any more allies, right? And then turn 4, they play an ally. Turn 5, they play one, and you're going to be dead pretty quickly. The good news is that the Fire Mantle Mage itself, again, doesn't rumble. Like, it's only 2 mana, it's only 2 power and 2 toughness. So, if you can find a double block, you're often going to just kill the mage anyway. So if you prioritize getting it off the table, you should be able to find a way to do that. Which I think is a good balance to the card. But overall, I think it will be part of what will feel like somewhat unfair ally curve outs where you're just like, I never could even block. I had a slowish start and they played Fire Mantle Mage and just sort of curved out with allies, and you just shrug and go on to the next game. And, that does garner some respect. That said, I'm not super stoked on the card either. Like, I have it in like the C to C plus range. If you're in a full-on ally deck, it probably does bump up to like the B- range, but I just gave it a C for the purposes of the review.
I'm going to start with C. I think, again, this is like one of those allies where if you have a good ally deck, this card's great in it, but it's not a reason to start going into allies.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, and what we've noticed here is that, we're looking for allies that stand better on their own, and so far we haven't really seen them. The ones that fit into the theme, the Chasm Guide and the Fire Mantle Mage, I mean, they certainly help out if you have a bunch of allies, but on their own, they're not super impressive. Goblin Warpaint is back, Luis. This is a card that's been reprinted multiple times. It's 1 and a red for an aura. And it says, enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and has haste. It's a common in this set.
Yeah, Goblin Warpaint is always a kind of unexciting card, and it was actually kind of a beating in the original Zendikar, just because the format was so blisteringly fast. But the last couple times we've seen it, it has not impressed me. I'm going to start by giving this a D. I just don't think that you want to put, your eggs in one basket here, and playing an aura with a minor upside, especially one that you can't often cast in the same turn as a creature, so you're not really getting value out of the haste part, is just not where I want to be.
Yeah, I'm the same exact way. I do appreciate that it gives +2 on the toughness, and I do appreciate that later in the game, if you've got this stuck in your hand and you draw one of your creatures, you can play the Warpaint and attack, and that can be a big swing. At least the card does have some synergies like that. But overall, I'm firmly in the D camp. It's just not worth it to get 2 for 1 for the effect that this is giving you. Our next Devoid card, Kozilek's Sentinel. It's 1 and a red for a 1/4 Eldrazi drone. It's got Devoid. Kind of weird, right? A red 1/4. It says, whenever you cast a colorless spell, Kozilek's Sentinel gets +1/+0 until end of turn. That is not that exciting, is it?
It really isn't. Basically, where you want this card is when you want a 2-mana 1/4, which some decks certainly do. Mm-hmm. Some decks are actually okay playing 2-mana 1/4s. I've played 2-mana 1/3s and been happy. So, and if this can reliably attack for 2, then it's a pretty decent card too. It's kind of weird that the deck that wants to attack with it is not a deck that typically wants 1/4s. But if, let's say, half the spells in your deck are Devoid, which I don't know if that's attainable, but let's just say it is. If half the spells in your deck are Devoid, this attacks for a decent amount of damage. I mean, this attacks for 2 every other turn or something along those lines. And you can also just choose when you deploy your colorless spells just to make sure you get good attacks in. I think this card takes a little bit of work, but my guess is that it's got decent stats actually for common. I think this is just going to end up being a C. Even decks without a lot of colorless spells sometimes are going to want it, and decks with a lot of colorless spells do appreciate it attacking.
Yeah, I think you're right. One way to look at it is sort of vanilla test style, right? Normally we would expect on a 2-mana spell to get about total 4 power and toughness combined, right? So like a 2/2. And here we're actually getting 5 and then sometimes a 6th tacked on there. And that is a lot for 2 mana. 2 mana 3/3s get playing constructed. That's a big leap up. The fact that it will often only get the extra point of power on your turn is a detriment in the sense that it doesn't block quite as well. But there are colorless or, Devoid instants as well that you can use. So I'm with you. I think this is a C. I'm kind of hoping that there's a deck that wants to block a little more than it wants to attack. But yeah, we're getting enough value for our 2 mana here to make Kozilek's Sentinel pretty decent. Next, we've got Lava Step Raider. It's red for a 1/2 Goblin Warrior, and it has 2 and a red. Lava Step Raider gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So it can pump 2 power for 3 mana. Not particularly efficient there.
Yeah, much like Bellows Lizard, this is just below rate. It's just not worth the mana you spend on it. You basically have to spend 3 mana to make this trade for a 2-drop or even a 3-drop sometimes. But that's just not a good deal. And it doesn't attack particularly well. In general, these cards like this should be avoided. Like, imagine if Lava Step Raider was 1 and a red for a 2/2 with this ability. Then it would be quite good. Because it would be a 2-drop that you'd play and has the upside of becoming a 4/2. Taking off one mana and 1 power just makes it unplayable. So I don't think you're going to play this card unless you're just like some super aggressive red deck. But even then, to activate it is just so expensive that it's just, better avoided than anything else. I'm not going to say this is an F exactly, but yeah, it's probably an F+.
Yeah, I give it a D-. The way I sum this up is, if my opponent casts one of these, I feel a sense of relief. And once they activate it, I feel a lot of relief.
Like, you pump the fist when your opponent plays this. So
yeah.
You shouldn't be playing cards that make your opponent pump the fist.
Yeah, if I'm like cheering you on, that's probably bad. McKindy Slide Runner is next. It's another 2-drop in red. This one's 1 and a red for a beast. It's got trample. It's a 2/1. Which is kind of interesting, and it might make you think, well, 2-powered trample, that's a little weird. The reason is it has landfall, and it gets simple, +1/+1 until end of turn.
This card's going to play well. It's going to attack for 3 most often, and it's every now and then it's going to attack for 4 because you're going to multiple trigger landfall. It also has trample, which means that if you do combine it with combat tricks, you can just get 3 or 4 damage through all of a sudden. Overall, I think this is exactly the kind of card aggressive deck wants. It's no plated Geopied. That card was a 1/1 first strike landfall +2/+2. That card was absurd. That's part of the reason the original Zendikar was so fast. Mm-hmm. But McKinney's Slide Runner is not a bad card at all.
No.
I would say this is like a C+. If you're a beatdown deck, this is exactly the card you want.
Yeah, I agree. C+. The thing to note here is that since it only costs 2 mana, you're going to be triggering landfall 3-4 times on this thing in many scenarios. If you play it on turn 2, that's big game. A 3/2 trample for 2 mana with the ability configures is. I mean, I just really appreciate the cheap landfall creatures because they just tend to get landfall so many more times in an average game.
Right. This is not significantly different than a 2 mana 3/2 trample in many of the games you'll play. Sometimes, yes, you'll miss land drops and it won't be good, but a 2 mana 3/2 trample is a card that aggressive decks will be happy with, and every now and then this will even overperform.
Yeah, totally. C+. Molten Nursery. We've reached our first Build Around Me card here, and we'll see how this works out. This is a classic Build Around Me uncommon enchantment. It's kind of exactly what we look for down the line in a set. It's 2 and a red with Devoid, and it says whenever you cast a colorless spell, it deals 1 damage to a creature or player.
Well, I think this is certainly a build around. If you don't have the right deck, this can literally do nothing. And if you do have the right deck, this card can be very annoying for your opponent. It's not simply enough to say, can you trigger this every turn? The question is, can you multiple trigger it?
Because in one turn.
Right. That's where the real payoff comes out. When you can play this on turn 3, and let's say on turn 5, play a 2-drop and a 3-drop that are both colorless or devoid. Because artifacts also work for this too. There are some artifacts in the set, and those are in fact colorless. If you can double trigger it, then all of a sudden you're talking about picking off 2/2s, and that's pretty reasonably better. You can also attack your 2-power creatures into their 3 toughness creatures with this in play, and your opponent's got to keep in mind that you might have a post-combat colorless spell. Overall, though, this isn't exciting me a whole lot.
Me neither.
I just don't know how many times you're going to trigger the whole game. The problem is, at 1 damage a pop, like I said, you really need to either be double triggering it reliably, or sometimes even, I don't know, you're just not going to trigger it every single turn, and you're not going to trigger it, multiple times very often at all. I don't think this is a card I'm going to take first pick and build a deck around.
I think so too. Look, I look for potential in these cards, right? I think about what's my good case scenario and see what that looks like. If I told you let's just say the card was at the beginning of your upkeep, it does 1 damage to target creature or player. Even that, which would be pretty good against some decks and kind of not that great against other decks, that's like probably the best case scenario for this Molten Nursery. That basically you trigger it 1 time per turn, every turn after it comes into play. And I gotta say that even that, remember, it doesn't block, it doesn't hit for more than that. I don't know how much better that is than just a random 3-drop creature. In fact, my gut says it's actually worse. Now there will be some matchups where you're actually killing a card or 2 with it, a 2-drop, maybe they play a McKinney Slide Runner, you play your Molten Nursery and you get to pick it off the next turn or something. Okay, now you're in business, you're actually killing real creatures with it, but that's going to vary greatly based on what you're playing against. So I just don't really see the top end for this being that great. Even if you have a heavy Devoid deck where you're triggering it, let's say 2 out of 3 turns, but rarely if ever double triggering it, I'm kind of like, eh. And one little note here as well, you do have to cast the colorless spell. It's not like if you make some scions, it doesn't trigger it multiple times. It's only when you actually cast a spell, put it on the stack, that it'll trigger. So it really is difficult to trigger it multiple times. I think it's just kind of bad.
Yeah, this just doesn't get there for me. I'm going to have to, I think I just have to give this probably like a D- sort of thing. Like, yeah. Again, the build around category is for cards that are exciting enough and interesting enough to build around. This does not get there.
It doesn't. It's sad. I'm a little bummed that that's our first build around me. We'll keep an eye on that as we go. This next card really impressed me from what I've seen of it so far. Nettle Drone is 2 and a red for a common Eldrazi drone. It's a 3/1 with Devoid, and it says tap. Nettle Drone deals 1 damage to each opponent. Now, it can't hit creatures. Let's note that right now. But it does hit opponents. And it says, whenever you cast a colorless spell, untap it.
I like this card.
I do too.
It's the sort of card that just stacks up value because, first of all, it's a 3-mana 3/1, which, while not incredibly exciting, at least that can attack for 3, that can block 3/3s. It does the trick. And then if the way is ever blocked, if it can't attack, it can just sit there and ping your opponent. Ping for 1 a turn does add up, and the fact that you get an extra 1 every time you cast a colorless spell, I think this is the kind of card that aggressive decks are just always going to be happy to play.
Yeah, I think that we'll see decks stack these up. And, given the number of devoid cards that are around, we were mentioning that with Molten Nursery, I think you're going to be able to untap Nettle Drone more than every other turn. Like, I think you're going to be able to do it pretty often. And like you said, that really adds up. And you can even attack with it and then cast a devoid spell after and still get that ping. And I mean, it's hitting for 4 damage in that turn. That adds up really quick out of your 3-drop. So I like Nettle Drone a lot. I think it's actually quite good. I'm going to give it a B-. I think it's a card that people are going to really be drawn to.
My initial inclination would be to give it a C+, but I could see it being a B-. I guess I'll probably end up on B-, I think, after you play with it, just because this is the kind of card that tends to overperform.
Yeah, that's I'm kind of banking on that too. I also thought C+, but I decided to push a little. Untitled Champion. Yes, it's an ally. 2 red for a 4/3 Minotaur warrior ally, or Wally, apparently. I combine the two. It's got Rally. Creatures you control gain trample. So we've had a haste. We've had, what was the other one? What was it?
Menace,
and now we've also got Trample.
And this is a common, so...
It's a common 4/3 for 4 that triggers all of your allies and also does Trample, so
this is actually the most generically playable ally we've seen so far.
Yes.
Because it's 2 red for a 4/3. End of story, that is a fine card.
Yep.
And this is the kind of card that actually just fills out your ranks with ally cards, because it triggers all your allies, it gets benefits from all your allies, but the fact that it's an ally is not all that important to the card. Like, you'll play this in any deck capable of making, double red reliably. Yeah. So it is again, apparently this is the bread and butter episode. This is the bread and butter of ally decks. This is the kind of card you want. You want your random creatures to be allies. The fact that this gives your creatures trample is nice, but ultimately not as important as the fact that it's an ally and the fact that it's a 4-mana 4/3.
Yeah. I think this card's just rock solid. I don't know if I give it into the B range. I was going to give it a C+. Maybe it's better than that. Maybe the ally thing.
I think it's going to be a C+ in most decks, and then sometimes you're just going to be desperate for your 7th or 8th ally. But for the most part, I think you just evaluate this as you would a Summit Prowler.
Okay, yeah, I'd give it a C+. Outnumber is an interesting card. It's red for an instant at common, and it says it deals damage to target creature equal to the number of creatures you control.
I like this card a lot.
Made it really cheap here, just red at an instant.
So basically, the way I want to evaluate this card is like, how often is this shock? How often is this 1 red for 2 damage? And I think it's shock often enough that I'm willing to risk the times when it does 0 or 1 damage, because sometimes it does 5 damage, sometimes it does 4 damage. For 1 red, this is just actually a premier removal spell. I think this is just a solid B.
I actually think this is going to be really good too. Now, we have to note that it doesn't go to players, right? It's only going to be able to kill creatures, but it's so cheap. It's red. It's like, just the chance to do 3 damage to a creature. And, I tend to be kind of on the, being a little careful about getting too crazy with these type of evaluations, just because I don't assume that games are always going to go the way that I have them planned out. But I like where you started, 2, right? I think that most games I will have 2 creatures on the battlefield. If I don't, I'm probably losing horribly anyway, or I shouldn't have kept my hand or something, right? And, so if I give myself credit for having 2-ish creatures on the battlefield, outnumber's fine, and it goes up from there too. So, yeah, I like this card a lot. I like B on outnumber.
Yeah, and it's the kind of card that has its low points are pretty low. When you first of all, when your opponent plays a removal spell in response to you casting this, things do not get pretty. Yes, so you do have to watch out for this. This is a lot more unreliable than some removal spells. And it's not the kind of card that when you're on the draw, you can play when your opponent's beating you down all that often, because you need to have played basically 2 creatures in order to turn this on. But it is the kind of card that when you're curving out is just insane, because you just go 2-drop, 3-drop, next turn on turn 4, 3-drop plus outnumber. All of a sudden, you're kind of a turn ahead of your opponent.
Yeah, for cheap too. We just don't get cheap removal like this, even though it's conditional. It's certainly gonna hold its own. Processor Assault is next. It's 1 and a red for a sorcery with Devoid. This one's an uncommon. And it says, as an additional cost to cast it, put a card an opponent owns from exile into that player's graveyard. Now, they were nice and put the word processor right in the title of the card, but this is something that we're going to see as a kind of a theme in the set of creatures that have the creature type processor do this. If there's a card that's exiled from your opponent, you can take it from exile and put it in their graveyard, which I just call processing. I think that's just what we're going to shortcut call that. It's a weird thing because you have to somehow get a card exiled. So, we talk about setup cost on the show where it's like, what do I need to do to make this card good or playable? And this one requires you to have, ingested, as we'll see that it's called, basically exiled a card from your opponent's library or a creature or something like that before you can even cast the thing. Now, if you do, it deals 5 damage to target creature at sorcery speed. So it's huge. It's 2 mana to deal 5 damage, but you do need to, you just can't cast it unless you've got a card exiled from your opponent. So there is a high setup cost here. This isn't as straightforward as just 2 mana to do 5 damage.
No, definitely not. This is the kind of card that is supposed to reward you for having drafted a bunch of ingest cards or other cards that exile. And, I don't know if I'm sold yet. Yes, 2 mana for 5 damage is definitely good. I mean, the card would be excellent if you could just play it. It'd be Roast, right?
Yeah.
Roast was a high pick. But how often is this going to be in your hand and you're just unable to cast it?
That's the question. And, for us at this point in the set, it's very difficult to say. It could be that you just notice that the way that the cards play out. I mean, we'll see that there's some removal spells that exile creatures and that maybe it just happens that cards end up, you feel confident enough that something's going to get exiled and I'll be able to cast my Processor Assault. But there's also the possibility that you have to work for it, that you have to put cards in your deck specifically to get cards exiled, in which case cards like Processor Assault really fall off. I mean, you need your removal spell when you need your removal spell. And this is also a sorcery. To me, the payoff isn't massive. 2 mana to kill something that has up to 5 toughness is very efficient. But let's put this into context, right? The reason why that's so good many times is because you can do it earlier than you normally would be able to kill a creature if they come up with something big or if you just need to get rid of something. But here, that's probably not the case because you have to do some work to get a card exiled from your opponent. So the timing of it gets thrown off where even though it's cheap, you still probably have to wait till later in the game to cast it. Now, that might be offset by the fact that what you want to cast it on might not come to later in the game either, but there will be this weird offset where you just don't get to cast it some games. You don't find your ingest creature or your way to get something exiled, and the Processor Assault just sits in your hand. And for me, that's poison. I mean, these are I was willing to go higher than I normally would on Outnumber because I think that having a creature or two on the battlefield is not a high bar these days in Limited, especially in this set where you'll see that there's, extra token creatures flying around and stuff. But this is different. Getting a card exiled from your opponent is a high bar. It takes specific type of card to do that. And I just don't assume that I'm going to be able to do that. So I'm tempted to give this card a relatively low grade until I see that we're going to be able to get these things exiled, consistently and easily.
Yeah, I haven't fully processed exactly how easy it is to enable cards like this, but my guess is that given that the payoff here, and looking at the cards in the set, this is the kind of card you'll take if you already have enablers. This is not the kind of card you're going to first pick over something like Outnumber. This is the kind of card that if you have, 6 or 7 ways total to exile cards, yeah, you'll put this in your deck and it'll probably be decent.
Yeah.
But I'm not starting by taking this early, and I don't think this is going to be a high pick.
Yeah, I'm tempted to give it like a D+. But this is one of those super conditional cards that if, like you said, if you're in the right deck, it's going to be, a very high pick and a great removal spell. But like if it's pack one, pick one, I'm not looking at this card like, that like it's, got a halo over it or something. I'm thinking, that looks like a pain. I'd rather have something that I just know I can cast and it's just going to get the job done than Processor Assault.
Yeah, I'm starting this at D+, but it's the sort of thing that maybe in pack 3, it'll be upgraded to a B. If you think this is going to be on 75% of the time and then outs the other 25% of the time, then I think this is a fine card. But I will start it at D+.
All right, and I want the listeners to remember that conversation we just had about the about getting things, into exile, and we're going to apply it to a lot of cards. We're just going to shortcut that conversation again.
Right, but imagine Processor Assault was like 2 and a red for kind of like the black version of the card. There's a black card. It's 2 and a red, 2 and a black for a 3/2. Then if you process something -3/-3, that's a payoff. That's also a card that doesn't fail because this card can literally be in your hand uncastable. So that's why we're so low on this card.
Yeah, and also that other card is a rare, and that's what I want to see though. I want to see big upside. And to me, this is like slightly better Roast. And when Roast was in the format it was in, we just got Roast. I didn't have to exile or kill or do anything. I just cast the thing, and this is just like a little better than that. So maybe not quite the payoff we want. Next up is Reckless Cohort. It's 1 and a red for a 2/2. We can see red feels pretty aggressive. This is a lot of 2-drops we've seen. It's a human warrior ally at common, and it says it attacks each combat unless you control another ally.
So in a non-ally deck, this is a 2-mana 2/2 that has to attack every turn, which is not where you want to be. In an ally deck, this is a little better than that. I mean, it triggers your allies and it stays home as long as you have an ally, apparently. I'm not in love with this card.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this looks like a pretty typical D. It's the kind of card that, you could play, but it does have a fairly significant downside, and we've already seen a couple of 2-drops that I'd rather play over it, so it's kind of slipping down the ranks quickly. That said, I mean, if you're in an ally deck, it's just a 2/2 for 2, and that triggers your allies. It's probably not too bad.
Yeah, I would say this is a D. Sometimes you have the 10 ally deck and all of a sudden you're happy to take this card, but don't worry, not too many other people will be.
Yeah. Next is the first of a cycle of retreats, Louisa. What does Retreat to Valakut do?
So it's 2 and a red for an enchantment, and like all the retreats, there's 5 of them, it has landfall, choose one, and there's 2 different abilities. The first one is target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn.
Okay.
The second is target creature can't block this turn.
Wow.
So they're both aggressive.
Yeah.
They're both like, you're going to play your land, and you're either going to make it so one of their creatures can't block, so you can attack past it, or make one of your creatures get +2/+0 and either hit them for extra damage, or just, like, let's say they have, 2 5/5s and you have a 3/3. Doesn't sound great for you, but you can play a land and make your 3/3 into a 5/3 and attack into their 5/5s. Yeah, it's not really much of a retreat, is it? It's just like the opposite. But, it seems like a fine card. I'm not as impressed with this retreat as I am with some of the others, as we'll see when we get to them. Just because if you're not attacking your opponent, this card is quite suboptimal.
Yeah, and it is interesting to note here that it's got sort of 2 things going against it, I think. The first one is what you said. It's only good when you're attacking. It effectively does nothing when you're behind a bit. And interestingly, when you play this as part of a curve out, it actually doesn't help you attack, right? It requires other creatures to be around to make this card good, yet it's not a creature itself. So, in a normal...
it requires lands, too.
And it requires you to keep hitting land drops. That's true. So, in a normal curve out, let's say you're trying to beat your opponent down, you'd think you would go something like 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop. That's where you're kind of living the dream, right? You play a 2-drop, you play a 3, you play a 4, and then maybe on 5 you play your removal spell or a combat trick or whatever. Here, you go 2-drop, retreat, then you want to play your 4-drop. Well, you do get to trigger the retreat on your 2, but if that 2 gets killed or blocked or whatever, it's like you're not really beating down that hard. And even if you use a second ability to make sure that your 2-drop gets in, it's only getting in for a couple of damage usually. Now you have your 4, and now you're kind of set up to try to, leverage this retreat to Valakut, but that's a lot of setup cost. And it's pretty fragile too. Not the retreat itself, but that scenario is if they have a removal spell for your 4, you just haven't really gotten where you want to go. I don't think this card is amazing by any stretch. I mean, the abilities are powerful, but it just has a hard time fitting down given that it's so aggressively, developed. It's made to be a beatdown card, but it doesn't beat down itself, which is it's fundamentally at odds with itself a little bit.
Yeah, I just caution against cards that only work when your deck is hitting all the beats it's supposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you said, when you curve out and you have lands every turn, this card does do something that you're interested in. But if you remove any of those pieces, and all of a sudden, then you're going to end up actually retreating, and that's not where you want to be. So
that's right.
I think this card's This looks like a D to me.
I have it at D. I think there's going to be some decks you want to play it in, but it's just not. It's just one of those cards that I don't think you just always play all the time. Now, speaking of cards that you always play all the time, what about this next one, Luis?
So it's a reprint. It's called Rolling Thunder. Those who have not had the pleasure of drafting Tempest, which I would imagine is most people at this point, given that the set is 17 years old or whatever. X red sorcery. Rolling Thunder deals X damage divided as you choose among any number of creatures and players. So
it's an uncommon, but it used to be a common, but
it used to be a common. Basically what this does is you pay like 6 or 7 mana and you get to deal 4 or 5 damage, but divided no matter how you want. So it doesn't mean it's not like, Meteor Storm or something, or Comet Storm rather, where you get to deal like 5, 5, 5, 5. It's like, I paid 5 into X, so I get to deal 1, 1, 3 or 2, 2, 1 or what have you. Yeah, this card's very good. I mean, that is the long and the short of it. It's a very strong card. You're always going to take it and you're always going to be happy playing it. It's presumably in a format where it's not going to be as brutal as it was the first time we saw it, because there are a lot bigger creatures nowadays and there are less 1 toughness creatures. This card's still amazing though. Like, I don't see how...
It's one of the best limited cards ever made, right? Traditionally speaking. We've been talking about some of the removal spells and some of the other things. And the term I keep coming back to is setup cost, right? The cards that kind of ask us to do some song and dance to make sure that they're very good or that we can even cast them. And Rolling Thunder has effectively none. Like the hardest setup cost in Rolling Thunder is double red.
You have to set up your lands in some piles.
Yes.
And then set up their creatures into the graveyard.
Yeah. That's not the cost. And so Rolling Thunder is great. Luis, you mentioned it, but it also just hits players. And so sometimes there's a scenario where you have a decent beatdown curve and you draw your Rolling Thunder in the middle to late part of the game and you go, what are you at? And they're like 7. And you're like, well, I've got 6 lands or 7 lands or whatever. So I'll wait a couple of turns, find a couple of lands, and then just Rolling Thunder you out. That happens all the time. It's an absolute win condition. When you need to control the board, you can control the board with it. You can get a 2-for-1 into the middle part of the game usually. Some decks you can 3-for-1 with it. Yeah.
You can also even do things like attack with your creatures into what looks like bad attacks and then post-combat Rolling Thunder and finish everything off.
Totally. Yeah. It's just a great, flexible, powerful, awesome removal spell. It's not hyper efficient at double red. You're going to have to make a little room for it, but whatever. This just has to be one of the better cards in the set. Traditionally, it has been in anything it's touched, including, commons and uncommons cube, where you take some of the best commons and uncommons from forever, and Rolling Thunder is often in the top 2 or 3 cards of those cubes. So this card's just stupid. It's an amazing card. I want to give it like an A or an A minus, maybe an A minus, because we have these huge Eldrazi floating around that maybe it can't quite reach. I don't know. Maybe it's just.
I'm giving this an A.
We just give it an A, right? Like let's not
it's not worse than that.
Yeah. So A for Rolling Thunder, one of the best cards in the set. It has to be. Shatter Skull Recruit is next. It's 3 red for a 4/4 giant warrior ally at common, and it's got menace. So it's going to trigger all your allies since it is an ally, but it doesn't bring anything to the table on its own, other than being a 4/4 with menace.
No, this just has menace. It doesn't have rally menace. It just has menace.
Right.
And as such, it's a perfectly playable card.
It's fine.
A 5-mana 4/4 that's hard for your opponent to block is pretty nice, especially since 4/4s that you're forcing your opponent to double block will often, things will go wrong for your opponent if you have an instant speed removal spell or a combat trick. So, and a 5-mana 4/4 does actually block fine. It's got obviously an aggressive ability here, but you're fine playing this card in decks even that aren't like super aggressive. So I would say Shatter Skull Recruit is just a solid C. Some decks are going to want it because it's an ally. Some just need a 5-drop. In general, you're never going to be overly happy or unhappy to put this in your deck.
Yeah, I agree. It's a C. There does tend to be competition in red and at the 5-drop slot in a lot of sets. We'll see if that's the case here. But this guy's solid. Stone Fury is next.
Speaking of 5-drops.
Yeah, this card's really good, I think. It's a 3 red for an instant. So 5-mana instant at common. It says... it deals damage to target creature equal to the number of lands you control. So we had that card earlier that cared about how many creatures without number. And this one is how many lands do you control? And I mean, I think, it's pretty safe to assume that by the time we can cast Stone Fury, we've got 5 lands. So we have 5 mana, deal 5 at instant speed, and it scales up from there as well.
Yeah, that is an acceptable removal spell. It will kill most everything you want it to by the time you can cast it, and maybe for some of the giant creatures you have to wait a couple turns, but this can easily deal 6 or 7 damage. And
Yeah.
at what point does it stop working? Like there aren't that many creatures that survive a 7 damage hit. So
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, it's an instant too. I think this is just one of the better, common removal spells. I do have to admit that 5-drop removal doesn't stack well. You don't want 4 Stone Furies in your deck all that often. So I would give it a B. I'm going to give it a B minus.
That's
but
what I'm
it's
giving
the
it
sort of thing that does have diminishing returns. Like you don't. The third 5-drop removal spell is a lot worse than the first 2, just because at some point you just get to have a glut of them in your hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I gave Stone Fury a B minus as well. Good card. Sure Strike is next. It's 1 and a red for an instant at common, and it says target creature gets +3/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn.
Sure.
So basically it says that the creature wins combat. Like if it gets blocked or you're blocking something, in most scenarios, your creature will win combat.
So this is a way for red to not give toughness, but still win the fight.
Exactly. +3/+0 is actually a lot, right? That will turn, your random 2/2 into a 5-powered first striker, which is going to, often be able to eat many of the things that it's tussling with in combat. I don't know. This card seems okay to me. Like it seems like a serviceable combat trick.
Yeah, I would say that if this is where your combat tricks land, you're not going to be unhappy. I'm still not giving it a B or anything. I think it's a solid C plus though.
Yeah, I gave it a C myself. It's like a combat trick. It's fine.
I think you're going to be happy with the first or second of these in your aggressive deck. It's actually fine to block with too.
Yeah, it is.
2/2s can block 5/5s. This is a way for red to kill bigger creatures. Red's got some solid removal.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Touch of the Void is next.
So yeah.
2 and a red sorcery, Devoid. Touch of the Void deals 3 damage to target creature or player. If a creature dealt damage this way would die this turn, exile it instead. So
there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not that much. It's 3 mana for 3 damage at sorcery speed, and it exiles the creature if it kills it. The fact that it's Devoid is not hugely relevant, but
no, but it'll pop up sometimes, right? We've seen a few cards that care about that. And then, but the exile thing is important, right? I mean,
because this enables your processor.
Yeah, this is another way. Like, there's some cards, some creatures that we'll see as we move through the set review that are pretty unexciting, but that are there to get that ingest going, to get those exiled cards flowing. And this is a way you can do it in a manner in which you'd like to play it. I mean, this is a good card. Touch of the Void is powerful, right? It's 3 damage to a creature or player. Now, it is a sorcery, so it's not perfect, but geez, I mean, that's a card I would play all day in my red deck, and it gives me a way to maybe get something exiled so I can do a little processing along the way. I appreciate that.
Yeah, what kind of grade do you give it?
I'd give it a B.
Yeah, I think it's still B minus for me.
Okay.
Just because it is a sorcery that you're not really gonna ever blow them out. Whereas a card like Stone Fury actually has the capability of just destroying your opponent.
Sure.
But I think this does enough different things between just killing creatures efficiently, finishing your opponent off, and exiling. I think it's a solid B minus.
Yeah, I gave it a B, but yeah, it's in the same ballpark. It's just a very solid burn spell. Next, we've got Tunneling Geopede. Not to be confused with the aforementioned Geopede, but this is 2 and a red for a 3/2 insect at uncommon, which is okay. I don't mind a 3/2 for 3. And it says whenever it has landfall, it deals 1 damage to each opponent.
Yeah. Another very clearly aggressive card where you're paying 3 mana for a 3/2, which is pretty much average, maybe slightly below average. And you've got a kind of unblockable 1 a turn if you have a steady stream of lands.
Yeah, it seems fine. I mean, I have this right in the C range. This isn't the kind of card that I'm super excited about, but C plus, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, I would say it's a C.
Okay. This next card's very good, Luis. Why don't you read Turn Against for us?
So Turn Against is 4 and a red instant. It's Devoid. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. So for those who have not been playing since, Mirage, where Ray of Command first was spoiled, this is not the same as the threatens that you see in every single set. The last 10 sets have had a threatened variant where you steal a creature within a turn, you attack your opponent with it, maybe you sacrifice it, cool. This is an instant. This isn't a sorcery. There's a world of difference there. And that world of difference is when your opponent attacks you, you get to take one of their creatures and block their other creature. They attack you with
their own creature.
Yes, they attack you with 2/4/4s. This kills both of them. So that is why this card is so powerful, and that's why it costs 5 mana instead of 3 mana.
Yeah, we saw this with active aggression, right? In New Phyrexia, I think it was.
Yep.
You know, if you people remember that, it's these type of cards are a savage blowout if set up properly. A few things to remember with turn against as well is that you can just steal a creature on your turn and just kill them. Like, it can just be an act of treason. Sometimes that gets overlooked because you're looking for that huge, 2-for-1 blowout or whatever. But you can just steal it. Also, you can just steal a single attacker from your opponent if you just need to not take damage. This doesn't come up very often. But if it does, you can they go, I attack you with my 5/5 and you're at 5 or whatever. And you say, I'll turn against. You get it on your side of the board. It's now no longer attacking you. It's untapped on your side. And then at the end of the turn, it just goes back to your opponent, but you didn't take any damage from it. That's a little niche thing that does come up. But Luis, you described the best case scenario. The crazy part is your opponent can be like, I'll attack you with my 2/4/4s. Both of them. So you're slated to take 8 damage, and instead you take 0 and they lose both of their creatures. It's a really mean card turn against. One thing that I'm interested to see about it, Luis, is it does cost the full 5 mana. And I don't know about you, but if my opponent has 4 cards in hand and just says go with 5 mana, there's a red flag going off for me, right? I'm thinking to myself, now wait a minute. What could be happening? And one of the things that's probably going to come to my mind in this format is turn against. Is that how easy is this card to play around?
Well, one of the things that helps conceal it, first of all, is both Stone Fury and Royal's Retribution, which is a white card that costs 5 mana. That both those cards are cards that your opponent could have. So you're not necessarily going to immediately think just turn against when they leave 5 mana up.
It's also uncommon, so you won't see it as often.
Right. The second is, to play around this, just don't attack with anything. Like, let's say they say, they have turn against. I'll only attack with 1/4/4. Well, you're still just going to take the other one
and block
with it. So the way to play around it is to like attack with a 3/3 in that spot. Like you have a 3/3 and a 4/4. Yeah, if you attack with one, maybe they 1-for-1 you. That's not the end of the world. Just don't attack with. If you have 2 creatures that are exactly equal, don't attack with one of them. The other thing is sometimes you can just pass the turn without attacking. This card, it's very good. It's going to be a blowout. It's going to get worse as people get more used to playing around it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for.
This effect hasn't been around and limited very often. Not like you said, not since New Phyrexia. So people are not used to playing around it yet, and you're going to get people with it. But, wily opponents are just not going to give you this free 2-for-1 on turn 5. So don't expect it to always work. And especially don't expect it to work against someone who's already seen this particular card out of your deck.
Yeah. Yeah, the good news is that it is quite difficult to play around, like you said. Even just attacking with one creature doesn't get the job. And now if you've got a flyer and there's no other flyers, hey, get in there. Go for it. But turn against for me it's in the A range. I was going to give it an A-. I don't know why. I guess just because it does require some setup, and it like you said, it will go down a little bit as people kind of figure out what's going on. But still, this card has such a high blowout potential and does things that is so tricky and weird for people to deal with that I did put it in the A range. I gave it an A-.
I think I'm going to give it a B+. I think the card is quite good, but I think that your opponent can strand you with it in hand to some degree. So I'm gonna say that it's a B+.
All right, I'll tell you what. At the pre-release, that card's an A+.
Yes.
And then at the first GP, it's probably where you're at it in the B+ range. Valakut Invoker is next. And yes, this is an Invoker for those of you that played back in the day. It's two in a red for a 2/3. It's a human shaman. It is not an ally, and you can pay 8 colorless mana to have it deal 3 damage to a creature or player. This is one of those cards that plays nice early game or late game, right? That's kind of the idea with this type of card, is that if you have it in the early stages, it's fine. It's 3 mana. It's a 2/3. You'll play it from your hand. It'll hold its own. It passes a vanilla test. And while it's not particularly exciting, it's okay. But if you find yourself in one of those games that's sort of drug out and gone to the late game, and you've got 8 mana to kick around, all of a sudden it starts tossing lightning bolts around like they're going out of style. And that's going to finish off either your opponent's board or just them right away, pretty quickly too. So I really appreciate cards that gives us, we call these mana sinks, right? Places to put mana if we flood it out a bit late in the game. And I think Valakut Invoker is pretty solid at doing that.
Yeah, I love cards like this. I like that you're not really paying too much for the ability here because 3 mana 2/3 is decent. So you get to play this as a 3 mana 2/3, which it'll operate just fine most of the time. And sometimes you're going to hit 8 mana, all of a sudden it's just the best card on the board. It just turns into a flame cannon.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this guy's good. That said, we have to note here that while I really appreciate flexibility to go from early game to late game, that gets big points for me. It isn't super impressive at either. Right? The 2/3 for 3 is kind of okay, and 8 mana is a lot. Like, there's going to be games where you just don't get to 8 mana at some point. And if you're being beaten down, that's not really going to come into play very often. So while the flexibility is great, I don't really think that it excels at either end. So I'm not inclined to give it like a super high grade, but the flexibility does bring it up to, pretty darn good for me. So, I've got this card somewhere in the C+ range.
Yeah, I think C+ is about right. Like, it's the sort of thing where I just want one of these in my deck, but I'm not taking it over like a removal spell.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I feel a lot more comfortable when I have one of these in my deck just because it just means if I go to the late game, I can just draw and play this card and have it be awesome. But if it's if it's not a card that if I miss it, I'm just going to be heartbroken. So I think you're not going to take it over, Stone Fury or anything like that, but you are going to be happy to have one in your deck.
Yep. Valakut Predator is next. It's 2 and a red for a 2/2 elemental with landfall, and it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Yikes.
So, another pretty aggressive card. It's a 3 mana 4/4 if you're on the beatdown plan. And that being said, it does exactly what you want. As advertised, it is a card that you can attack with every turn of the game that you hit a land drop.
Yeah, a 4/4 attacking on turn 4 that's not going to get blocked very often profitably. It's going to hit for a good amount of damage. I like Valakut Predator. If you're looking to beat down and you're playing a landfall style deck, this is the kind of thing I want to be doing. 3 mana 2/2 that effectively is a 4/4 for the first few turns, and then some amount of turns after that. I'm in. I like Valakut Predator. Again, I don't view it as like a super exciting card or a card that you're just like, dying to get your hands on. I think removal's better than a Valakut Predator, but I do think it's solid. I think it is in the C to C+ range as well, and I'm going to give it a C+. I think the card's good.
I think C+ is a very reasonable grade. It's the kind of card that some decks will not actually be happy about having, but enough decks will, and it's good enough in those decks that I think you can take it pretty safely early.
Yeah. This next one's pretty straightforward. It's called Vestige of Emrakul. It's 3 and a red for a 3/4 with Devoid and Trample. It's an Eldrazi drone, and this is a common. You'll see these around. So a 3/4 Trampler for 4. It has Devoid, but as you've kind of insinuated here, so far, like, being Devoid kind of doesn't... I don't really note it. It's kind of shrug worthy. Like, there's been a couple of cards that care, but I'm not, it doesn't really seem to pull the needle in any direction for me just because the card happens to have Devoid. So I'm just viewing it as a 4 mana 3/4 with Trample. And I think I'm okay with that. I don't think that this is a great card, but I don't think it's bad at all.
Yeah, you're always going to be happy. It's easy to cast. It doesn't cost 2 red, which we've seen for a lot of cards of this size. And it's, you're kind of getting Devoid for free. You're getting Trample for free. You play a 4 mana 3/4 a lot of the time. I mean, it's still, granted, it's still just like kind of a big dumb idiot. So I can't give it a B, but it is a C+. You're just going to be happy playing it.
Yeah, I agree. I just think it's fine. I also think that 3/4 is generally a sweet spot for creatures. They usually can attack into cheaper, 3 drops and 2 drops, pretty well as a 3/4, and they often can block other 4 mana creatures. So I think a 3/4 is actually kind of a sweet spot for that, blocking and attacking, like for when you're ahead or when you're behind. Next card is called Vile Aggregate. It's 2 and a red for a star 5. So it's got 5 toughness and variable power. We'll figure out what that's about. It's Devoid. It's an Eldrazi drone at uncommon, and it says its power is equal to the number of, all right, we got there, colorless creatures we control. So actual colorless creatures or Devoid. and it's got trample and ingest.
Yeah, this card is, well, an aggregate of a bunch of, strange things. I'm not going to call them vile, but because that would be too easy. But yeah, this card is weird. First of all, it's a 1/5 by itself. You know, it counts itself. So it's 3 mana, 1/5 trample, which is the stats I dream of. And if you do a little work, you can get up to like a 3/5 trample. Yeah, I mean, this is more of a defensive card than an aggressive card, actually. It's kind of funny, too, because when you have this as like a 1/5 or a 2/5, you can maybe chip in there to ingest something, which sets up all your processing cards later. So this is like a kind of weird semi-build-around, semi-enabler, where it's a build-around where it pays you for having a bunch of colorless creatures, and it's an enabler because it makes all your processors better. So, yeah, like, it's a lot to take in. My guess is this card is good in the decks that want it, and fairly medium otherwise. I think I would want to start from a basis of wanting to be a control deck before I would really be interested in this card.
Yeah, I think so too. That said, I think it's decent for that. I mean, you know, I'm kind of having a hard time figuring out exactly what these red decks are doing, because most of the red cards we've seen have lent themselves towards aggression, but we've got weird ones like Kozilek Sentinel. That was the 1/4 for 2 with Devoid from earlier that gets bigger when you cast colorless spells. And we've also got now Vile Aggregate, which is, again, a 1/5, maybe a 2/5, and then it can get bigger from there. I mean, maybe there's just a Devoid deck where all of your cards are Devoid, or almost all of them, and now Vile Aggregate, you know, ends up being a 4/5 trample or even a 5/5 trample at some point.
It's obviously amazing if it's reliably 3+ power.
Yes.
So that's not that high a bar to clear, given it starts at 1 already.
Yeah.
I guess this card's pretty solid.
Yeah, it probably is. And in the meantime, 5 toughness for 3 power, for 3 mana is pretty good, even if it only has 1 or 2 power to start out with. So yeah, you know, I think this card probably is going to end up being pretty decent. That said, I'm still just not, you know, really drawn to it in a real big way. Do you think it cracks into the B- territory?
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, I think it's clearly like above an average C. The question is, I think it's below an average B though. So it's in the C plus B- category. You know, I'm going to start at B-.
Me too. I just have a
this
gut
enables
feeling.
2 different decks. So
yeah.
let's just give it the benefit of the doubt and say that it's you know, the aggregate rating is a B-.
I like that. Here's an interesting one. Volcanic Upheaval. It's 3 and a red for an instant at common, and it says destroy target land.
But Marshall, normally this card would just be bad.
Yeah, and you know what? It probably still is.
Oh, yeah. The joke here is that Awaken is one of the mechanics in the set, so you're going to have these like 4/4 lands running around, and you get to Volcanic Upheaval them. I think the answer, you know, to the question of is this bad is still, this is a sideboard card. It's a better sideboard card than normal. Like normally this text on a card would not be something you would expect to ever side in. I think you'll side in Volcanic Upheaval if you see like 2 Awaken cards out of your opponent. Yeah,
you know, we talked about this on the Rules of Mechanics show with Toby, but there is a scenario where you can get a real blowout, right? With the Awaken card that only targets a land and where the other effect doesn't have a target, right? If you blow up the land from under that, then you can fizzle the whole Awaken spell.
Yeah, and I don't think that's going to come up all that often, but it's worth noting when it does. In general, this is the kind of card that, yeah, sometimes you'll get their Awakened land, and, you know, sometimes you'll just mana screw them, which is kind of sweet.
Yeah, but you're not main decking it, right? Like,
I would not main deck this card, unless you have 5 or 6 of them.
No.
Do not main deck this card. This is a sideboard card. Sometimes you'll side it in.
Yeah, and not a great one at that. All right, that's going to do it for red. Let's move on to green. I thought red, you know, what stood out to me, Luis, about red was aggression. It looked like kind of an angry beatdown type color with some weird exceptions.
Huh, that's never happened before.
Let's move on to green. Our first card is called Blister Pod. It's green for a 1/1 Eldrazi drone with Devoid. It's a common, and it says, when it dies, you get a 1/1 colorless Eldrazi Scion creature token. That has sacrificed this to add 1 mana. So we're going to see these Scions. We're just going to call them Scions. These are the 1/1 colorless tokens that you can sack for mana. So this thing is a 1/1 that when it dies gets replaced by, well, I guess a slightly better 1/1 in a Scion.
So the first question is, would you rather have an Eldrazi Scion or a Toyota Scion?
I'd rather have a Toyota Scion.
All right. Well, given that that's not on the table, Eldrazi Scion is still pretty good.
I'm glad that was the first question.
Well, it's the most important one.
Yeah.
I actually like this card. I don't think you have to do any. Yeah. I don't think you have to do anything special to make this card like an okay card. You know, Doom Traveler was a card that did a lot of work, and a 1/1 that sacks for a mana, I think that adds up. That this exchanges very well against any X1s they have. Like if they have a 2/1 and you play a Blister Pod, you just own them.
Yes.
And it's a chump blocker that then gives you another 1/1 that you can then sack for a colorless. It also enables there's like a minor sacrifice theme. There's just a couple cards that let you sacrifice. I don't think this card's fantastic, but I think that you're going to end up playing this, more often than not.
Okay, yeah, because when I first see it, my initial impression is that it does two low-impact things, which aren't really worth a card even together. Like that's kind of how I see it. But, you mentioned Doom Traveler, which ended up being worth a card. That card was decent. You got a flyer in that case instead of a Scion. This does feel a little closer to like a Tukatung Thallid than to a Doom Traveler to me. And Tukatung Thallid was a card that was the same, just like this, except for that instead of getting a Scion, you just got a 1/1.
That's a pretty significant difference.
No, it is. You're right. I'm saying like on the spectrum, I would say Tukatung's at the bottom, Blister Pod's in the middle, and Doom Traveler's at the top. I don't know how close Blister Pod is to Doom Traveler. I remember Doom Traveler being fine, right? That was never a card that I was super excited to run, but I rarely cut them as well.
Yeah, again, I'm not saying Blister Pod is awesome.
Yeah.
But I think that you're gonna play this card more often than you cut it, which puts it, kind of in the C range for me.
Yeah, because I had it in the D.
I just
it's interesting
playing this card and being satisfied with it. Also, there are cards that work with it. So, given that it's a Devoid card, given that there are cards like, Ultra's Reap and Bone Splinters, these like black sacrifice cards.
Uh-huh.
I think overall, you're going to be okay with Blister Pod, and I'll probably just give it a C-.
Okay, I'm going to go D+. I'm going to hedge down a little bit, but I am definitely willing to have my mind changed on Blister Pod. Next up, we've got, this one's definitely powerful. It's called Brood Monitor. It's 4 green for a 3/3 Eldrazi drone at uncommon. Now, that's going to kind of turn off a lot of our listeners. Vanilla test aficionados are going to shrug at that one. It's got Devoid. But here's the deal. When it enters a battlefield, you get 3 Scions. So you're getting a total of 6 power and 6 toughness spread out over 4 creatures for your 6 mana here. And 3 of them can sack for more mana if you happen to need it. I think this card's great.
Yeah, Brood Monitor is awesome. It's, 6 mana for 6, like you said, 6/6 worth of stats, and you can sack the 3 tokens for colorless, so you can play this on turn 6 and play a 10-drop on turn 7 if that's what you're into.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, it provides a bunch of chump blocks. It also interacts very well with removal. I think this card's a B+.
Oh, yeah, I gave Brood Monitor a B. It might even just be a B+. The attacking part isn't quite as great if you've kind of got a stalled out board, but whatever. This card's sweet. I am looking forward to casting this and trying to leverage the extra mana and the extra bodies you get off a card like Brood Monitor. It's just anytime they print a card that gives you four permanents for one card, I'm interested. It just always ends up overperforming. What's next? Brood Hunter Worm is 4 mana, 3 and a green for a worm at common. It's a 4/3. I'm done talking.
Yeah, I mean,
there's flavor text. That's it.
That's all it does. That's all it needs to do.
Yeah, I agree.
This card is like a textbook C.
Yes.
You'll play it. You'll be happy. That's pretty much end of story.
Yes, beat down. It doesn't trigger anything. It's not Devoid. It's just a 4/3 for 4. Next is Call of the Scions. It's 2 and a green for a sorcery with Devoid. This is a common, and it says put 2 Scions onto the battlefield.
Eldrazi Scions.
Correct. Do you want to read there's more, but yeah. Call of Scions is a 2/2 for 3. I'm kind of translating here, that has the ability to make you a bunch of extra mana. Where do you put this type of card?
I don't love it. This is, I think, the kind of card, again, it's a fine card. Like, you're not going to feel too bad if you just play this card. I think that if you're spending your 3-drop slot on this, you want to ramp up to 6 or 7 mana to make this card more appealing, or have, again, cards that let you sacrifice cards for profit. If you're doing neither of those things, this card is slightly worse than average. So
yeah, I agree. I think it really does depend on the ramp thing, right? Like if you're going to be able to because you can I would probably play, just to translate it, like a 3 mana 2/2 that could sacrifice for 2 mana, right? Like that has some cool implications, even if the vanilla test isn't really passing. And this is like a little better than that. Like spreading it out over 2 creatures is often going to be better. It's just not like super efficient, right? 3 mana for 2 of them, doesn't feel like it was really pushed. But this does feel like a C to me.
Yeah,
I think it's going to make the cut a good amount.
I would say this is similar to Blister Pod. It's a little bit less efficient in terms of mana, but is a little more powerful, which I guess the normal trade-off. So I'm going to give this a C- as well.
What does Earthen Arms do?
It puts 2+1/+1 counters on target permanent, which is very odd text. This is a sorcery for 1 and a green. Put 2+1/+1 counters on target permanent, and it has Awaken 4 for 6 and a green. So this is 2 mana for a very bad aura. Basically 2 mana for a +2, +2/+2, which is pretty mediocre. But if you pay 7 mana, you get a 4/4 that could be a 6/6 or a 4/4 that gives another creature +2/+2. Since you can split those up if you'd like.
Yeah, this is interesting.
It is interesting, but I also think that this is similar to the red common that we saw that cost 2 mana, had Awaken 4 for 7 mana.
Yeah, 7 mana Awaken.
I don't like either half of it. I mean, I guess
what about Blister Pod into Earthen Arms? Beat down.
Actually, that sounds insane. No, I guess this is 7 mana for a 6/6. If you want a 7-drop, this is okay. The problem I have is that the 2 mana version is not a card I ever want to cast, pretty much. Mm-hmm. So you're just kind of putting a 7 mana card into your deck, which is fine. I've done that plenty of times.
But I mean, this is an Eldrazi set. We have to figure there's better options at 7 mana than just a big dumb 6/6.
Not good at 2 mana, and I don't think good at 7. So I'm going to pass on this. I'm going to say it's a D unless you have something special going on. Unless you really care about getting ++1 counters on something.
Yeah, I think so too. Like it just puts too many eggs in one basket early. I mean, the 2 counters does make something that wasn't a threat. I mean, that's real. It's just it also means that if it gets killed, you just got 2 for 1. I'll give it a D. What does a Eyeless Watcher do?
It's 3 and a green for a 1/1 devoid, and
what? It's a 1/1 for 4?
No, but it has more text.
Okay, can you read that?
When it enters the battlefield, put 2 Eldrazi Scions into play. So
okay,
this is again 4 mana for 3/3 worth of stats. This is basically, this is exactly Call of the Scions, but you pay 1 more mana to get a 1/1, which.
That's kind of unexciting.
That's generally an okay deal. I mean, this I actually think is slightly better because 4 mana for 3 1/1s is better than 3 mana for 2 1/1s. Mm-hmm. But still, this is, I think, going to end up more in the C range. I mean, compare this to the 4 mana 4/3 worm. This is, I think, about the same, if not even a little better. It's actually probably better.
Yeah.
It's 4 mana for 3/3 instead of 4/3, but it's split up among 3 bodies. It also can let you sack for mana. It just does enough different things that I would rather have this card in my deck. So, yeah, I think Eyeless Watcher is more generically safe to put in your deck than something like Call of the Scions or Blister Pod, but it's still just kind of in the same vein.
Yeah. Man, we don't got Kozilek's Predator anymore, do we?
No, we do not.
That next card's a rare that I can't wait to talk about next week. Giant Mantis is the next one. This one's real simple. It's 3 and a green for an insect at common. It's a 2/4 with reach.
This is going back to the bread and butter. This is the bread and butter. This is 4 mana 2/4 reach. This is cards saw print in alpha, and
yep.
Yeah, it's still a fine card. Green decks still tend to want this card. This is just, it's funny. Red seemed like it got a lot of C pluses. Green's getting a lot of C's. I agree. I have to give this a C.
Yeah, I give it a C as well. I think the thing to keep in mind with the card like Giant Mantis here is we've noticed we're only in G going through green, and we've already said Scions like 4 times. Like they're all over the place. And so green being the ramp color gets a bunch of Scions, and what that's going to mean is you're probably going to be playing some big fatties. We talked about battle cruiser magic back in the Rise of the Eldrazi days, and I think that green is kind of embodying that here in Battle for Zendikar. And a card like Giant Mantis is just a stop sign for a lot of the cheap aggressive decks. All the 2 and 3 drop cards that they play usually can't get through a Giant Mantis. So this is the type of thing you want to be doing on turn 4. It just says, stop, let me build up my mana and play things bigger than what you can deal with and take over the game. So while it's not a huge pull, solid C, it's going to make the deck a lot of the time. Infuse with the Elements is next. It's an uncommon instant for 4 mana, 3 and a green. And it's got Converge, so this is our first instance of that. It says put X +1/+1 counters on target creature where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast it. That creature also gains trample until the end of the turn. No, there's something a little weird there. You're getting counters, so the counters will stay, but the trample is temporary. It's only until end of turn. So what we have here, Luis, is a 4-mana combat trick that sticks. And if you're a 2-color deck, you're going to get 2 +1/+1 counters and trample. And if you have the ability to randomly make extra mana, I mean, you could get up to 4 +1/+1 counters on a creature at instant speed. But it does cost 4 mana. It's not cheap, and expensive combat tricks are pretty risky to play.
Well, the thing I like most about this card is the thing that on the card looks like Godzilla. The thing
It totally does.
just exactly a Godzilla, which is awesome.
It looks like from that video game. Yeah, that's great.
The second best thing about this card is that if it resolves and your opponent doesn't have anything, it's a huge blowout.
It's a beating.
You're going to end up with a 6/6, and then they're going to bin their 3/3, and they're going to take 3 damage. When your 3/3s clash. But if you're a straight 2-color deck, do you want this card? Mostly no. I mean, it's okay. It's kind of like Dragon Scale Boon, if you remember that from Cons. 4 mana for 2 +1/+1 counters, and trample is kind of close to untapping. So that's fine. You really want to have access to 3 with the possibility of 4 before this card becomes interesting. I think it's filler in a 2-color deck, bad filler at that. I think it starts to become a good addition at 3, and if you can get to 4, if you can get to 3 basically every game and 4 half your games, then this card becomes quite strong.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, the upside is there. It asks quite a bit to get there.
Yeah, I don't think there's a really big converged deck exactly. I just think you're going to end up with enough fixing to hopefully to play a couple converged cards.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, even then, it's just hard for me to give a high grade, even if the ceiling's pretty high on Infused with the Elements. It's still a 4-mana combat trick that, I need a target for. It has to resolve. Ideally, I'm beating down, but, I guess it could be used on blocks too. I do really appreciate that the counters stick, though. That does make it a lot better than just your average combat trick, which is temporary, and probably does make it worth the risk of paying the 4 mana and, playing it in a deck that needs basically 3 colors to make it exciting. I give it a C. I think this card has enough upside that it's a card I'm probably going to be playing somewhat frequently.
Yeah, I will give it a C as well.
Jotty Offshoot is green for an uncommon 0/3 plant with Defender, and it has landfall. You gain a life.
Sweet.
Shields are up.
This card just screams out sideboard to me. If your opponent's got a bunch of 2-power creatures and they're aggressive and you're controlling, go for it. But I don't think you want to just put this in a normal deck and expect it to do something. So it's just straight up sideboard material. Sideboard
card, definitely. Next is Lifespring Druid. This is one that I think is going to see a decent amount of play in the format. It's a 2 and a green for a 2/1 Elf Druid. It's a common, so they're going to be flying around the draft table, and it taps to add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. Now, you were talking about Converge and how maybe you're playing a 3-color deck, but occasionally you can bump it up to 4, and I think that Lifespring Druid is going to be the source of that additional bump on Converge cards a lot of the time.
Yeah, this is exactly the way you want to get free Converge value, and it's a 3-drop that accelerates you into a 5-drop. It's not as fast as some of the mana accelerators we've seen. I mean, most commonly you see a 2-mana one, right?
Mm-hmm.
This costs 3, but it's also a 2/1. So it's kind of like a Leaf Gilder. You paid an extra mana, and in exchange it's a Leaf Gilder of Paradise. It taps for any color. Overall, that is worse than a Leaf Gilder, but you'll still play this card, I think, every time, and you'll be reasonably happy while doing so.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's a C. I also think that, the fact that it makes any color is going to pop up surprisingly often in a format where I think it's starting to look pretty obvious that we want to ramp often. That ramp is often going to be colorless, and we're going to be fine with it. But the fact that the Druid makes any color of mana, even colors that you're not playing, is going to pop up more than it normally would, thanks to Converge. I think the card's totally fine. It might even be a C+ just because we are trying to ramp out big stuff.
Yeah, I'll give it a C+.
Sure. Marasa Ranger is 3 and a green for a 3/3 human warrior at uncommon. It has landfall. You can pay 3 and a green. So you play a land and then you have to pay a cost, in this case 4 mana. If you do, you put 2 +1/+1 counters on it.
So this starts out as a 4-mana 3/3, which is acceptable. And it's got a pretty expensive landfall ability. This is no
Very.
play a land attack. This is more like, do I want to spend my turn doing this? But see, the thing is, even though it's expensive, it's a good option. Having the option to turn your 3/3 into a 5/5, then a 7/7, that's pretty good.
It is, especially late game. We talked about mana sinks earlier, and this is one of those. You can play this on 3. It can rumble. Maybe it trades. Maybe it just gets in some attacks. And then after the dust settles, if you haven't found anything to do with your extra mana, you play a land, you pay 4, and it's a 5/5. And all of a sudden, this thing's starting to look threatening. It's something that your opponent's going to have to respect as a blocker or an attacker, especially if you hit that land drop next turn. And I do have one question. This didn't pop up in the rule show, but maybe can I pay this twice?
No, it's just one trigger.
Because the trigger from landfall triggers, and then it asks me, would you like to pay this? And then that's it?
Yep.
Okay. But anyway, so, the next turn or whatever, I can do it and start building a thing. Again, you and I are both big fans of cards that are flexible. You cast them on time and they do work, which this does. Again, a 3/3 for 4 is not really exciting on the vanilla test, but it does at least block attack and hold its own.
It doesn't exceed the test, but it definitely passes it.
Yeah. I think it would be kind of the student that scraped by for me. The one like, okay, you passed, kiddo, but there was not a lot of effort put in. But
4 mana 3/3 is just baseline. Like, we saw 4 mana 4/3, and we're like, yeah, this card's fine. 4 mana 3 is just a touch worse, but
sure.
The extra ability does make up for it. That being said, this doesn't bump this up to anything special. This is just a C for me.
It's still just a C for me as well. Again, it suffers from the problem of being not remarkable on either end. But the fact that it has multiple facets makes it, a lot more desirable. Natural Connection is next, and this alongside with Lifespring Druid seem to be the ways to get multiple colors going for maybe a converged deck or whatever. It's 2 and a green for an instant. Again, this is also a common. Both of them are. And it's Rampant Growth. You search your library for a basic land card and put it onto the battlefield, tapped, and then shuffle, except for that it's an instant. So you're paying an extra colorless mana for that fact. But this thing ramps you and fixes you. And I expect people to play these pretty frequently.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure about that. I think that this card is actually a step behind where you want it to be.
No way, really?
3 mana to get a land?
Well, here's the thing. So
why are you using your third turn on that?
Well, here's the deal.
Yes, the deal. It's 3 mana for a land.
Yeah, it's a little. Well, no, there's more going on here, right? So first we've got Converge. So being able to play to get a splash color, to maybe play an extra spell in your deck, and then also get value off of like a Converge spell or 2 is a big deal. And also it triggers landfall at instant speed, and that can be a pretty big deal in these decks that, like, especially when we look back to some of the red creatures that had landfall and get significantly bigger. Being able to play a land, trigger your landfall, attack with it, and if they go for some type of ambitious double block and play Natural Connection to blow them out can be pretty huge, especially if you've got a landfall themed deck. So I give it a little bumps for those things. Look, I'm not saying it puts it through the roof or anything, but I do think it makes it worth paying 3 mana to play for something that we'd expect to pay 2 mana for.
Yeah, I just don't want this card in my aggressive landfall deck. I mean, you have to have a lot of landfall creatures before this actually starts getting there for me. Mm-hmm. I think this is like a D+, and you'll play it sometimes in a deck that wants it, but you should not just be putting this in your average deck.
Okay, I had it at C-. Again, for not really affecting the board, I didn't want to give it too high, but I don't know. I think that, like, people are going to want to play 3 colors often enough in the format that a card like Natural Connection starts to look a little bit
There's 2
better.
main reasons to play this. One is that you want to enable Converge, like you said, your 3+ colors, 3 or 4. And the other is you've got a lot of landfall creatures. Mm-hmm. I just don't think it's that efficient at either end. You just can't take your turn 3 off to ramp. Like, look at Nissa's Pilgrimage, and how bad that was. Mm-hmm. And that was a 2-for-1 at least. This is not a 2-for-1. So I'm not impressed by this card, and I don't expect to play it very often.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Next is Oran Reef Invoker. So we've hit another Invoker. This one's 1 and a green for a 2/2 Human Shaman. So thumbs up there. The other one was 3 mana for a 2/3. This one's 2 mana for a 2/2. I'm fine with that. And then you can pay that 8 colorless mana to give it +5/+5 and trample. Now, the old green Invoker from Rise of the Eldrazi could spread it around. This one just, it gets it.
The old green Invoker? No. The old green Invoker was Stoneroot Invoker. And that was an Onslaught.
I don't actually know. I don't actually know what that is.
It'll blow your mind. It's 1 and a green for a 2/2. You pay 7 and a green to give it +5/+5.
So it's a lot like this. So this one is, well, it's an improvement over that. So it becomes a 7/7 trample if you do get up to 8 mana. So, for me, this is right along the lines of the Red Invoker. Fine at 2 mana. Nice to have a mana sink where it becomes a real threat. Yeah, thumbs up. I think this card's fine.
Yeah, I'm happy with this card. This is the kind of flexibility I want. The card that, like you keep saying, good on turn 2 and, at least decent on turn 8.
Yeah, at least it's a threat. Also, you get some pretty sweet threat of activation with this card as well. Yeah. Once you get up to 8 mana.
You just get to free attack into their 4/4s. They can't block, and then you just tap out for something else.
Yeah, just tap out for something else. It's probably still a C, though, right? I mean,
yeah, all that together makes it a C.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, a vanilla 2/2 for 2 would probably be like a C- D+. But, this gets it up to CC plus range. Plated Crusher. All right, I'll let you handle the 7-drop.
Yeah, now we're talking. 4 green, so 7 total. It's a beast, and it's a 7/6 trample hexproof.
Wow.
So, I actually like this card. And
shocking.
The reason is, I like that when I tap 7 mana, I know that my opponent can't do anything about it. So, it's at least a 7-drop you can tap out for, and your opponent can't just go, well, bounce that, or, well, kill that.
Mm-hmm.
As a finisher, that is one of the things I look for. That being said, I'm not delusional to the point where I think that you should just be jamming this card and it's going to be awesome.
What do you think about the 6 toughness?
That's fine.
Okay.
I would prefer it be a 7/7, but I think, like, compare this to something like Vastwood Gorger, right? The 6 mana 5/6 that we just saw.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little bit better. This actually can close out games, and one of the big drawbacks of paying 6 or 7 mana for a creature is that your opponent's bounce and removal spells just get so much good value off of it. It just doesn't happen here. So I think that this card, it delivers on what you want out of a 7-drop. The question is, do you actually want a 7-drop in your deck? A lot of decks are still just going to say no.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think this does actually check a lot of the boxes that I want checked as well. Another thing to consider in this set is that sometimes you're going to invest multiple Scions into getting that 7-drop online, and then having it bounce is really a disaster because you can't even recast it the next turn. And Plated Crusher gets around that pretty cleanly as well. I keep looking at the 6 toughness just because I think, okay, well, fine, they can't kill it. It's the only way they can really deal with it is in combat. So how many blockers is it going to take to kill it? And with 6 toughness, I think it's reasonable to think that it's going to be 3-ish. And that's a big risk for them to take if they have to put a full 3 blockers in front of your Plated Crusher just to get blown out by a combat trick or removal spell. Yeah, I think it's like a pretty reasonable place to put 7 mana, actually. Like, this is fairly safe as a finisher, and the trample hits the right checkbox as well, just in that they can't be like, whatever, block with a Scion.
Well, imagine turn 4 Eyeless Watcher, the one that puts 2 Scions into play. Turn 5, play this.
That's
the fact
huge.
that it's hexproof means that not a whole lot that goes wrong there.
No, I agree. And again, it can't be chumped, which is a big deal in a set with a bunch of Scions floating around.
We joke about me liking 7-drops despite it being a very good strategy. And I do actually think this is the kind of 7-drop you want. So
yeah.
I'm not going so far as to say this is an early pick, but this actually I think is a C+.
I think it is too. I think Plated Crusher reaches that threshold. It just ticks enough of the checkboxes that we want out of dumping a bunch of mana into one creature.
Checks enough of the tick boxes, or who knows.
That's what I meant to say, yeah. Plummet.
Before we go on Plated Crusher, it's the kind of card that is less replaceable. So we've given a lot of these cards C's and C pluses and C minuses, and part of the reason we say to listen to what we say is because there's a lot of context that goes with those. Plated Crusher is the kind of card that going into pack 3, you might have to upgrade this to like a B+ when you're like, I just need a finisher. I have a good control deck.
Yeah, great point.
So when you're missing Plated Crusher, it's a lot worse than when you have to replace one of these other random 3/3s for 4 with a different 3/3 for 4.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that coin, the second Plated Crusher loses a lot of value. I
was going to say it's even better.
Yeah, I'm sure you were.
No, the second Plated Crusher is a lot less valuable. 7s don't tend to stack that well.
Yeah. Plummet. Plume is 1 and a green for an instant. It's a common, and it says destroy target creature with flying. Great artwork on this one.
Yeah, I was just about to say, this is the best Plummet artwork we've seen, I think.
Yeah, for sure. This is great.
It's still a sideboard card, but
it's
good artwork. Well, one thing to note for sealed deck is that frequently, and I have not played this sealed format yet, so don't take this as straight up truth yet, frequently Plummet is a main deckable card in sealed. So I would like to get some sealed under my belt. We're going to do a sealed episode at some point here, I'm sure. But before then, think about when you go to the pre-release, what colors are most people going to play? Are they going to play a lot of flyers? And Plummet is the kind of card I've found good to main deck and sealed.
Agree. Yeah. That said, for the purposes of the review, sideboard card.
Yep.
Reclaiming Vines is 2 GG for a sorcery. It's a common, and it says destroy target artifact, enchantment, or land.
Yeah, clearly the thing that makes this more interesting is the same as we said before with Volcanic Upheaval, that sometimes these lands are 4/4s and you just want to kill them. So Reclaiming Vines does do that. I still haven't seen enough artifact enchantments or lands that I care about to make this a main deck card, but it's a solid sideboard card.
Yeah, it seems like solid as well. One thing to keep in mind for the pre-release is that, devoid cards are not artifacts, that they happen to be colorless, but this isn't going to hit those. So it is still a pretty narrow subset of things that Reclaiming Vines actually hits. So sideboard. Retreat to Kazandu is next, is 2 and a green for an uncommon enchantment. Here's the retreat for green. So landfall, you either get to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or gain 2 life.
I kind of like this card. It's the kind of card that when you're getting beaten down, gaining 2 a turn is actually quite powerful. And when the board is kind of stalled or stabilized, you can just start growing one of your creatures.
Yeah, or when you're ahead.
Or even when you're ahead, yes.
Yeah.
Is it worth a full card? Yeah, probably. Not by much.
How much? Like, at what point would it be worth a card, right? 2 and a green, and if I told you that on a delay, you were going to get, let's say, 2 +1/+1 counters on your creatures and 4 life.
That's probably worth a card.
You would do that, right? Even if you didn't get it right away, you would probably do that.
The life makes the delay less of a problem because once you've gained 2 life a turn for 3 turns, usually that gives you time to start using the counter ability. So, yeah, I think this card is fine. I think you want to be a slightly more controlling deck before you want this. This doesn't look like a beatdown card exactly. I just can't imagine taking a turn off to play this when you're attacking them, even though you're getting counters off of it. So I still actually, this card's probably still like a C- though.
Yeah, I have it at D+. Like, I just don't understand when you're supposed to play these. Like, you play it on turn 3, but then you just messed up your whole curve. It's like, I want to have these on the battlefield when the game starts, and then they wreck. Now we're in business. But putting them on turn 3 just kind of kind of messes everything up. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, look, if you trigger this thing 6 times in a game, right now, all of a sudden you've gotten a lot of value out of it, right? It's just a slower burn, than maybe I'd like. Rot Shambler is next, another uncommon. It's 1 and a green for a 1/1 fungus. And it says whenever another creature you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Rot Shambler. So it's the half-truth.
I was going to say, is this 2 truths and a lie?
It's a half-truth. It's exactly half. It's missing Shroud, which we don't get anymore. But, yeah, I mean, look, this is, again, we're back in a set with Scions.
It's also missing your opponent's board. It's only your creatures.
Oh, no. Only creatures. So it's half in many ways.
Yes, this is almost... So the truth, of course, for those who have not listened to every single podcast where Marshall rambles about it, is Algae Gariel, 3 and a green for a 1/1 Shroud that triggers whenever a creature dies. This is actually half of that. Do
you just want to talk about that card instead, or...?
No, you do, but we're gonna move on. Basically, this
card's kind of stinky, right?
Is that because it's a fungus? This card's not that stinky. Like, for this card to be worth it, you want it to be like a 3/3, which won't happen right away, which is, of course, a lot of the value. You can't just, play this turn 2 and attack them for 3 on turn 3. But, you'll play this late game, especially with Eldrazi Scions. That's clearly the combo.
Right. You
end up with a 3/3 or a 4/4 a decent amount of the time. I think in a deck that has a lot of Eldrazi Scions, this card is quite playable. In a random deck, I'm not super excited about it.
Okay. So you do have it in, the C range, though, right?
Yeah, I would definitely say this. I think this card's probably just a C. I mean, I think that you don't have to do a whole lot of work before it becomes appealing, and there's some decks where it's going to be a decent amount better.
Yeah, I have it at C-. I mean, look, the way I see it is one of your creatures dies and it's a 2/2 for 2, and you're like, all right. And it's got upside from there, right? Now, if none of your creatures die, things are probably going okay for you anyway, right? So, the only time when this really stinks is when you're just getting ran over and it's just not holding its own until, you take a big hit from a bunch of other creatures or whatever. But I don't know. I think I'm willing to put up with it. I think Rot Shambler's all right. Even at only half truth power, it's probably like a C-.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
All right, now here's the ultimate landfall test here. It's Scythe Leopard. It's green for a 1/1 cat at uncommon, and it's got landfall. It gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So we're talking about a 1/1 for 1, but like we talked about with the cheaper landfall creatures or landfall anything, this thing is going to see landfall more than any other card in the set, right? You play it on turn 1, and now it's like going to get landfall for the foreseeable future if you've kept a reasonable hand, making it kind of like a 2/2 for 1, which the question then becomes, how good is that?
Well, if it's just a straight up 2/2 for 1, that would be pretty good.
It would be good.
It can't block as a 2/2, unfortunately.
You're right.
So it's more like an aggressive 2/2 for 1, like a 2/2 for 1 that can't block. Yeah, I mean, that's okay. It's the kind of card that if I'm beat down, I do want. It's not good in the late game, but of course, most 1-drops aren't. And yeah, overall, I would say this card is probably less good than people think. People just go nuts over 1-drops in limited, even though, honestly, most of the time a 1-drop and a 2-drop aren't that different because you're not always going to curve out.
Yeah.
It's more constructed where that really matters.
Exactly.
So that's, I would say in general, this is fine. It really disturbs me that it has those like weird scythes sticking out of its arms.
On its elbows or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that's the name of the card, but that just looks ridiculous.
That was a stretch for me too.
Yeah, so I think that if you're an aggressive deck, you will put this in your deck, but it's not a card that you should be taking all that highly. My guess is this is like a C-.
Yeah, I think it's actually just very mediocre. I have it at D+. Like, I think it's a card that you could leave in your sideboard a lot of the time and not really worry about. Sure, there will be times where you play it on turn 1 and you start beating down and it's going to get in for 6 or 8 damage. If that happens, hey, more power to you. Then you've really gotten your value at a Scythe Leopard. But the huge downside to 1-drops like these are just that they diminish so much over time, especially one that's based on landfall, where you're likely going to hit your land drop on, say, your first 4 to 5 turns of the game, and then less so after that. So if you draw this on turn 5, the card's miserable. I mean, it is truly awful at that point in the game because it's not going to be able to attack reliably then because you're not always going to have landfall, and it blocks terribly at basically all times in the game. So yeah, I'm kind of off a Scythe Leopard. I don't think it's very good.
Yeah, agreed.
Seek the Wilds is next. It's 1 and a green for a sorcery at common. It says, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature or land card from among them and put it in your hand. The rest go on the bottom in any order.
So this is actually kind of similar to Anticipate.
At sorcery speed, though?
It is sorcery, but that doesn't matter too much. I mean, again, this is limited. That you're not leaving mana up for counterspells or whatever.
Right.
I actually think this card's fine. You have to be playing a decent amount of creatures, but you honestly don't need that many. Basically, this is a good flexible card. You can play it, and then if you need a land, you get a land. If you need a creature, you get a creature. It's not absurd, but it's the kind of card I would expect to play more often than not.
I don't know. These ones never make the cut for me. Like, I can't say anything terrible about this card, right? Like, I can't look at this and say, oh, this card's terrible. Like, this is why. It's not that. But, like, remember Gather the Pack, from Origins? Well, that one let you look to find a creature, but you went 1 card deeper. And if you had Spell Mastery, you could get 2 of them. So, you had a higher chance of bricking on that, but that never made the cut for me ever. And that one had actual upside of like drawing you 2 creatures sometimes. Yeah, this one has lower, like this one is going to hit effectively every time you cast it. But I don't know. Do I have time to just be sort of putzing around, sifting through wouldn't I rather just play another creature?
Yeah, in general, this card's actually the ability to hit a land does change the card significantly.
Because I can keep a different hand.
It doesn't mean you can keep 2 landers with this card, or it fills in the slots for whatever it is you're missing. If your hand's missing lands, or if it's missing creatures, and I like that flexibility. Yeah, that being said, the card actually isn't great. My guess is that the higher curve decks that have like big creatures it wants to get are more likely to play this card because they're not using their 2 as often, and it's not as crucial for them to hit their 2-drop. It's also a kind of split card land creature for the landfall decks if they want to up their land count without getting flooded.
Mm-hmm.
But true. I mean, I guess I'm not really seeking this card out all that much. I bet it's probably like a D+, but you'll play it every now and then.
Yeah, that's how I see it too. Yeah. It's not a card that I'm automatically playing, but it'll sneak into a deck here and there. Snappy Gnarlid is next. He's mad. It's 1 and a green for a 2/2 beast with landfall, and real simple, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn with landfall.
You paid an extra mana on Scythe Leopard to make it 1 bigger, which is an upgrade in limited and a downgrade in constructed, funnily enough.
It is.
I think this is a a C to a C. Actually, this is a C plus.
I agree.
It's just going to attack as a 3/3 a lot of the time.
Yep.
Even in a defensive deck, you can play this because it blocks their 2-drops, and then when you want to attack, it's a 3/3. So
I agree.
Yeah, I'm not turning this card down.
I think it's a C plus. It's rock solid. Like Snapping Gnarly, just kind of it's a bear with upside. We see these all the time, and this is sort of the green version in this set. Swell of Growth is 1 and a green for an instant. It's a common, and it says target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn, and you may put a land from your hand onto the battlefield. And this is at instant speed. It's a weird little card.
This is a weird card. It's the kind of combat trick that you really actually want to use early. Like a lot of times, so like, in normal limited Magic, they attack you with their 2/2 and you block their 2/2 and you hope they use a combat trick. Soul of Growth is actually awesome on turn 2 or turn 3 rather, because it just ramps you.
Yeah,
so
you just get to play a land for
against
free.
If an opponent with this card, you actually kind of don't want to block early, because later in the game, of course, the putting a land into play is not relevant text at all. So you don't want to walk into them casting this early. This card is kind of interesting. I guess it triggers landfall again as part of the joke. But, overall, I think this is kind of just like a mediocre combat trick.
Now, I do need a creature here, right? It's your target.
Well, you can target their creature. You can't just fire this out into the void. But if for some reason you played your second land and they played a creature and you just had to get this 4-drop out there, you could play this card. But
okay.
that's not the most efficient use of resources.
Yeah, well, I think that there's going to be a faction of people that maybe mistake this for like a rampant growth, right? Where you're going to go get a land out of your library and put it onto the battlefield. It's a huge gap. Right. It is nice to have an extra land. You are a land ahead, assuming that you had one in your hand, but it's actually a card that you're taking from your hand to put on the battlefield. So it's not, there's a huge difference between Swell of Growth and a rampant growth, even if they feel kind of the same when you get to untap. Interesting card. Also, the artwork doesn't fit what I think this would look like, but it's really sweet.
Yeah, I
don't know how that's a giant growth, but all right. But anyway, what do you give the card? What an interesting card too, right? Just randomly, you can put a land card from your hand. It's right?
It's interesting, and there will be some games where the second part is really good, but most of the time I think this is just a 2 mana for +2/+2, which is I think slightly below curve. I think this is probably like, I'm going to say this is like a C minus. Might even be a D plus, but probably a C minus.
All right. Yeah, it is just an okay combat trick with some neat stuff going on. Sylvan Scrying. This card's back. This is one that I know Constructed fans are going to be happy to see. It's 1 and a green for a sorcery. It's uncommon, and it says search your library for a land card, reveal it, and put it in your hand. You shuffle your library after that. What limited implications does Sylvan Scrying have?
Very few.
Basically none, right?
This is not the way you want to fix your mana. Paying 2 mana in one of its greens, which is relevant, like a 3 or 4 color deck. It's just not the kind of card you want. Yes, it can go get special lands, which gives it slightly more value because this set has a lot of those. Mm-hmm. In general, you should not be playing this card. If you're drafting like a 5-color converge deck and you're just short on fixing, this is acceptable, but it's not exciting. This is like probably like just a solid D, where if you play it, something's gone wrong. Yeah,
this is a classic tempo minus, right? I mean, you're basically trading the Sylvan Scrying for a land, but at the cost of a lot. You're paying 2 mana at sorcery speed to do this, and that's taking a lot of mana off. Where most limited sets these days punish you pretty hard for that, and I'm going to assume that this one's like that until proven otherwise. And with all these landfall and allies, I know that there are decks that are going to really kind of laugh at you if your idea of curving out is playing a Sylvan Scrying and then saying go, like you're going to get ran over. So I have it at D. I don't really envision it seeing much play in limited. Tajuru Beastmaster is next. It's 5 and a green for an elf warrior ally at common. It's a 5/5. So we've got a 6 mana 5/5 here. And whenever it or another ally enters, so it has rally, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Real simple.
Yeah, this is kind of like a, even if you have no other allies, 6 mana for a 5/5 that gives your other creatures ++1, lets you make some nice attacks is pretty decent. It's a good way to top off your curve. And realistically, you're going to get to trigger this maybe 1 or 2 more times a game, even in a deck that's not super focused on allies.
Yeah, that is kind of the downside here, right? Is that, by the time you get to 6 mana, you can't you got to assume that you've kind of curved out the rest of your allies, so the rest of them are going to have to come off the top of your deck or something. But still, whatever. I mean, from my experience of watching some of the games that I've got to see of this format, any of these rally triggers are pretty powerful, and this one is no exception. +1/+1 to your whole team can be really strong, and you're adding a full 5/5 body to the battlefield here as well. That's, going to look to crack in next turn. I mean, this thing's just big and adds a lot of power to the table the turn you play it too. We also have to note here that this does affect all of your creatures. Rally doesn't specifically look just for your other allies. It just says creatures you control get +1/+1. So, we're in green here. If you've got a bunch of scions lying around or whatever, they're all going to get pumped up too. And you can definitely go wide with this green deck. We've already seen multiple ways to make multiple scions from one card. And, sometimes your Tajuru Beastmaster comes in and just pumps up, 4 or 5 other creatures and lets you attack for a big hit too. Card's fine.
Yeah, I have no problems with the card, but it's not really an ally incentive because it's so kind of expensive and slow.
Yeah.
Like, how many other allies you're going to have in your hand when you cast this? If you want a 6-drop, this is a 6-drop, but don't go nuts for it. I will give it a C.
Yeah, I gave it a C as well. Tajuru Stalwart. What does that one do?
2 and a green for an Elf Scout ally. So it doesn't have rally, but it is an ally. It's a 0/1, and it has Converge. So if you played this for 3, if you tap 3 forests and played this, it'd be a 1/2. But more commonly, it's going to be a 2/3 for 3. In a normal 2-color deck, you get this as a 2/3 for 3 that has the slight upside of sometimes being a 3/4 for 3. And it's an ally, which is, again, an additional bonus. This card, basically, it enables 2 different things. One, it's an ally that you're not paying much of a cost to play. So in an ally deck, even just a straight 2-color ally deck, you'll just play this card because it's a 3-mana 2/3 ally.
Yeah.
And if you reliably have 3 colors of mana, then this is a 3-mana 3/4. That's a great deal. So I would say overall this card is a C, but some decks will want it more than others.
Yeah, I gave it a C+ just because it hit enough for me that it's going to be a 2/3 the vast majority of the time. The fact that it's an ally, just pumped it up enough for me, and in conjunction with the fact that it's sometimes a 3/4. Card's solid. I mean, it's just like on turn 3, this thing can be kind of a big beater. Tajuru Warcaller is next. This is a 3 green for a 2/1. Ugh. It's an elf warrior ally at uncommon, but it's got rally, and similar to the Tajuru Beastmaster, this one gives +2/+2 until end of turn. Yowza.
So in terms, this is a better ally card and a worse overall card.
Yeah.
I think, actually, it might not even be a worse overall card. Maybe this card's just better than the 5/5
You think so?
ally.
This is just like a finisher? I don't think that's true.
This is an overrun. You can pay 5 mana and give all your whole team. Like, 3 green, your whole team gets +2/+2 is a card you think about playing at least at sorcery speed.
And you get a 2/1, left
and this
over.
gives you a 2/1 leftover. The real scary part is what if you untap and re-trigger this? Or what if you trigger this when you have the 3/2 haste ally out?
I'm assuming that's game.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good to me. So,
well, but now hold on a minute though, because there are the times though where they've picked off a bunch of your cheap allies, and you don't have a big army going on. Maybe you have one other ally, and now the Beastmaster is a much better stabilization type card where you play your Warcaller, you say trigger this, they go sure, you don't have any attacks anyway, and then you pass, and now you've got a 2/1 on defense. Now, there's a gap here on 5 mana to 6, but clearly these cards were designed much differently than each other. One of them is meant to be that overrun style finisher. The other one is it stands more on its own, but doesn't add as much to the ally cause, with its rally ability.
Yeah, and that contributes to the, texture of limited. It is more interesting having the balance of these cards.
Yeah.
This is one of the few cards that we've seen where if I see an early Tajuru Warcaller, I think maybe I should draft an ally deck.
Yeah, I bet you anything that there's a lot of games that just end on the spot if you curve into a Warcaller. Like if you catch an opponent stumbling or not in the colors that really has the cheap removal or whatever, and you just go, say 2 or 3 allies along the way and then finish up with a Warcaller, not even necessarily on the 5th turn, but just after all the other allies have been cast, I think this thing is going to just trounce the competition. I mean, as a game designer, doesn't it stand out to you when you see a 5 mana 2/1? Don't you just look at that and say, wait a minute?
Well, I don't think you have to be a game designer to realize that something's going on there.
Yeah.
You just have to know what magic cards do. And
sure.
In this case, clearly there is something going on. And I like to draw Warcaller. I think that even if your opponent has a normal draw with interaction, if you play this, sometimes you just get to untap with it and play another ally, and that seems awesome. So I like cards that pay you for drafting a theme. This looks like one of them. I'm not going nuts. I'm not going to take this first pick over like a great removal spell, but this is one of the stronger ally cards to start with, it looks like, and it looks like one of the cards that really does reward you for drafting allies. So I'm gonna give this like a B.
I'm going B- on it. Yeah, I just have a hunch that this card is just going to be one of those ones where it's like it feels unfair, you know?
When this works, it's going to feel absurd.
Yeah. Territorial Baloth is back. This is a reprint. It's 4 and a green for a 4/4 beast. It's got landfall, and it gets +2/+2.
It looks a lot more serious and a lot less silly than the last Territorial Baloth.
Yeah,
I will give you that.
It looks very
the last
angry.
Territorial Baloth is very funny. But this card, I think, will be actually much better than it was last time.
Oh, interesting.
Well, the reason is last time we were in Zendikar, 2 mana 2/1s ruled the field. There's 2 mana 3/3. There's 1 mana 2/3. Like the cards are just so much more aggressive
In all colors too.
Yeah, and here now we're seeing a mashup between Zendikar and Rise of Eldrazi, which has to make the format slower. Given that the format's slower, this 5 mana 6/6 is going to see a little bit more traction.
Yeah, I think you're right. Card just seems solid to me. It seems like a C. There's got to be something in between making Scions and making Eldrazi or whatever and Territorial Baloth. Yeah, why not? It hits pretty hard too. And it defends, it blocks reasonable enough so that you're not embarrassed. I'd give him like a C.
Yeah, I'll give it a C, the green story.
Yeah, we've been giving a lot of C's, but I think that's correct. I really do think that a lot of these cards are not the type that you're super excited about, but that you're going to include in your deck a lot. This next one is an important card, I think, for green. As we know, green doesn't get, direct removal these days, or really ever. And this one's called Unnatural Aggression, and this is the fight card for the set. And we've seen these pretty consistently from most Magic sets for a few years now. It's 2 and a green for an instant at common. It's got Devoid, but it says target creature you control fights target creature an opponent controls. Now it's got an extra rider here. It says if the creature an opponent controls would die this turn, exile it instead. And then that goes back to what we were talking about with that whole processor ingest thing that we'll come into more as we see some of the other colors. But the key here is that we've got the fight card for green, and it's a little different. It's Devoid, but it's 2 and a green and an instant speed one. So what do you make of Unnatural Aggression, Luis?
This is about as vanilla of a fight card as you get. Like, it exiling their creature is an advantage, clearly, but it's worse than a lot of the bonuses we've seen, like Wild Instincts, for example, that gives +2/+2 for an extra mana. Like, I would rather have that card, I think. Mm-hmm. So, this being an instant is nice. The fact that it's instant does set up some pretty cool turns. Overall, though, this is about as good as green gets for removal in general. I mean, its common fight card tends to be pretty good, tends to be a higher pick, and I don't think there's any exception. I think this is gonna end up being like a B-. It's just gonna be one of the reasons that you want to be in green is because you have some of these unnatural aggressions.
Yeah, I gave it a B. My thinking is just that, look, if you put it on the scale with air quotes real removal spells, it doesn't hold up. But this is what green gets, and this one even is an instant, which does open up some doors that green often doesn't have the ability to walk through. And so far from what we've seen from green, there's a lot of beefy creatures out there, which makes this even better. Our last green card is called Void Attendant. It's 2 and a green for a 2/3 Eldrazi processor. So we fit one of these. It's got Devoid, and it's an uncommon. And it says you can pay 1 and a green and process. Put a card an opponent owns from exile into that player's graveyard. That's processing. So 1 and a green process. Put a 1/1 color. You get a Scion. So you can turn all of those process things to 2 mana to make a Scion. That seems actually quite good to me.
It's pretty good because, as we've said before, 2 and a green for a 2/3 is not so bad that you feel miserable when you have to do that. Mm-hmm. And having this in play means that all your cards like Unnatural Aggression or like your ingest creatures give you this just extra value over the course of the game. I think Void Attendant, clearly by itself it's not good, like if you have no way to enable it, but in general, I think you can be confident that if you take this early, you'll end up with a couple ways to kind of, enable it for free. And it doesn't take that many activations before it's kind of paid for itself. So my guess is it's still just like a C, and sometimes later in the draft, you'll be like, well, I have 6 ways to enable this. This card got a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is going to depend heavily on how much you can get exiled from your opponent, right? We saw in green, there's not that many ways to do it. So it's going to be another color that's going to get there for you. But look, if you've got 4 cards sitting in exile and you can just start spewing out these 1/1 Scions, that's a big engine. I mean, you can really make that work. And most of the processor cards that we'll see don't let you repeat. They're like a one-time effect when it enters the battlefield or something along those lines. And the ones that let you kind of chew through that resource are pretty strong. And I think, getting 1/1 Scions is a reasonable payoff there too. It's not amazing, but it's pretty reasonable. I think that card's going to be decent in that deck. Outside of it, like you said, a 2/3 for 3 is not embarrassing, but it's not exciting. Card's probably a C+ or maybe a B- if you actually have the ability to get some stuff exiled.
Yeah, I think it's going to start at like C to C+, and I think it'll be better than that later in the draft. And if later in the draft you haven't seen anything, you can downgrade it to like a C-, D+.
Yeah.
So I think on average, I'll settle on C+.
What do you think about green? That was it for green.
I would say green's about a C.
It actually felt very mid-ground for me and very green, right? Bunch of big, kind of dumb creatures and some there's a fight card in there, and nothing really stood out, or very few really stood out as amazing. But at the same time, there weren't that many that we were like, ugh, junker, get this thing out of here.
What I like is that
they're okay.
There are multiple ways at common to accelerate up. We have Call of the Scions and Eyeless Watcher. So I like those 2 cards that, like, if you want to play 7 drops, then I think that those 2 cards will really help. And Lifespring Druid as a decent mana ramp as well. I don't like Natural Collection still. But still, that's 4 mana ramp cards in green, which is a lot, which indicates to me that a lot of green space is used for these bigger decks. So I'm a little more suspicious of the, like, 2 mana 2/2 with Landfall snapping Gnarlid, because I don't really see the tools for a green beatdown deck here. So I think green is just going to be an enabler color for either big colorless things or big spells of another color.
I think you're right. I think the way that you can tell that it's going to be an enabler is that it doesn't seem to have like the huge payoffs itself. There's a few decent things at the top end, but nothing that was really like wowing us there. And then at the same time, it doesn't have removal of its own. It only has that fight card. And so that means that there's going to need to be another color. And this green deck can certainly power at the mana. I liked that rampant growth a little better than you did for enabling multiple colors and that kind of and the ramping. But we'll have to see what color pair ends up working well with green. Let's move on to white. We've got Angel of Renewal, 6 mana, 5 and a white for a 4/4 flying angel ally. At uncommon, when it enters the battlefield, you gain 1 life for each creature you control.
So we saw Aven Battle Priest. It's 5 and a white for a 3/3 flying that gains 3 when you play it. And that card was like pretty mediocre, is relegated to the sideboard for the most part.
Yeah.
Angel of Renewal is quite a bit better, because not only is it a 4/4 instead of a 3/3, which is huge. Already 6 mana 4/4 flying is something that you'd consider playing. The Golden Sentinel 6 colorless for a 4/4 flyer. You would play that a decent amount of the time. The fact that this gains you like at least 1 life and sometimes like 5 life is pretty big.
Also I've noticed from browsing the preview here that there's a black-white deck that really kind of cares about gaining life, like more than we're accustomed to. There's multiple cards that will trigger or give you a bonus when you gain life, which is a little weird. But yeah, I it's funny because Angel Renewal is the type of card that I usually shun, right? It's a little underpowered on the vanilla test, and then the life gain is supposed to kind of make that up. And oftentimes I'm like, well, that isn't really what I'm looking for. But I'm actually kind of on board with Angel Renewal. I think this card's going to overperform compared to what it looks like. And the fact that it's an ally, which I'll be honest, I didn't realize until I just read it, makes it even better. I think that's the kind of bump and bonus that you get that really can push a card from being pretty to like something that's pretty desirable. And I think Angel of Renewal is actually kind of good. I actually think it's like a C+, which again, normally I wouldn't give a 4 mana or a 4/4 for 6 mana with flying and some random life gain ability but I think the life gain is going to be more relevant than it looks for the black-white deck and just in general, and the fact that it's an ally. And, I also think that we're going to be able to cast cards like this a lot more frequently than we're used to in the format, thanks to Scions and things like that lying around. So I actually like Angel Renewal. I'm giving it a C+.
I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being a B-. I think this card, the fact that it's an ally, the fact that it can gain you a bunch of life, like this could just be a hugely swingy card.
It could.
In a tight race. I'm thinking you're going to be happy with this in your deck.
I think so too. Yeah, I got a good feeling about Angel Renewal. Next is Angelic Gift. It's 1 and a white for an enchantment aura and enchants a creature. When it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. So I always like to see that on an aura because it means that if you can find that opening, you'll get your card back right away, and it only costs 2 mana. Now the creature gets flying. That's it though.
This is a fine card. It's not overly impressive, but it also doesn't cost you all that much. Like you said, if you can just land this on something, then you did not pay a card's worth, to give a creature flying. You just paid 2 mana.
Right.
That is fine. What you need to play this card is you need a decent amount of cheap creatures. Once you have that, you're more often than not going to want to play this.
Yeah, I tend to, cards like Angelic Gift, I will get them out of my hand usually at the earliest convenience, unless I need to set up some big finish where I give my Eldrazi flying and I can't win another way. If my opponent's tapped out, and, I have the opening to get the Angelic Gift down, and especially if it's for any, allows me to get an attack in or whatever, I will often do it. The risk you take here is that it does have to actually hit the battlefield to draw you the card. So you are still taking the full 2-for-1 risk when you play an Angelic Gift. So you do want to be careful about it. But yeah, this thing is the type of thing that can come down way later in the game too. Maybe you curve out and then, it's kind of the last thing you play out of your hand. You make your creature a bit better and you get a card back. I will say though that this has all the earmarks of a classic D for me, which is a card that looks fine. I can't really say anything terrible about it. And then I never end up playing it because I'm just playing, I'm going to put it in air quotes, but real cards over it instead, because this is ultimately very low impact overall. I don't know how good flying is going to be in the format matching up. It traditionally is excellent, right? Flying is one of the best abilities you can get in limited. I anticipate not playing very many Angelic Gifts, through Battle for Zendikar, but I'm willing to be proven wrong on that.
Yeah,
I'd give it a D.
I think D is fine. I think you're going to end up playing it a decent amount of the time, but you're never really going to feel its lack. Like, you're never going to be like, man, I got screwed. I saw no Angelic Gifts this draft. And there's plenty of decks that are just going to cut it. All your 10 to 12 creature decks, there's no way they're playing this card.
Right. What does Cliffside Lookout do? You mentioned it a minute ago.
It's 1 white for a 1/1 Core Scout ally. Important. And it has 4 and a white. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. This card's a little hard for me to evaluate because, the 1 white for a 1/1 part's not very good.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's in one of the 11 biggest traps in Limited, that was one of them. Playing 1 mana 1/1s, just because people love the 1 mana 1/1s, they're not good by themselves. But the ability here is actually pretty good. If you can pay 5 mana to pump your whole team, that's starting to be a card. Overall, I do not think you want this card. I think that you're going to be unhappy if it's in your deck. That being said, if you have an 18 to 19 creature deck, first of all, that wants allies. Second of all, that just doesn't have a ton of spells and has a lot of cheap creatures. This is a kind of good card. Imagine if you curve out and then on turn 5 you activate this and attack with 3 creatures. That seems like it could be good.
Totally. Or even turn 6, you play it, trigger some ally thing or something, and then even can activate it that turn. Yeah, we've been talking a lot about cards that are good early and good late. This one is pretty good late and not very good early. So those are 2 pretty big dings on it. It's not like it's just filling out the stat sheet on the beginning of the game and the end of the game. The 1/1 for 1's a big hit against this card.
Yeah. It's the kind of thing where if you want this spell or this effect, you might be better off just playing Inspired Charge, which is just another common that gives +2/+1. And that's the sort of, curve topper that'll work out a little better. The reason that you'd play this is really that you care about the pipeline, that you really want an ally in your deck. Yeah. So I think it's probably a D+, but just some decks will want it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I gave it a D, but I'm in the same grouping as you there. Courier Griffin. This card's pretty straightforward. It's 3 and a white for a Griffin at common. It's a 2/3 with flying, and when it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life. That's it. It is not an ally.
Yeah, this card's good.
Solid, right?
I think it's always going to be solid. If you're aggressive, it's still a 2-power flyer that's kind of hard to kill. If you're defensive, gaining 2 life is very good. Overall, I think this is slightly better than your average card in your deck. It's probably a C+.
I agree. I think it's totally fine. Not that exciting, but totally fine. Encircling Fissure is next, and this is an uncommon. It's an instant for 2 and a white, and it says prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn by creatures target opponent controls. Now that's interesting. Now there's a little more here though. It's got Awaken 2 for 4 and a white. Now, just to recap here, if you pay 4 and a white, you can turn one of your lands into a 2/2, and you still get the ability, and this all happens at instant speed even if you awaken. Huh. So what do you think about the one-sided fog? I mean, I'm notoriously against fog as a card. This does change things a little bit. The fact that it's their creatures don't deal damage, right, but yours get to.
This isn't fog, it's more of safe passage.
Yeah, safe passage. Because
this is a combat trick. When your 4/4 attacks into their 4/4, then this card saves yours and theirs still dies. Mm-hmm. When they're, it's the sort of thing where I don't think you'd play it if it was just the top half, even though that has some upside. And this is what I like about Awaken cards is you couldn't justify just putting this card in without the Awaken ability in most circumstances, just because it's a little too situational. But you add in the Awaken, and all of a sudden you have a card that's powerful enough that you're willing to play it, which then lets you use the first half to good effect sometimes.
I think this card's good.
Yeah,
look, I'm not super excited on it because one thing that I want to, caution our listeners to avoid is the trap of falling into this sort of best case scenario mentality with Encircling Fissure, which is that, I think a lot of times people have this vision that their opponent is just going to attack with all their creatures into their board, and they're going to play Encircling Fissure and just set up these beautiful blocks and get like a 4/1 or something. But Magic fundamentally isn't set up for that to happen very often. If there's two relatively well built out board states, the person who wants to attack, if they just turn their creatures sideways, is at a big disadvantage to the defensive player. And the incentives are such that they won't do that very often. They'll usually only attack with the thing that they know they can either get in with because it has evasion, or that's definitely bigger than, two of your creatures or any one of your creatures or whatever. So this will rarely be the full blowout. But you can use this to definitely get a card off of your opponent if you time it correctly. It can come in the form of you attack and they double block, and then you use it, and you make sure you stack the smaller blocker up first, and you're not going to lose your creature and they're going to lose theirs. You can use this if they use a combat trick, like let's say you double block them and they say, I'll pump my guy, so that both of your creatures are going to die. You can say Encircling Fissure, and even if none of your creatures, even if their creature survives it, you still traded your Encircling Fissure for their combat trick. And then anytime you get to awaken it, you're just adding a 2/2 to your board as well. So that's value right there. I mean, if you can get a 1/1 and make an Awaken 2 out of it, I mean, you've basically got yourself a 2/1 there, and that's really nice. I think this card's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I love it when they make cards that reward you for setting up cool situations, have a high upside, and even if they're a little situational. And the fact that it's Awaken just means that you have a lot of options, and worst comes to worst, this is, a 5-mana 2/2 that has like a neat ability. So yeah. Overall, I mean, I still am not going nuts about this card. I think it's like a C+, but it is a good card.
Okay, I gave it a B-. I just think that we can get a 2/1, like let's say 30% or, a third of the time or a quarter of the time enough to bump it up into a card I actually want to play. I'm willing, again, to have my mind changed on that, but I do think that card has some nice upside. And sometimes you fog. Sometimes you do. If it was free, fog would be great. But anyway, Encircling Fissure is pretty sweet. What's next here? What's Expedition Envoy do?
It's 1 white for a 2/1, and it's a human scout ally. And that is all.
Oh, that was it.
Full stop. It's an uncommon, as the 1 white 2/1s tend to be these days. Again, I have to go back to the fact that people see this and think it's drastically better than a 2-mana 2/1, just because in Constructed, that is very much the case. In Limited, that's not hugely different. If you don't want a 2-mana 2/1 in your deck, it's not like changing it to a 1-mana 2/1 all of a sudden makes it nuts. That being said, it's a fine card. It's a 2-power 1-drop. It's an ally. It does a couple different things for you. It's not very often that this is going to be more than just a C in your deck, but some decks will want it slightly higher than that.
If you're playing the ally deck, you're just not cutting this ever, right?
No, if you're playing an ally deck that's like, base white, this is the kind of card you want, because it helps you curve out when you draw it in your opening hand, and later it can help double trigger the allies that care. Imagine like playing Tajuru Warcolor and this in the same turn.
Ugh. That's gross. Yeah, I agree though. This doesn't have that exciting over the top element, but not getting cuts. He gives it respect. I think it's a C. Felidar Cub. What does that guy do?
It's 1 white for a 2/2 cat beast, and you can sacrifice to destroy an enchantment. I like this card. We've seen this card a couple times, over the course of of multiple sets, and it tends to play well. It's a 2-mana 2/2, which is about on par, which means you're going to play this in most of your decks, and it's got a decent ability that just annoys your opponent. That it can randomly blow up the enchantments that matter. That being said, there are many fewer good enchantments than in Origins. Like we have, Stasis Zealot uncommon that exiles a creature, and then we have the new 1 in a blue, give a creature -6/-0 card at common. But it's not like Origins that had suppression bonds and claustrophobia at common. So not got quite as much utility, but I still think you're starting this more often than not.
I think so too. Card's totally fine. I gave it a C+. I just like the upside of it. I don't yet have a good feel for how many enchantments there are going to be to blow up, but they're usually enough to make it worth it. And in the meantime, you're beating down. I think it's fine.
I think it's a C, but either way, it's fine.
Sure. Fortified Rampart is 1 and a white for a creature wall with Defender, obviously, and it's an 0/6.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, now we're in business mode here.
Now we're talking the Fortified Rampart beatdown here. Yeah, this is the kind of card that if your deck wants it, I mean, I guess it's good, but I was not that impressed with Guardians of Meletis, the 3-mana 0/6, and it's not like this is much better.
This is very similar to that card.
Yeah, I would say this is a D, and then some decks will actually want it.
I think so too. I mean, there's no Defender theme here or whatever, so you're not getting paid. It's not an ally or so. There's just I don't see really any synergies here, and oftentimes you're better off just playing like any 2/2 for 2 that can actually trade with the creature rather than an 0/6. Yeah, I'm not that impressed by it. I give it a D. Ghostly Sentinel is next. It's 4 and a white for a 3/3 flying vigilance core spirit. Blank. It's
so would you say this is a core set or no? I thought Origins was the last core set, but I guess not.
Yes, this is even though this core happens to be dead, this is a core set. This feels like I'm always wary of cards like this. So look, a 3/3 flying vigilance for 5 mana is a reasonable deal for the mana, but core and spirit I don't think mean anything in this set. Ally's the only thing that I've really paid attention to that means anything. It doesn't have the void or anything. I'm always wary of these cards that are just like reasonable deals for the mana, but have no synergies with anything in sets like this. These I find will sometimes be relegated to the board because like they don't say the word ally on them, or they don't, they're not a good ramp target or whatever. And I wonder if that's going to be the case with Ghostly Sentinel.
Yeah, it's funny because we're actually encroaching on one of the colors I've actually done a written review for. And one of the things I wrote, which I think is very telling here, is that this is the kind of card that no deck really loves. It's not great in a ramp deck, and it's not great in a beatdown deck, but it actually it's fine in all of those decks.
It is okay, though, right? It's just
a fine card. It's like a textbook C, but maybe it might even be a C+, because 3/3 Flying Vigilance is kind of good. It used to be good. It used to be that this was just like an uncommon, many years ago, but now obviously it's, well within the realm of commons. I don't think I'm ever going to be excited about including this card in my deck, but I also think you're going to play the first Ghostly Sentinel more often than not. I don't think you're going to be cutting this card very often just because it's a 3/3 flyer. So I'm just going to say it's a C, and you're going to play it.
Okay. Yeah. I think I'm going to give it a C- and say it'll end up being on the bench sometimes, even though it doesn't seem like it should be. Gideon's Reproach. This is a card I do not expect to see on the bench. It's 1 and a white for an instant at common. It says it deals 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. That's 2 mana instant speed.
Yeah, so you would say this card's above Reproach.
I already said it won't be on the bench much. That's all I'm saying about it.
So one of the things that's going on with this is, white, much like green gets all the fight cards, white gets the cards that target attacking and blocking creatures. What I like about this card compared to something like Divine Verdict, which is like 3 and a white, destroy target attacking or blocking creature, is Gideon's Reproach only costs 2 mana. Your opponent can't really, leave you hanging by not attacking because it only costs 2 mana, and it works on either side. It works on offense or defense, so it's kind of hard for him to play around it. Like, eventually they're going to have to trade a card for it.
Yep. And, I also like that it's cheaper, but it doesn't scale up to the really big stuff in the format. The big ramp targets don't usually die to a Gideon's Reproach, but that's okay. It only costs 2 mana. It's meant to kill, the cheaper stuff, but still going up to 4 is big. It does kill some pretty expensive cards ultimately. I'm assuming this is in the running for one of the best white commons in the set. I haven't looked at them. I haven't ranked them all out like you typically do for your written reviews, but I just, this does seem like a solid removal spell for a good cheap price here. And I'm assuming this is like a B. Like, I think that you're going to take these pretty high and play all of them. So I'd give Gideon's Reproach a B.
I'm not quite that high on the card. My guess is that it's closer to like a B minus, but it's the kind of card that it's one of the better white cards. I mean, I think white actually does a little bit better than that in this in the common slot, but we'll get to that.
Okay, so there's more to look forward to. All right. Inspired Charges next. You mentioned this one earlier, Luis. Is 2 white for an instant. It's a common, and it says creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn.
Yes, this is not what I meant when we had more to look forward to. This is what I meant when we were talking about Core Lookout,
When
which
we're
is
talking about the Core Lookout. Yeah.
In your 18 to 19, or plus creature deck, this is the kind of card you want to really take advantage of flooding the board. It also does tend to work well with Eldrazi Scions if you end up with like a white-green deck or something that has a lot of creatures and a lot of ways to make Scions. Inspired Charge is a fine card. It's nothing special, and if you want them, you're likely one of the 1 to 2 people on the table who do. So I would not mind trying to wheel this card.
How often do you play multiples?
Well, if you want one, you frequently want multiples.
Okay.
It's the kind of card that if your deck is in for Inspired Charge, it's in for a lot of Inspired Charges. So it's not the kind of card that maybe you'll play one and not play others. It's a kind of card you'll frequently play 2 to 3 of.
And what grade do you give it?
Well, that all being said, I think it's like a D plus because you're not a lot of decks are just not going to want it.
Yeah.
But this is the kind of card that I think makes Limited interesting. Some decks, this is like a B. In your low curve 20 creature deck, this is a B. But most decks are not going to want it, so it's a D plus. And just trying to figure out what it all is in between those is the interesting part of the whole thing.
Yeah, it's funny. I give it a D as well, just because of the same reasoning that not every deck wants it. But it is really funny because you'll hear the slang that like professional players and stuff will use, which is that it's funny. It's a card that's not that exciting and is kind of forgettable, but you will hear people for sure say, "Well, I drafted an Inspired Charge deck." Like the whole deck is built around this. And what that means is I have a bunch of cheap kind of creatures, and I'm using Inspired Charge to leverage the fact that my creatures are cheap and that they can all attack and block. and I can, take advantage of the fact that I have more creatures than my opponent does or whatever. The fact that it's an instant's kind of cool too. The ones that we've been getting of late, the mass pump spells have been mainly sorcery. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, I can see what you're saying now. So here's Kite Scale Scout, and it's white for a 1/1 flying core scout, but it's not an ally for whatever reason.
It's not an ally or playable. It hits both boxes.
Yeah, if it was an ally, it might be, but depending on how important it was to get critical mass of allies, but it's not, and so I think it's just going to get kind of left out in the wind here. I mean, this is we've had these type of cards recently, and I don't think it's very good.
This is the textbook definition of the card people play when they shouldn't, which is the 1 white 1/1 flyer.
Yeah.
Because it looks appealing, and the art is really cool in this card too.
It is.
It's actually a beautiful card. It just does not do enough. A 3-mana 2/2 flyer, that does do enough. 1 mana 1/1 flyer does not do enough. The reason you should play this card is when you have 3 Inspired Charges, you're like 15 or 16 land mono white. That is not going to be the vast majority of decks you draft. So this card's just consider it an F, and you'll be right way more often than not.
Yeah, I like that it's right next to Inspired Charge on the preview here too. This next one's pretty cool. It's called Core Blade Whirl, and it's 1 and a white for a 2/2 Core Soldier ally. It's got Rally. Creatures you control get first strike until end of turn. Now this isn't uncommon. You're not going to see these around quite as much, but this is. We've kind of started, as you can see, we've gone through a bunch of the sort of traditional keywords, your trample, your haste. This is the first strike version for allies.
This is one of the classic, like, hey, look, it's an ally, but you're playing it in almost every deck anyway, because it's a 2-mana 2/2 that when you play it on turn 2 is fine. That's what 2-mana 2/2s are for. But you can play this on turn 6 sometimes and attack with your 4/4 and your 3/3 into their board of 3/3s, and all of a sudden they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, totally.
And then once you start adding other allies to the mix, it just gets even more interesting. This is probably like a C plus. No, it's actually probably like a B minus. I think this card just does a lot, even in non-ally decks, and it's very good in ally decks.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's B minus as well. I think I like this. Yeah. This is a type of card that I really want to focus on in an ally deck.
Yeah, Core Blade Whirl is the kind of card that plays both sides very well. It's good in allies, good in non-allies, just a good card.
All right, well, we've hit a glut of allies here now after that Kite Scale Scout. Core Castigator is, again, 1 and a white. For this one's a Core Wizard ally. It's a 3/1 instead of a 2/2. And it's got a really interesting little clause here for this set. It can't be blocked by Scions, by Eldrazi Scions. Because I think that's the first thing that comes to mind, right? Is that, well, a 3/1 for 2 mana is generally okay, but now we've got these 1/1 Scions just sort of everywhere, and this thing would just sort of drop off the map if that were the case. But it can't be blocked by those. It can just happily run right past them. So you actually have to put a real creature in front of Core Castigator, which that to me is the difference between it being probably actively bad and actually pretty decent.
It's kind of like trinket text to me. It's
really,
yeah. I don't think it's going to come up all that often. Like, how many decks at the table do you think are going to be making Eldrazi Scions, and how often is it going to be relevant that you have this card against them?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't have a great feel. Like, we saw a ton of them from green. Obviously, white doesn't seem to have any of them.
Blue has 2 common ways to make it, I believe.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. So if they don't pop up that often, then it is less relevant. I mean, still, like...
But the text not being relevant doesn't bother me because it's a 2-mana 3/1.
That has the word ally on it? How relevant is that text for you?
The fact that it's the word ally, still not super relevant, but 2-mana 3/1, you're going to play more often than not anyway.
You just want to beat down.
Just 2-mana 3/1 is a fine ability. The thing is, 2-mana 3/1 also blocks well. It can block and trade for a lot of 4-drops.
It's true.
If not 3-drops. So... combine that with the fact that, it can't be blocked by Scions and that it triggers allies. You have the makings of a solid card here. I think Core Castigator is a C.
Yeah, I agree. I think that they ticked enough of the boxes, and I still think that Scions thing is a thing. And I think without it, I would have given it a much lower grade. You do bring up a point, though. I don't have a great feel for how many actual Scions are going to be on the battlefield in the format yet.
Every time you say that, all I think of is Toyota Scions.
On the battlefield?
Yeah.
The cores are just rolling around. Core Entanglers is next. It's an uncommon Core Soldier ally, so this one could be good. It's 4 and a white for a 3/4. Sure. And it's got Rally, tap target creature an opponent controls. God, that's mean.
Yeah, this is kind of like the heaviest of heavy infantry.
Yeah.
It's a strict upgrade. And
yeah.
This is one of the cards that really does pay you for being in allies, because in a non-ally deck, this is just a heavy infantry. That is not a good card.
Right.
That's our classic example of a D. In an ally deck, imagine playing this, tapping their biggest creature, hitting them. Next turn, playing an ally, tapping their biggest creature, hitting them. Turn after that, doing the same, or heaven forbid, you double trigger it one turn. I think it's right that this card's an uncommon, despite it showing up at a similar version at common that you didn't really want to play in Origins. This version, I think, is very aggressive, and the payoff, if you put this in the right deck, is high enough that I don't think this card's insane, but I think this is one of the reasons to draft allies. I think this is something like a B- where you'll take it early and you'll be happy that it's in your deck.
Yeah, I'm giving it a B, and the reasoning is this. This ally deck is clearly a beatdown deck, right? I mean, everything we've seen.
All the ally triggers are things that help you in combat.
Help
every
you in
single
combat.
one.
Right, and one thing that I know that I like to do in Limited when I'm beating down is I will play these 5-mana removal spells that just kill anything. And the reason is that my creatures are often off to a quick start. Maybe I've used a combat trick to get through an early blocker, but then by the time the 5th or 6th turn comes around, my opponent has often finally played something that can actually hold down the fort. And at that point, if I can use a Reach of Shadows or, some type of a 5-mana removal spell to just get it out of the way and attack with a bunch of creatures, I feel like I can't lose from that point. Core Entanglers lets me do that, although temporarily, and add a 3/4 ally to the board that lets me do that again if I can cast another ally. And that just gets me in for so much damage. We also have to remember the fact that it is an ally itself, and it will be triggering any of the allies that you've got on the battlefield too. So you might be getting some incidental pump or something that makes your creatures harder to block or whatever as well. Yeah, I think this thing's great. I gave it a B. I just think that this thing is going to be one of the scariest curve toppers that this ally deck can have.
Yeah, this is the kind of card when your opponent plays this, you're like, well, if you're the ally deck, then I'm never blocking again. So it's really hard card to play against too, because imagine your opponent has this and you leave back your 4/4 flyer. And then they don't play an ally and they just play a normal creature and say go. And you're like, man, I left my 4/4 black fire black back for no reason. And then and then the same thing happens again, and all of a sudden they just play 2 allies in the same turn and attack you for a bunch.
Right.
Or you attack, and then they don't have to have an ally because you attacked with your big creature. It just really puts your opponent in a bind.
Yes, and especially again with these beatdown decks, being able to leverage the fact that they're ahead of you already to keep your other blockers at bay, you are sometimes going to be in a position where you just have the one. This is where we go back to like the green creature, I can't remember what it's called, but the 3/3 for 6 that makes 3 scions.
The Eldrazi
Brood Monitor, I think it's called.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the kind of card, that lets you not fall prey to cards like Core Entanglers that we've been talking about here. Anyway, I really like that one. Next is Lithomancer's Focus. It's white for an instant. It's common. It says target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. So that's very efficient, especially for a white one. +2/+2 for just white. And it even has more text. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to that creature this turn by colorless sources. So it's like a free upside on it here. Of course, this mainly refers to devoid creatures as they might have blocked, and you can do this. But there's also a few devoid cards. We talked about the Touch of the Unknown. I can't remember what it's called, but the red burn spell, that kind of stuff that you can save your creatures from as well.
1 white for +2/+2 is a card I think I would play most of the time.
Yeah.
Just as a combat trick, 1 mana is so efficient. Like you play Enshrouding Mists every time in Origins, and this card is comparable. The +2/+2 is going to be enough for most of the combats in the early game, and then in the late game, it just randomly stops these colorless 5/5s from interacting with your 3/3s. So I think this card's quite good. I think if you're a white deck, you're often going to want cheap combat tricks like this.
I think so too, and especially given that what we've seen from the allies and how much they want to attack. I mean, again, this is still just a combat trick to me. This is one of the better ones I think that we're going to see in the set. I'm just going to give it a C. I still don't think that you often value cards like this super highly, like most of the good allies, most of the reasonable allies, you're probably going to take over it. But I do expect these to make the cut most of the time in a beatdown ally-based deck.
Yeah, and even in a non-ally deck, this card is fine. I actually think that if you have enough creatures, you're just going to start taking this over the random replacement level creatures because this is less replaceable.
It's so cheap. I love cheap. I mean, this is for those curve out decks, the 1 mana pump spell that gets the job done like this is really great. Makindi Patrol is another ally. Here we go. So 2 and a white for a 2/3 human knight ally. This is another common one. And it's got Rally. Creatures you control gain vigilance. We're kind of going down the list here of all the evergreen abilities, and this one gives vigilance.
At 3 mana for a 2/3, it's not the most exciting. So to play this card, there's one of 2 reasons. You really need a 3-drop 2/3, which not very many decks do, but every now and then you're just light on creatures, or you're the ally deck. No one else is just going to randomly put this in their deck. In general, I think this card's a D. If you're the ally deck, it bumps up, but it's just not that impressive otherwise.
Okay, I had it at C-. I just figure that the ally deck is going to be a thing enough at the time that we're going to see Makindi Patrols as a fairly solid addition to that deck.
That's fair.
Yeah. Ondu Greathorn. This is a 3 and a white for a beast. It's a common, and it's a 2/3 with first strike and landfall. It gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
Another aggressive white creature, or landfall creature rather.
Yeah.
This attacks as a 4/5 first strike a lot of the time.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, 2/3 first strike is actually a decent blocker.
It's not a bad blocker.
As far as 4-drops go, you could do a lot worse. I think this card's actually slightly better than the average 4-drop will be in your aggressive deck. The fact that you're not always going to be aggressive does make it problematic, and it's not an ally. Some of the ally decks probably aren't that interested in random creatures that aren't allies, especially expensive ones.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's probably going to land somewhere in the C range.
Yeah, I think so too. Like I had it at C-. It's the 4 mana is a little much, but I think the card's fine. Like I don't really have anything against it.
I think it's just a C.
Yeah, I have it at C-. I was actually flirting with D plus C-. Like I wouldn't be surprised to see these in the sideboard. Like they just have synergy with nothing. Landfall deck in white that comes in at 4. It's like you're going to trigger it a couple of times. It does go fine in a beatdown deck, even like, fighting alongside the allies or whatever. So I think it's okay. I give it a C-. Here's another Awakened card, Ondu Rising. This one's 1 and a white for an uncommon. It's a sorcery, and it says whenever a creature attacks this turn, it gains lifelink until end of turn. So you need to play this in your first main, and then anything that you attack with for that turn is going to get lifelink, and it's got Awaken 4 for 4 and a white. That's pretty good. Like, if you just cast this at 5 mana...
I like this card a lot. Yeah. I think it's deceptively powerful because the actual spell it's on is not very good.
Right, it's pretty
You would never, like, if you covered up the Awaken part, you would never play this card.
Never.
2 mana, your creatures all get lifelink? What?
No.
But paying 5 mana, so essentially 6, because you really want to attack with the 4/4. Mm-hmm. Paying 6 mana for a 4/4 haste lifelink, plus all your other attackers get lifelink, and then at the end of turn, you're just left with a 4/4 that, well, no longer has lifelink. But still, that's a really big swing. You're going to gain, like at least 4 life, and often like 8 to 12 life. So I think overall this is one of the swingier cards and one of the cards that can really churn races. Plus, worst comes to worst, you just fire it off for 2 mana. You do have that option, even if it's not a good one.
Yeah, and I think that's important to remember, as you will do that the vast minority of the time. But when you do, it's really important to remember that you don't just look at it and see that. And, another option that you have with this card is just doing it on turn 5. Sometimes you've got a reasonable curve. Maybe you have another 6-drop you want to play, or you're just going to do nothing else for the turn. And you do just play it. Awaken 4 means that the land, if you do it on 5, of course, is going to be tapped and won't be able to attack. But any other creatures you control will still get the lifelink as long as they attack that turn. And when you untap, you'll have that 4/4. I think Undying Rising is very good.
Yeah, I'm giving this card a B+.
Yeah, I gave it a B. So yeah, we're both on the same page with this thing. This card's great. It's so funny because reading that first line, I would have not expected it to get that high because it has such a marginal ability. But when you tack on Awaken 4 for 4 and a white, that is pushed. That they could have made this Awaken 2 and still had it be okay. They could have made it Awaken 3 and had it be like, sure, I'll play that. But pushing it all the way to Awaken 4, I mean, geez, that's strong. Yeah. All right, we've got the white Retreat here, Retreat to Emeria. And this one costs 4, so it's 3 and a white, and it's got landfall. You get a 1/1 white core ally creature token. Or creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Dang.
So
that's good.
I like this a lot more than I like some of the other retreats, because I think that, first of all, the abilities combine very well together. You go make a creature, make a creature, make a creature. All my creatures get +1/+1 and attack. Yeah. And getting a 1/1 every time you play a creature, that's a card. Like, it's not a full card, but it's like, how many 1/1s would you have to make before you're happy with this card? The answer is really only like 3.
Yeah, 2 or 3, and you're starting to get there. Yeah.
It's not that hard to get 4 triggers out of this card over the course of a game. And even if you play it kind of late in the game, it just gives value to all your draw steps. I think Retreat to Emeria is pretty solid. I think it's probably like a B-.
Yeah, it's funny. In games where you're behind, this card is not going to do what you want it to do. In games where you're ahead, it's okay. It'll do stuff. In games where you're at parity, I think this is a fine card. Like, you're going to be pumping out soldiers and, of course, playing spells. So, it's kind of doing double duty for you. And when you're developing your board out, it's not that great either because it doesn't actually do anything the turn you cast it. I don't know. I think it's a C+ or a B-. I'm going to go B- as well. Like, I feel like enough of the time you're going to spew out 3, 4, 5, 1/1s out of the deal. And if you're ahead already, you play your land and you pump your team, and they're just going to look at you like, I can't block ever again. I mean, +1/+1 to your team is not small. It looks like not that great, but if you've gone, especially if you've gone 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, which there are some ones that people will play, the 2/1 or whatever. I mean, this thing makes it so that you're going to close out the game very quickly. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
Royal's Retribution. What does that guy do?
It's a bunch of tentacles. It's kind of weird for a white card, but
I think maybe the rocks are crashing down.
I think the rocks are crushing the tentacles. Anyways, 3 white instant. Deal 5 damage divided as you choose among any number of attacking or blocking creatures. So
what the heck?
It's funny because there was a card called Aerostorm in original Zendikar. It was a trapper. There's Arrow Trap.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what this does is, on defense, it's the kind of card I'm always worried about. Yeah, my opponent's going to play around it. They're not going to attack me with everything. But, this is kind of a blowout if they do attack into it. But the fact that this works on offense means it's kind of hard for your opponents to avoid it. At some point, they're going to set up a block where this card at least trades 1 for 1, if not 2 for 1. I think the card is solid. It's not insane, but it is definitely solid.
That seems really good to me.
Yeah.
Like, the thing is, so let's just take the greed off the table and say, let's just say it did 5 damage, right? You couldn't spread it around or whatever. I mean, they are either going to attack you or block you, right? Like they can't not do either, in a normal game. So you're going to be able to get a 1-for-1 off of this in some way. Now, it's not perfect, right? They can block with the creature that you didn't really want to kill, and now you kind of have to. So, it doesn't present that. But then when we, instate it to the full, you can choose where the damage goes. I mean, it does give it a pretty strong upside there, too. I don't know. Seems good to me.
Yeah, I guess. How often are you getting a 2-for-1 out of this card? If the answer is like half the time, this card's awesome. And
it's probably,
probably
a third to half. Yeah, something in that range.
Maybe this card's better than my first impression of it. What grade do you give it then?
I would give it a B-. I just like all the upside, and then the fact that it's a little clunky, but it will kill something fairly large if I need it to, like when it attacks me or if it gets blocked. It's hard for me, like, I know it's 5 mana and that isn't super efficient, but I'm kind of getting used to 5 mana, being the point at which I have to, the amount of mana I have to pay to just kill something. And this one has the random upside of like, they attack with 3 allies and I just blow them out or whatever.
Yeah. This looks like a lot of cards which I have not liked, but I think it's probably flexible enough and powerful enough that I think your grade is accurate. I was going to give it like a C, but I'm willing to defer to you. I actually think this card's a little better than that.
Okay. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. It's a tricky one.
We'll go with B- on Royal's Retribution here.
Serene Steward is 1 and a white for a 2/2 human cleric ally at uncommon. And now she's a little weird. It says, when you gain life, you may pay white. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Sorry, whenever you gain life, you may pay white. Now that, to clarify, the whenever clause means each instance that you gain life, right? It doesn't care about how much you've gained.
Yeah, it's not like you gain 5, you can activate this 5 times. It's like you gain 1 instance of 5 life, that's 1 instance. You gain 1 instance of 1 life, that's also 1 instance. So
now, we talked about it earlier that there's a kind of a black-white sub-theme with life gain that cares about it. And this is what I was talking about. Like, I don't mean cares about it like you get a small bonus. That's pretty big. Like, putting +1/+1 counters on creatures adds up really quickly.
It does. And it's the sort of thing where we see this on a 2-mana 2/2 that is also an ally. So the opportunity cost is quite low because this is in line with the cards you'd be playing anyway. The threat of activation is very real here because your opponent doesn't know whether you can activate that. It's not exactly an activated ability, but it is sitting on the board, and you attack your 2/2 into their like 2/3. They have to be thinking about this card. Like, there's no way they're not like, well, I wonder if they can gain life at an instant speed. They're going to consider that, and sometimes they're not going to block because of that.
Yeah, and we'll see that there's some ways later in here where you can gain life every turn, like without
instant
paying mana.
Speed. Yeah, there's multiple ways to gain life that your opponent might not see coming.
That's right, and this thing can just sit there and be a little engine, and then like you said, the opportunity. I mean, geez, any of these ally decks wants 2 mana 2/2 ally with no text. I'd think, like, just to trigger it and get the bonuses and kind of keep things flowing. So Serene Steward seems very strong to me. Whenever I see cards like this that are acceptable on the vanilla test and have 2 different upsides, I usually give these cards a lot of credit. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this card crept up into the B- range as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised about that either. I think early in the draft, it's probably a little bit lower, and later in the draft, it's probably a little bit higher if you have the cards that go with it.
Yeah.
But, the fact that this has possibilities to enable an ally deck or a life gain deck probably means that, it deserves a high grade. Yeah. So I like B- on Serene Steward here.
Also, no downside, right? It's just a perfectly serviceable 2/2 for 2 in its worst case.
Yep.
Shadow Glider is a very simple card. It is a
2 and a white for 2/2.
Yeah.
Core Soldier, not ally.
Blank.
It has flying. I couldn't tell you why this is or is not an ally, but it is not. And it's a playable card. The 3-mana 2/2 flyer is playable in almost every limited format, unless something very strange is going on. This is, like, again, another textbook definition of a C. 3-mana 2/2 flyer, you're happy putting that in your deck, but you're never overwhelmed by it.
You know, I just realize, did all of the flying core not have ally?
Yeah, apparently someone said that the flying ones didn't, but then like the angel did. I don't know. I guess that makes sense.
The flying core are just too good for you. I guess that's the lesson we learned out of this.
Yeah,
They're too good for them.
I guess that makes sense. They're just chilling up in the clouds. They do not care about what's going on.
They're not friendly. Yeah, card's fine, right?
Yeah, there's nothing really wrong with this card. Even, I could see a control deck not wanting this because it doesn't accomplish any specific goals. Like, it does attack your opponent, but it doesn't block insanely well. So it's acceptable to cut this card if you have good high end and good ramp. But in a normal deck, you're just going to play it.
I think so too. Yeah, we talked about the Inspired Charge too. Like, that works fine here. It's probably just a C, right?
Yeah, I would say this is a C.
All right, now this next card's an important one, I think, for white. It's called Sheer Drop. It's 2 and a white for a sorcery. Destroy target tapped creature. But the catch is it's also got Awaken. It's Awaken 3 for 6 mana, 5 and a white. This is a common, by the way. You'll see these around.
Yeah, this is my pick for the best white common.
Okay.
That might end up changing. It's hard to tell these things without playing with the set. But on the face of this is a removal spell which does a decent job, and it's potentially a creature. I mean, 6 mana for a 3/3 that kills a tapped creature sounds pretty good to me.
I would sign up for that wholeheartedly. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised to see Sheer Drop be the best white common either. Now, it's not, look at it. I mean, it's a sorcery that only destroys tapped creatures here, right? This isn't one of those unconditional removal spells, but the opportunity to make a creature, we call these a Necrotal or a 1/8/7 creature. I make a creature and kill one of your creatures with one spell is just a massive swing in limited, and it has been since they've printed those cards. And even if this one is a little clunky on both ends, it's 3/3 for 6, and it only destroys tap creatures at sorcery speed, right? It does have some knocks against it, but whatever. Like, if you give me a 3/3 and I blow up your Eldrazi that you spent all this time ramping into, I'm super happy with that. And then it also is just 2 and a white to destroy a tap creature at sorcery speed if you happen to be getting beaten down by a quick, landfall draw or, ally draw or whatever. You can just be like, sure, Sheer Drop your attacker and give myself some breathing room here. And that kind of flexibility really is a big deal too. I think Sheer Drop's very good.
I think so too. One knock against Sheer Drop is that, it drops off after when you have multiples, because the way this, we've seen a card like this before, Assassinate, which is 2 and a black, kill a tapped creature. The way this tends to work is they hit you once with it, then you kill it. That gets worse the more times it happens. You can't just keep hitting
you. Yeah.
Right. And it's also kind of expensive, to pay the Awaken cost, which obviously that's a lot of the power of the card. So I don't know if I'd want the third Sheer Drop as much as I want the first two. Which is not always the case of removal spells. Some good removal spells, you just want as many as you can get. Sheer Drop, not quite in that realm. That being said, I do still think this is the best white common.
Okay. Grade? B?
Yeah, I think it's a B. I think it's a B. I don't think it's higher than that, which isn't necessarily saying white's great or has great commons, but it's got a lot of solid ones, and Sheer Drop is one of them.
Yeah, I think B is fine for it too. I mean, you change almost anything about it, instant speed or lower the Awaken cost.
It instant. Now
then we could bump it up to the A range, but I think that where it sits, it's a B. Smite the Monstrous is an instant. It's 3 and a white. Destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. We've seen this card before.
We've seen Smite the Monstrous a couple times before, it feels like, and it does its job. It kills the cards you care about killing. It like Sheer Drop doesn't stack all that well because some decks don't have that many targets. But the cool thing about this kind of conditional removal spell is when you do get to cast it, you're killing something good that's written on the card. So it's really important to have one of these cards, and that makes the card a fairly high pick in my opinion.
I agree, especially in a set that's definitely capable of producing huge threats that are otherwise very difficult to deal with. Smite the Monstrous is going to play an important role. We sometimes talk about sideboard cards that you'll be keeping your eye out for because they're going to be very good against certain decks. Smite the Monstrous is the type of card that you main deck, assuming that you're going to see targets for it. And then if given a bunch of evidence, like if you're playing against the Inspired Charge deck or something like that, then sure, you can take it out if you feel like it's not going to be great. But it is a main deck card, no doubt about it. And you're going to be killing a lot of very important things with Smite the Monstrous. It's not super efficient at 4 mana, but it usually nets you mana. Usually you're killing things that cost more than it costs, which is kind of the goal. So I like Smite the Monstrous a lot in a format like this. You just got to have answers to their big stuff. They're going to make big creatures, and you need to be able to answer them. It's that simple. And for that reason, I think Smite the Monstrous is very good. Is it a B-? That's the question. I don't actually know the answer to it. I guess I'll give it a B- just
I'm going to give it a B-.
It's just that important, right?
Yeah. And I would not be surprised if Smite actually surpasses Sheer Drop in terms of like what you end up wanting. Though Gideon's Reproach is also pretty close. You have all these white removal spells that are conditional, and it's hard to tell which one's going to be the actual best. And it might just be contextual too. It might just be that you want exactly one of these removal spells each. You don't really want 3 of one or 2 of one and 1 of another.
Right. Stasis Snare is next. This one's an uncommon. It's 1 white for an enchantment, but it's got flash. So you could play it anytime you can play an instant, which is, not normal on an enchantment. It says, when it enters the battlefield, exile target creature an opponent controls until Stasis Snare leaves the battlefield. So this is, Oblivion Ring-esque. It only hits creatures and it only hits their creatures, but you can play this at instant speed. This just seems absurd.
Yeah, this is 3 mana instant speed kill a creature. That's a great card. That's
insane.
And not only that, it's got even additional synergy. In a normal set, the fact that it's an enchantment and exiles would be more of a drawback than an upside. But I actually think it's more of an upside that this exiles here because you have these processor cards. This is a combo with processor. And when you process the thing that got exiled, it no longer helps your opponent to kill Stasis Snare.
Wow, that is great.
Yeah, so I think this is an A.
I think so too. We just don't get removal like this. Now,
it's just a 3 mana unconditional removal spell.
Yeah, it's great. Instant speed.
Yeah.
It's got to be an A. Yeah, Stasis Snare, by the way, is an uncommon. And we've been comparing the common removal spells, but this one, they let the gloves come off a little bit here for Stasis Snare because of uncommon, and I think it's an A. This card's just unreal. Like when people are dumping all these resources into making huge Eldrazi and, big green fatties or whatever, and you can just snare it. But if you need to, on turn 3 or 4, you can take out like a key ally or whatever and kind of break up the chain. This card just seems great. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Stonehaven Medic is next. It's 1 white for a 1/3 core cleric without flying or ally. So there goes that theory. And you can pay white and tap it to gain a life. Now, I'm going to sort of reserve judgment on this one until we get through black. So here's the deal. This card on its own is moderately playable, right? It's a 1/3 for 2, which isn't very exciting. You have to pay mana and tap it to gain a life, which is, again, not very exciting, though it can add up a little bit, so it's not the end of the world. But this is the kind of card that I would normally just give a D, maybe a D+ or something. And, maybe you bring it in or whatever, but this is just not like one of those exciting cards. But as I mentioned before, there is this life gain thing with the black and white cards, and having a repeatable, fairly cheap source of life gain could be really important to how that deck plays out. And Stonehaven Medic could be a big part of that. As it sits, like I said, I'd probably give it like a D+ or something like that. The life gain can actually add up surprisingly. But the fact that it's like not an ally and kind of is sort of off on its own, it's actually a red flag for me to think that it might be better than it looks, just because it's like, why is this here? And I think the reason it's here is for the black-white deck.
This is the kind of card I would see myself playing more often than in the situations you describe, because it's a 2 mana 1/3 that's an okay blocker and it just gains you incremental amounts of life. I would play this card in control decks. I think it's a little better than a D.
Okay. You would have it in the C range?
Yeah, it's like a C-. It's a combination of this helps you stabilize and control. Maybe it's more of a sideboard card, but even then there's some matchups where I actually would want this card because getting a life a turn does help put you out of range.
It does add up.
And when you do end up in the life gain deck, this is one of the most consistent enablers. It just happens every single turn.
Yeah. I would not be surprised that by the time the set review ends that I have this closer to the CC+ range. But like I said, for me, I still think the stats don't quite hold up, and I think I would be more likely to bring it in out of the board.
Yeah, I would say it's like a C-. I think
we're close. I mean, I said D+, you said C-, so we're right on the fringe there. Tandem Tactics, another combat trick here. 1 white for an instant at common, and it says up to 2 target creatures each get +1/+2 until end of turn. And then again, this is just, I'm marking these in my head. You gain 2 life. Like, why? Why am I just randomly gaining 2 life? And again, I think it's because of all these cards that care about life gain. It's not just for the sake of gaining 2 life, but they're just planting these little triggers here and there to get these life gain shenanigans going. But just on its face, 1 and a white for up to 2 creatures to get +1/+2 in a beatdown deck does work. I mean, that's fine. Like I would probably play that card.
This card, it has a really high upside. Mm-hmm. It's not hard to get a 2-for-1 off this card, and it only costs 2 mana. And it's up to 2 target creatures. So when you attack their 2/2 when you attack your 2/2 into their 3/3 on like turn 4, you can just cast this by itself. And you traded a card for a card and you gain 2, and you probably traded 2 mana for 3 mana. So that sounds great to me.
Yeah, I'm on board. And these decks just look like they want to be down, right?
Yeah, and it's not hard to set up a board where just casting this gives you if not a 2-for-1, like a 1.5-for-1, like where sometimes it lets you trade up one creature, like it lets you trade up a 2/2 into a 4/3, and lets you trade a 3/3 kill a 4/4. So it's not hard to get good value out of that, and that's without counting the life gain. The life gain meaning that it triggers some random things, and it just gains you 2 life. Gaining 2 life intrinsically matters.
It definitely does.
I really like Tandem Tactics. I have it right up there with all the white removal spells. I think that it's like a C+, and I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up. I think it actually might be a B-. I think the fact that it's a 2-for-1 so often, and even if it's a 1-for-1, it's just 2 mana. It's not like you spend a bunch of time setting it up. So I really want what I really want to do is revisit in like a month or 3 weeks and see where Sheer Drops, Might the Monstrous, Tandem Tactics, and Gideon's Reproach all end up landing, because they're all so close together right now for me.
All right, I'm going to make a list, and we'll do that. We'll visit it again, in 4 or 5 shows from now, and we'll see where they all kind of ranked out after we have a better feel for the format. I'm going to give it a C+ as well. Unified Front is our last white card. It's 3 and a white for a sorcery, and it says, and it's an uncommon, by the way, and it's got Converge. So again, it cares about how many different colors of mana were spent to cast it. It says, put a 1/1 white core ally creature token onto the battlefield for each color of mana spent to cast it.
So at what point is this card worth it? Well, that's when it makes 3 creatures. So you need to be 3 colors for this card to be something you really want, or if you really care about allies, because it makes allies too. So it's kind of like 2 themes going on here. One is that in the 3 to 4 color deck, it's just a good value card. And the other is that some ally decks will play 3 and a white, put 2 allies into play. Like they'll be fine with that.
Now you're also just you're just getting multiple triggers, right? For like, if this is the last card that you've played and say your Naya ally deck, and you've got, a few allies going that do some like, creatures you control get +1/+1 guy or whatever, and you play 3 allies, you're just getting a bunch of triggers, right?
Yeah, like you can give all your allies first strike 3 times or something like that.
It's a triple vigilance.
No, but there are some specific allies, the Entanglers that tap a creature, and then the Tajuru War Color that gives +2/+2. Those are like the big money ones. But even without those, it's just a way to get multiple creatures into play, and a way to make sure you just have the mass of creatures necessary to kind of be enabling things. Also, like you mentioned, the ally decks often are going to end up like 2 and a splash to 3 colors. So this card is sometimes going to hit both sides. It's going to be 3/1/1s, and it's going to trigger allies. So overall, I still think this card's like probably in the C range, but just some decks will want it much, much higher than that.
Now, what's your take though on, you said that 3 is where it pays you back. What if it's 2?
If it's 2, you have to care about the allies.
Then the ally part is what becomes the focus.
You can't just put 3 and a white, make 2 1/1s into your deck. That card's not playable.
Right, that's not a good card. Okay, yeah, it's probably in the C range then. I mean, it's going to be weird because is this ally deck going to be 3 colors? Are we going to be spreading out into other things or not? Because again, there's a big gap there between 2 and 3. So keep an eye on that for Unified Front. All right, that's going to do it for white. Thoughts on white overall? Looks pretty aggro.
Yeah, white has a couple things going on. It is aggressive. Certainly, you have cards like Inspired Charge. You have 2 mana 2/2s. It's also got a lot of the allies, especially the core Entanglers is one of the bigger, like, hey, you want to be beat down allies, right? The 3/4 that taps creatures. It also has a bunch of different conditional removal spells. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a control deck lurking in here. Sheer Drops, Might the Monstrous, and Gideon's Reproach all kind of team up to make a good control deck. And it's got the life game theme. So it's got a lot of different things going on. You're going to combine them sometimes, like a life game control deck or an ally beatdown deck clearly is a thing. So I'm kind of interested to see where it falls in. It looks like it might be more flexible than white in some sets. Like white in Origins is just straight up beatdown. But white in battle looks like it could also, play other roles.
All right, let's move on to blue. And our first blue card, it's devoid, is Adverse Conditions. It's an uncommon. It's 3 in a blue instant. And it says tap up to 2 target creatures. Those creatures don't untap during their controller's next untap step. And you get a 1/1 Eldrazi Scion. So 4 mana, instant speed, freezes 2 creatures. And you also get, one of the mana back sort of on a rebate, and you also just get a body, a creature out of it. It also happens to be devoid. We've seen cards like this, Luis, vary quite a bit from set to set. These, lock down a creature or 2 type cards. It tends to be the aggressive decks that want these. But I see that it's printed in blue here where it's normally at. Blue doesn't feel super aggressive in this set. What do you make of Adverse Conditions?
It's kind of interesting because, we frequently see the Frost Breath type card. That's just 2 in a blue, tap 2 creatures, they don't untap.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen variants of that card in almost, just about every set over the last couple years. It's just like a very blue ability at this point. And normally those cards only really go in aggressive decks because spending a card to lock your opponent's creatures down, not a very good deal if you're just trying to sit there and block. What Adverse Conditions does, which I like, is that because it gives you an Eldrazi Scion, I actually think this might kind of see play in a more mid-range or ramp deck, or at least more often than it would otherwise. Because if you think about this as a 4-mana 1/1 that taps 2 creatures, and you can sack that 1/1 for mana, it's no longer you being down a card, not a full card at least. Because the problem with these cards in general is that you're down a card. You spent a card to do this, and 2 turns later it's like you didn't cast that card. Adverse Conditions does give you a 1/1, which is part of a card, and it sacks for mana, which is, just a little bit of extra value. So I could see using this as a way to like ramp or get to your later spells, which, again, I'm not in love with this kind of effect in a non-aggressive deck, but this can actually, cross the boundary into some of those decks. So I still don't think it's an amazing card, but it's the kind of card that even if you're not normally in the market for those kind of cards, you might actually play it.
Yeah, the other thing that stands out to me about Adverse Conditions is, this is an Eldrazi set, right? Like one of the strategies that I assume we're going to be employing when we draft is making huge, 8 drops or whatever. And if you have a deck that can put any pressure on at all, and Adverse Conditions keeping their huge creature at bay for 2 full turns, it might just be all you need to seal the deal. It really does set them back. That said, this isn't a super powerful, nor is it a super efficient card, but I do think it's worth the mana. I gave it a C-. I'm assuming that this isn't the kind of card that you just run every single time, but that some decks want. I'm willing to be proven wrong on that.
Yeah, and I'm going to start out by saying that you're more likely to play this than not. I think I'll give this a C.
Okay. Anticipate is next. It's 1 in a blue for an instant at common, and it says, we've seen it recently. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them in your hand, and the rest on the bottom in any order. Last time we saw this in print, it didn't see a whole lot of play. It wasn't a high pick. These again, we've mentioned this a few times during the course of the review. I need to come up with a name for these, but there are these type of cards that I always think, that looks fine. Like, what's wrong with Anticipate, right? Like, you play it, you get to kind of sift through your deck, maybe hit a land drop you needed, or find your bomb or a removal spell. And it's pretty cheap. It replaces itself. It's relatively low impact across the board. And then I always end up keeping these in the sideboard because I find that they just don't match up well with the other cards that I actually want to put in my deck that do things, right? Like, they're taking a slot of a card that would actually do something. Do you think that that's going to be the case for Anticipate here in the new set as well?
Actually, where I end up landing on these cards a little more often is if I have an extra slot in my deck, I will play this card, and I anticipate playing it more often than not. What it does do is it smooths out your draws, and if you're trying to ramp to bigger things, which I think a lot of these decks are going to, it can be valuable because you can keep a 2-land Anticipate hand and hit your 3rd land drop, or you can draw Anticipate on turn 7 and use it to dig for your 7 or 8 drop. So
sure.
I like Anticipate. I played it in Dragons of Tarkir, I would say over half the time.
Okay. See, I played it less than that. I think I played it maybe a quarter of the time, or maybe even a little less than that even. I don't know. The other question, of course, that pops up are, if you need critical mass of certain things, like for synergistic decks, the ally deck comes to mind, though this is blue and doesn't seem to apply for that. But that type of deck where you want critical mass of allies or maybe of ingesters and processors that we're going to see here, anticipate can help you find those, but doesn't actually constitute one of those itself. It's an interesting little card. I get the feeling from you that you have it around the C grade.
I do, and I think it'll be better here than it was in Dragons. Though, I thought it was fine in Dragons. When you're not planning on doing much on turn 2 anyway. I mean, the card's great, but I think here in Battle, it's still just going to be a C for me. But it is a card I think you will want in your deck.
Okay, I'm going to give it a D+, and I'm I bumped it up a little. I think normally I'd put it at D. I'm going to give it a D+, but I like the card. I hope I get a chance to play it more. This is my kind of card for sure. I just never seem to find the room for it. Next is Benthic Infiltrator. This is an important card, I think. It's 2 and a blue for a 1/4 Eldrazi drone. It's a common. It's got Devoid and Ingest, so whenever it deals combat damage to a player, they're going to exile a card from the top of their library. And also, it cannot be blocked, which is huge. We're gonna as we dive in, we're gonna talk more and more about this whole ingest and processor thing, especially now that we're on the blue and the black end of the spectrum, which seems to be kind of where they're concentrated. And Benthic Infiltrator seems to be one of the better enablers for ingest, for getting cards exiled from your opponent so that you can then process them later and get value. This card is a 1/4 for 3 that blocks pretty well on its own. And anytime you need to, you can send it in and get a card ingested.
Yeah, it unblocks pretty well too.
Yes, it both blocks and unblocks very well. I think that this is the best option in the set, actually, for getting stuff ingested, at least on a creature. We'll kind of keep an eye on that as we go through. But I like Benthic Infiltrator quite a bit. Assuming that this whole ingest process thing is a real strategy that we want to play, I think this is your go-to guy for getting things ingested.
Yeah, I really like this card because you're not paying for any of the abilities on it. I will admit, 3 mana for a 1/4 is a little behind the curve these days, though. I played that card so many times over, all of my years playing Limited because that's just an efficient blocker. Giving it unblockability is a pretty big upside. You would play 3 mana 1/4 unblockable most times just because it sits there on defense, stops their early things, but it's also pretty relevant late game. 1 point in turn is not nothing. But giving it ingest and devoid means that it just enables all your cards that go with those themes for free. You didn't pay anything for it. You got them for free, and that's huge. I really like Benthic Infiltrator. I think it's going to be an important card because it's just by far the best enabler for any of the processors. I don't know if I would give it more than I think it actually might be like a B-.
I have it at B-.
I think it might bridge the gap there, and it's just the kind of card that there's no risk in taking it. You can take this third pick, and if you end up with 0 processors, it's not like you're cursing your luck. I mean, maybe you are. I don't know how much you complain, but you'll be fine playing Benthic Infiltrator in any blue deck.
I think so too.
When it's on, it's really on. When you have 3 processors in your deck and you have 3 Benthic Infiltrators, you really did it. So,
yeah. You also get side, equipment, auras, whatever, things that buff creatures, just it's random extra value. We call it gravy that you get on a Benthic Infiltrator as well. I have it at B-. I think it's really important for that deck. Brilliant Spectrum is next. It's a 3 and a blue for a sorcery. It's a common and it's got Converge. It says draw X cards where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast it, then discard 2.
Yeah, this is a card that I like seeing draw X on, but then you read the rest and all of a sudden my interest is actually not peaked here. I don't imagine I'm going to play Brilliant Spectrum very often because in order for this card to be a good deal, it has to draw you 4 cards.
4, right? That's the number.
If you're paying 4 mana, drawing 3 and discarding 2, you're not even up on cards. You end up spending 3 cards to get 3 cards, and you spent 4 mana, and you had to be 3 colors to do that. I mean, this card's heinously bad if you play it for just 2 colors. So if you're the 4 to 5 color Converge deck, congrats. You're going to get 2 of these, and no one else is going to take them because this card is I wouldn't go so far as to call it a build around. It's more like a D like a D- or something along those lines, where if you end up with 3 colors, it's a bad playable, and if you end up in 4 colors, you will play one.
You'll play one for sure. Yeah. How good is the top end on it? How good is sorcery speed? Draw 4, discard 2. It's pretty nice, right?
Yeah, draw 4 mana for, like, if it, let's say it just cost 3 and a blue and was draw 4, discard 2, you'd be pretty happy with this card. This card would be quite good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is a good card. Like, Sift, 3 and a blue, draw 3, discard 1 was always a pretty good card when it showed up in Limited, and draw 4, discard 2 is just better than that.
Yeah.
So yes, you'd be very happy, but most of the time that's not what this card's going to be. So unless it can, if it draws 4 half the time and 3 half the time, then yeah, the card is great. But most decks, that's just not going to be the case. So you really don't need to prioritize this.
Yeah, it feels like you'll know if you want a Brilliant Spectrum or not. I gave it a D.
Yeah, I think D is fine.
Cloud Manta is next. It's another common. It's a real simple one. It's 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a 3/2 with flying. It's a fish, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what's the creature type? Because it's important that it's a fish. Because wait, how does it fly?
It's a flying fish.
I guess that is a real thing. Cloud Manta is kind of your, archetypal Limited. I would say this used to be like a C+, back 5 years ago, but now it's closer to a C. It's just a fine card. You're not unhappy with a 3-power flyer. It doesn't block particularly well, but the stats are good. The evasion is good. I would give Cloud Manta a C.
I gave it a C as well. The interesting thing to note here is just that it's just a fish. Like, it's not an ally. It doesn't have devoid. It doesn't do ingest. It's like, is this the type of card that's going to make its way into many decks, or is it kind of the glue between a bunch of them? So Cloud Manta, I'll keep my eye on it, but it's certainly not super exciting.
Sometimes a fish is just a fish.
Now, this next card I really like a lot. It's called Clutch of Currents.
I'm going to go ahead and read it because I don't think that
you're going to take this one from me. All right.
Clutch of Currents is 1 blue mana sorcery. Return target creature to its owner's hand.
Oh, yeah.
Which, that's a start. What it has, which makes it exciting, is Awaken 3 for 4 and a blue. So the primary mode of this card is paying 4 and a blue, getting a 3/3 with haste if you have a land untapped that returns a creature to its owner's hand. What do you think about that?
That reminds me of something. Oh, I love this card, man. I think that this is going to be the early front runner for one of my favorite cards in the set for sure, for Mana War based reasons. But I also just think it's good. It is kind of interesting where it sits, where, maybe your opponent dumps a bunch of mana into a big Eldrazi and sacks some Scions or whatever, and then you Clutch of Currents it, especially for value. Interestingly, I view Clutch of Currents as a 5-drop that has the sometimes ability to be played for 1, even though it reads kind of the opposite. I plan
there's
on
a bunch
paying
of
5.
Awaken cards like that.
Yeah.
When you look at all the Awaken cards, I would say most fall into the category you just mentioned, where the Awaken cost is the primary mode, and you only cast it for its actual cost as a last resort. Whereas cards like, there are some on both sides, but they're more on the side that you just described.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting too. So like when you bounce a big Eldrazi, you're pretty happy, but there's also like allies running around and you cast, Clutch of Currents on their big ally. Well, they get to replay it and re-trigger it, and it might not be that great in that scenario anyway. That said, I really think this card's really, really good. I would be very happy with 4 and a blue, make a 3/3 that's sometimes tapped, return a creature to its owner's hand. And the fact that I can play this for 1 when I really just need to, or when it just wins me the game on the spot, is fantastic. I love flexibility on mana cost on my cards. It's one of the reasons I love Morphs so much. And I think it's going to be a big contributor to why I like cards like Clutch of Currents a lot. I gave it a B-. It might just end up being a B for me. I hedged a little bit because I assume that I'm biased because I like this type of card a lot and I don't want to go too nuts with it. But I think Clutch of Currents is really good.
Yeah, I do too. I'll give Clutch of Currents a B just because it stacks so well. It is flexible. It is powerful. It just hits all the notes I like to hit.
All right, then I'm giving it a B too because I can't have you give it a higher grade than what I give.
All right, I'll give it a B+.
I get jealous. No, you can't. We're not bidding. Coastal Discovery. So it's kind of interesting that these two cards are next to each other on the card image gallery.
These are our two favorite cards. Which one ends up being better?
Yeah, exactly. And they're going to be in the pit fight. And we'll figure it out pretty quickly, I'm sure. This one's an uncommon though, so we won't see it quite as often, but it's 3 and a blue sorcery, draw 2 cards, but it's got Awaken 4 for 5 and a blue. So once again, we've got 6 mana. You get a 4/4 and draw 2 cards at sorcery speed. And, it's funny, but, these are 2, very much limited resources style cards here. Both of them, well, one of them is effectively a 3-for-1. The other one's a 2-for-1. But cards like Coastal Discovery don't come along very often. The card that really it reminds us of course, is Muldrifter. And this one's a little bit different as it's making kind of a big dumb thing on the ground for 6 mana. But geez, it's good, right? I mean, drawing 2 cards and creating a creature that you didn't have before is huge for 1 card. I mean, it's effectively a 3-for-1. We just don't see that very often from R&D.
Yeah, I misread the card actually when I wrote my written review. Because I have to make a mistake every day when I write those. It's actually mandatory to give people something to talk about, or at least that's my story. But I misread it as Awaken 3, and I was like, yeah, I really like this card. I'm gonna overrate it. I'm gonna give it a lower grade than I think, especially since I thought it was Awaken 3. Yeah, this card is just awesome. At Awaken 4, awesome. I mean, you're not going to want to cast this for 4 mana very often, but if you have to, you have to. And it's still okay then. 4 mana to draw 2 cards is not the end of the world. 6 mana for a 4/4 that draws you 2 cards, that is very good. Though I have to, mention again with Awaken that it isn't like a 6 mana that draws you 2 cards in the sense that if they kill the 4/4, you're down a land. I mean, you actually are down a card at that point.
It's true.
So this isn't a 3-for-1 exactly. It turns a land into something better. Because, many games you often have excess lands. But it's not just free. Sometimes you will cast like Clutch of Currents, for example, on turn 5, and then your opponent just next turn kills your land and you just don't have another land.
It's true.
And so there are very real costs there.
Yeah, and it is an interesting little twist to how we try to translate everything into is it worth cards or what's worth cards and such. I'm willing to go out on the limb and say it's close enough, but you're totally right. You are opening yourself up to some level of risk with Discovery. Now, the question, of course, is what is the grade? Because, I mean, man, I love this card. Like, I don't anticipate passing this card very often in the format.
Yeah, it is very good. I think that this is probably like a B+.
That's what I wanted to go with, too.
I don't think it's an A. I think it's a B+, partially because it's just very powerful. I mean, casting a Coastal Discovery enables your other Awaken cards. You're drawing extra cards and finding more lands and spells. It's going to be a 2-for-1 or 2.5-for-1 a lot of the time. And it's very important to give Coastal Discovery a higher grade than Clutch of Currents.
I do think it's better for what it's worth. Yeah, B+ on Coastal Discovery. Can't wait to draft it. Definitely one of the cards I'm looking forward to most. Coral Helm Guide is next. It's 1 and a blue for a 2/1 Merfolk Scout ally at common. So here we have a blue ally. You can pay, it has an activated ability. You can pay 4 and a blue to give target creature unblockable. I'm using shorthand for that, but yeah. Coral Helm Guide. Supposed to be good early or good enough early and fine late. Does it meet that requirement for you?
Yeah, this is the kind of 2-drop I like. You play it on turn 2, it's going to trade for their 2-drop or get 4 damage in. You play this on turn 9, it's actually a real threat. Sometimes this is the card that you're going to be the most important card on the board. Yeah,
and this is one of those really annoying ones where the opponent will have crafted this board state where they're finally stable, and then you rip this stupid little 2-drop and play it, and all of a sudden they have to kill it or every threat that you do. One little trick to keep in mind is that it doesn't tap to activate. It's just pay 4 and a blue, and then that happens. And what that means is, if you suspect that your opponent has some instant speed removal or whatever, and you want to make sure that you get at least 1 activation, you could wait till you have the 7 mana, play it, activate it that turn, and then even if they kill your Coral Helm Guide, you're going to get in a hit with something that's unblockable. Card seems super solid to me. I give it a C+.
Yeah, I like C+. It's not so far above the curve that, you're going to be happy first picking it or anything like that, but this is going to be among your better 2-drops, and like I said, covering your bases on 2s is important.
Right. Cryptic Cruiser is next. It's another uncommon. This one's 3 and a blue for a 3/3 Eldrazi processor. Now, this is an important thing to keep in mind, keep your eye on, is the type line, as we've noted, is very important in this set. There's some allies, and there's also these Eldrazi processors, and these basically say they're going to make use of cards that are exiled from your opponent. And they do it in many different ways. This one has Devoid, they all do. And this one says you can pay 2 and a blue and put a card an opponent owns from exile into that player's graveyard. So that's what we call processing. And for that, you get to tap a creature. And again, it's a 3/3 for 4 mana. Now, it doesn't it does get to untap the creature. So it's kind of, maybe you do it on their turn, tap something down, attack, not super efficient, right? You have to already have some cards in exile from your opponent's side to be able to do it at all, which can be difficult. And it costs a full 3 mana as well. So it's kind of hard to set it up where you're like tapping down 2 things in one turn. You have to wait at least another couple of turns after casting the Cryptic Cruiser to be able to do it. So, this is a card that doesn't appear to have any huge downside, but doesn't really blow me away on the upside either.
Right. If this card did exactly what it did, but didn't need to process, if it was just 4 mana, 3/3, and you pay 3 to tap a creature, it would be quite good. It wouldn't be absurd, but it would be quite good. We played with a similar card, that was 3 and a blue for a 2/3 Island Walk that you could pay 2 and a blue and tap a creature.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Right. You couldn't tap flyers, but it was like a flood merfolk of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
And that card was always good. I was always happy to have it in my deck. Cryptic Cruiser is a step below that, because even though it taps anything, and even though it's a 3/3, some games the ability is never going to happen. The text box will just be blank. And that isn't a huge risk, but it just means that this isn't a ton better than a vanilla 4 mana 3/3 in a lot of decks.
Right.
In a deck with 3 Benthic Infiltrators, all of a sudden this card becomes quite good.
Yeah, but even then, I have to harp on that activated ability cost of being full 3 mana. It's pretty expensive. And it usually will have some type of limit to how many times you can do it. Sometimes you just have like 5 or 6 card exiled, but usually you're going to have, 2 or 3 or something, and maybe they kill one of your infiltrators or whatever. I don't know. I think the card's totally fine. I don't have any big issue with it. Like I said, Cryptic Cruiser just doesn't really blow me away at any metric, vanilla test, or otherwise.
Yeah, I would say that if you are in a deck that has a lot of Ingest cards and ways to exile,
you want one, yeah.
Then you do want one. You should bump up the priority. Thing is, these don't stack particularly well, and you are processing for a temporary advantage. Like, imagine if you have a Cryptic Cruiser in play, your opponent has 2 cards exiled, but you have 2 other processors in your deck that, like, say, bounce a creature or give a creature -3/-3, and you really want to activate those. It might be too risky to use Cryptic Cruiser, and that hesitation there does cost you something, because you either have to use it and then know that your cards later might get weaker, or you pass up on using it, which is a loss of value. So
sure,
I'm going to give it, I'm going to give CC a C here.
Yeah, I was going to give it a C as well.
I think that you will play Cryptic Cruiser a decent amount of the time, and it will be good, some parts of those times, but most of the time it's not a whole lot more than the stats and the cost.
Yep. Dampening Pulse is next. It's 3 and a blue for an enchantment. It's an uncommon, and it says creatures your opponents control get -1/-0. All
right, I've said this before, and I will say it again. This card is better than you think. Unless you're thinking, wow, this card's quite good, it is better than that.
Because I was thinking this card's not that great.
Yeah, you're going to read the card, and you're not going to think it's good, but this effect is deceptively powerful.
It actually is.
It's really hard to beat an opponent who has one of these in play. So I caution you to not underrate this card, because I think even though we're saying this, well, I guess I'm saying this and you're somewhat believing me, even though I'm saying this right now, this card's going to be underrated, because a lot of people are just not going to believe it, or they're going to, for some reason, not listen to limited resources, and they're going to look at this card and just evaluate it on its face, which is, I went through this. I played with a bunch of cards like this, and they just always overperform. So
especially the second one.
Yes. Whatever people's opinions are on this card, or their intuition rather, it doesn't serve you right. And I don't know why that is. Maybe this particular text box is just, again, it's deceptively good. But Dampening Pulse is a card that's going to make combat very difficult for your opponent. It especially hoses the decks that have a ton of Eldrazi Scions. It is less good against a deck full of giant Eldrazi, but I don't know how common it is to play against a deck that just has those. And just imagine a board of normal Magic creatures where you have this,
a bunch
and your
of 2/3s and 3/3s, and
even 4/4s. All of a sudden, a 4/4 gets double blocked by 2/2/2s, and you only lose 1. And the more creatures involved in combat, the more value you get out of this card, especially if you're so. It does lend itself to being a controlling deck. You don't really want this in your beatdown deck, but blocking when you have this in play is just so nice. Your opponent's creatures just can't do anything. So this card is, I think, like a B-. And
wow, that high, huh?
You do have to build your deck a little to take advantage of it. Like I said, you're not really going to be the super aggressive deck, though. Playing a Dampening Pulse and flying over is also nice. But the real value in this is when you get to put some creatures on the board, they get to put some creatures on the board, and you get to cast Dampening Pulse and just make combat be favorable for yourself.
All right. Well, I was going to give Dampening Pulse a C, but I am certainly willing to come along. I have also been impressed by cards like this when I've played them more than I thought I would be. Dispel is next. It's a blue instant counter target instant spell. It's a common.
The most notable thing about Dispel in the set is I think this is the best Dispel picture we've got.
That is a sweet artwork, yeah.
It is very nice.
I think that's Jace, right? Yeah.
It is Jace, yeah. And Dispel also, like every other time it's shown up, like Negate when it shows up, it's a sideboard card. It's a card you're going to start in your sideboard. You're going to side in when you see, like, I would need three
or four, yeah.
Yeah, 3 good targets and maybe 1 or 2 mediocre ones, or like 4 good targets. I don't want to side this in against a deck with two instants. That's not a good use of resources. So
right.
I'll give Dispel a sideboard card or a sideboard grade. No, not even that worried about picking it up. I don't think it's a high priority.
I agree. I think it's going to mainly sit in the board, and that's probably where it should be. This next one's very good. Eldrazi Sky Spawner is 2 and a blue for a 2/1 Eldrazi drone. This is a common, so you're going to see these around all over the place. It's devoid, flying, and when it enters the battlefield, you get a Scion.
Yeah, you know the blue really got there on the commons this time. Eldrazi Sky Spawner is another common that I'm going to be happy first picking. It's like a Sandstep Outcast, which was a first pick, except it also has flying. And the Eldrazi Scion sacks for colorless. Granted, the 1/1 doesn't have flying. The 2/1 has the flying, but still, I'd rather have the 2/1 have flying.
Isn't that better? Yeah.
Yes, it's much better. and that was already a good card.
And that was already a really good card. And now this is in blue. Yeah, it's funny because this type of card has now gone white, red, and now blue. Right?
That's true.
Yeah, in recent sets. Eldrazi Sky Spawner, I think it's excellent. I think it's competing for best blue common in the set. It might just be the best blue common in the set. I'm thinking it's probably going to be in the B- range. And the reason I'm giving it that is just because it's so efficient. You're getting a flyer, you're getting a blocker on the ground, you're ramping yourself up. And I think that, the way that we define Bs are cards that pull you into a color or make you want to play a color. And I think Sky Spawner fits that bill.
Yeah, this is just another B, and there's really not much more to say about it. It's just a great card. You don't have to be playing any particular deck to want this.
Yeah. Halimar Tidecaller is an uncommon for 2 and a blue. It's a 2/3 human wizard ally. So here's another ally. And it says, when it enters the battlefield, you may return target card with Awaken from your graveyard to your hand. And this is really important too. It says land creatures you control have flying. Now, there's a pretty basic thing that you can see at play here, right? Which is that you cast an Awaken spell. And by the way, that can be, for its Awaken cost or not. But ideally it is for its Awaken cost because that leaves you behind some type of a land creature. And then you play Halimar Tidecaller to get back that card and give whatever it was left back flying. And that's a nice 1-2 punch. One of the questions I have coming into the set review and into the set in general is there an Awaken deck, or is Awaken just a flexible kind of value strategy that we're going to be using, throughout the course of the set? And frankly, I think it is just kind of a value flex thing, but Halimar Tidecaller does bring it together and actually reward you for having multiple Awaken cards in your deck, and kind of the more the merrier. And since it's just a 2/3 for 3 with an ally in blue, I'm assuming that you're kind of the only one that wants this card really anyway, but when you do, it's really good. Like, it's card advantage that also gives you the ability to finish off the game quickly with, a 4/4 or a 3/3 land, basically. I think Halimar Tidecaller is going to occupy a really important and powerful niche in the format.
I do too. If you're getting a card back, reliably, then the card is awesome. The second part is, the giving creatures flying, land creatures flying is just a bonus, but it's a relevant one. So, and like you said, it's an ally. So all of those things added together make this a card I'm pretty happy taking. Though I don't know. I think you can take this even before you have any Awaken cards. I think you can take this like 3rd or 4th pick pack 1 if you're pretty sure you're blue, and just hope to pick up like 3 Awaken cards total.
Okay. Yeah, I think the card has a lot of upside, But I also think that there's going to be a lot of decks that just don't really want it at all, right? A 2/3 for 3 in blue.
Oh yeah, when this misses, it misses hard.
It misses pretty hard. Yeah, I don't think the ally is going to save it either. I don't really know. I mean, I almost view this as like a build around me type card. I don't know that giving it just like the regular grade does it justice, because I do think that in a deck with, let's say, maybe even 4 or 5 awaken spells in it, then Halimar Tidecaller, is in the B to B plus range, and in a deck with 0, it's like a D minus or something. Like it's just a vanilla card that doesn't really do anything. So yeah. I think I'll put it in the build around me category.
Yeah, I think it's a solid build around. It's the kind of card that I'm willing to gamble on early. Like I said, I think there are enough Awakened cards, but if it's in like pack 2 and you have 0 Awakened cards, this card's much less appealing. If you already have 2 Awakened cards, the card gets interesting. Really, once you have 3, I think the card is good.
Okay.
This legit good, because you don't have to play it on turn 3. If you if you play it on turn 3, it's fine. But if you are able to hold this, then it's going to get you some value. So I think we're gonna slot this into the build around category.
Yeah, and one other quick thing to keep in mind as well is that if you do feel like you're going to be a bit tight on mana and don't have the time to kind of wait around for full value, one thing you can do is like use your Clutch of Currents on turn 2, bounce their 2-drop just to keep them from beating you down, and then just play this on turn 3 and get it back. There's no shame in that. That's still card advantage, and that will keep you alive long enough to like hit your land drops or whatever. In the ideal scenario, you awaken, something with Clutch of Currents and then play the Tidecaller and then do it again and kind of go off. But there is certainly a middle ground that's pretty nice too.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. If you have Clutch of Currents and this and Halimar Tidecaller in your opening hand, I think you're probably firing off that clutch most of the time.
I think so too, just to get value.
Yeah.
Next is Horribly Awry. Pretty good name. 1 in a blue, instant, uncommon, devoid, counter target creature spell with converted mana cost 4 or less. If that spell is countered this way, exile it instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard.
So
counter something small.
Yeah, or medium size. I mean,
yeah, you're right. 4, small to medium.
The thing is, what I don't like about this is there's two conditions here. One is it has to be a creature. The other is it has to cost 4 or less. Granted, those conditions hit a lot of the cards in your opponent's deck, but counterspells are already situational, even if it's just straight up counter target spell, because you have to leave mana up and then they have to play a card you want to counter. And if they don't, your counterspell was, you wasted your mana and the counterspell wasn't good. It is possible that you leave Horribly Awry up and your opponent casts an Awakened card or just doesn't cast anything, just leave mana up for an instant. And that, well, the name describes what happened there.
Yeah, unfortunately in your direction more than theirs.
Right. That's the other thing, is when counterspells work, you traded 1 for 1. When they don't work, you get kind of destroyed. So it's like the upside downside isn't huge. I'm not saying counterspells are unplayable, just that they have an intrinsic element of risk, and that's magnified in this case by the card having conditions.
Yeah.
The upside, though, is that this does exile. So if you can cast Horribly Awry on turn 2, then turn 4 cast like a Murkstrider, which we'll get to in a couple cards here. I mean, that's a great start. You get to process bounce their creature after countering their 2-drop or 3-drop.
Yeah, your process on that quickly. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Overall, I'm pretty off on Horribly Awry, though. On top of all the things that you mentioned about counterspells in general, and specifically this one, they also have the element of not being good top decks when you're behind, right? Like a normal removal spell is kind of what you want to see when you're behind, but a Horribly Awry is pretty much dead once you're behind. Also, later in the game, sometimes you will draw your Horribly Awry after your opponent's played out their early stuff, and now they're just slamming Eldrazi and you're staring at the stupid card in your hand. It just seems too conditional for me from a fundamental standpoint, being a counterspell, and then on top of it with the conditions that it's been added on. So I'm kind of off of Horribly Awry. I don't think it's very good at all.
Yeah, I think it's passable. I think that you are going to end up playing this a lot of the time, because if you don't have enough 2-drops, because if this is in your opening hand, it's kind of like a Clash of Wills was in Origins, where in decks short on 2-drops, this does let you interact on turn 2.
Okay.
So that being said, I don't love the card. I'd probably give it like a C-, but I do think you're going to end up playing it a decent amount.
Okay, I gave it a D-. I anticipate not seeing it very often, so we'll keep an eye on it. Incubator Drone is next. It's 3 in a blue for a 2/3 Eldrazi drone. It's common. And this is kind of a bread and butter type card for this deck. I think it's devoid, and when it enters the battlefield, you get a 1/1 colorless Eldrazi Scion. So 2/3 plus a Scion, so you're getting 3 power and 4 toughness for 4 mana in blue. Sure, right? I mean, I can't really say anything bad about this card. It doesn't, I'm not really excited about Incubator Drone, but it does do work. I mean, that's, 3/4 for 4 in blue. I'm happy with it. Ramps us up. It gives us 2 different bodies. Seems fine to me.
Yeah, it's a good collection of stats. In general, spreading your stats among multiple creatures, it tends to be better because you're less vulnerable to removal and bounce. You can sack the Scion for a colorless mana. Both cards are colorless, so if you have that kind of synergy going on, this is a solid playable, and maybe even slightly better. It's actually probably a C+.
Yeah, I think it's a C+ as well. Now, this next card's a point of contention here and an interesting one. So, we talked about Benthic Infiltrator earlier, and we both agreed that it was, the best way to get your ingest going, right? Now, this next one is called Mist Intruder, and this is one that is really sort of the defining line for me. So it's 1 and a blue for a 1/2 Eldrazi drone with flying, devoid, of course, and ingest. So a 1/2 flyer with ingest. It's one that is evasive and cheap and will likely be able to ingest a few times, before it dies. The question, though, and this is huge because this is sort of the line between the whole ingest processor thing is this card important? Do we want it? And how highly do we take it? How often does it end up making the deck for us? Because on its own, if it was a 1/2 flying for 2 and it didn't say ingest, and subsequently, if we don't have any processors, this card's not very good. I wouldn't be excited about a 1/2 flying for 2 much at all with no other abilities. So the question focuses in deep on ingest. How important is it for us to get these cheap ingest and process enablers in the set? And I mean, I don't know yet, but when you compare it to the Benthic Infiltrator, this card just looks so much worse than that.
Yeah, we do have to be very clear. You would not play 2 mana 1/2 flyer unless you have something else going on.
Yeah.
The base card is not good enough. So the question is whether this is a hit or a miss is just really dependent on how many processors you have. I mean, there's the Devoid theme also, but that is less appealing to me in terms of how powerful it is. Whereas processors are a real reason to play Mist Intruder. The question is, how many do you need? I'm guessing you need like 3 good ones, and then you'll put Mist Intruder in your deck.
Okay. Man, I hate playing bad cards to make my other cards better. I mean, I really need a big payoff on that end, and that's what I'm going to be paying attention to now. That said, I would say Mist Intruder's probably a D. It's not like you're going to take it and play it, and that's just going to be, a card that you play every time that you have one. It's going to pop up on the times, and you'll probably know, hey, I'm playing this processor deck. I need as many enablers as I can get, and I'm going to play it. One comparison that I saw online was comparing this to Thrumming Bird.
Yeah, I think that's a great comparison.
Me too.
Thrumming Bird is a 1 and a blue for a 1/1 flying, and when it hits your opponent, it proliferates, so it lets you add counters to things. And it's shown up only in sets that have a bunch of counter themes, like -1/-1 counters or poison counters or what have you. And you didn't play Hummingbird or Thrumming Bird randomly. You put it in your deck when you had a bunch of proliferate cards and a bunch of counters. Same is true of Mist Intruder. You don't put it in your deck randomly. You have to have a purpose. How often that purpose is going to come together is really kind of the trick of this format. It's hard to have a good answer for that now. My guess is that you'll play this a decent amount of the time just because there are a lot of processors, or at least enough processors to make it appealing. But it's the sort of card which I think people are going to be eager to put in their deck. People do not need much of an excuse to play these small flyers, I've found. So
yeah,
I'm going to guess
have more, but
right. I'm going to guess Mist Intruder sees a little bit more play than it should. Yeah, I like giving it a D to start out with, but I do think that when it's good, it's going to be a card you want. Like,
yep.
There are some Ds, like, for example, 3 mana 2/3. That card can never be amazing. That card can be playable. Sometimes you'll put it in your deck, but it can never be amazing. Mist Intruder could legitimately be one of the best cards in your deck. Like, if you have, 7 processors in your deck, you'll kill for a Mist Intruder. It'll be the card you want in your opening hand every game. Yes. So it has high end, which is good.
Yeah, I like that. Of course, it will also be compared to its peers of, what else can you do to enable processing.
Right, Benthic Infiltrators, that's a tough bar to clear.
Right, for sure. That card's just good. All right, so this next card is Murkstrider. You mentioned it a minute ago, Luis, and this is, one of the potential payoffs for getting the whole processor thing going. So Murkstrider is 3 and a blue for a 3/2 Eldrazi processor. It's common, so you're going to get a chance to get your hands on these ones. It's devoid. Again, they all are. And it says when it enters the battlefield, you can process. Again, that's taking a card from your opponent's exile zone and put it into their graveyard. If you do, you get to return target creature to its owner's hand. You get to mana war, you get to bounce, you get to send something back. Now, one thing that pops out to me here, though, right, is that this is supposed to be one of the payoff cards for this whole ingest processor thing. And I like this card, right? This is obviously my kind of card. This is the kind of card I love to play in Limited. It's not that great, though. Looking back at Origins, we had Separatist Void Mage, which was very similar to this card. It was the same mana cost, but you got a 2/2 and always got to bounce something, where this one is a 3/2 that you have to do work. You have to get something exiled from on your opponent's side just to get the ability. And if you don't, it's just a 3/2 for 4. That isn't that much better. Like, if given the choice, I would just rather have the Separatist Void Mage every time, because at least I know I'm getting that every single time. And yeah, giving up the point of power is a little bit annoying, but not that big. It's not that big of a deal. It's not like I get to do 2 creatures or some, big thing. So the real question I have here is the payoff worth it? Now, I'm only using one card as an example, but like, I want to see some fireworks. If I'm going to go put these Mist Intruders in my deck and do all this work to get stuff exiled, when the payoff comes, I want it to be big. And while I love Merc Strider as a card, I do have to look at it and say, well, is this really the payoff that I was looking for?
Yeah. When you compare it to Separatist Void Mage, it does not fare well in that comparison, because you're doing a lot more work for not a lot more card. But we don't have Separatist Void Mage. We have Merc Strider. And
right.
Is the card good enough for this format? I think the answer is yes. I think that you're going to play this card a lot, and I think it's going to do some decent work.
Yeah, and to be fair, I am comparing it to, a card that we gave like a B or whatever, right? And, that doesn't mean that just because it's a similar card, it has to perform at that level. That was a very good card in that format. And maybe Merc Strider's a little bit more, in the middle as far as power level goes. What kind of grade would you give it?
Yeah, I think that this is kind of like Mist Intruder, like in the sense that I'm going to give Merc Strider a C, but when it's good, it's going to be much higher than that. And when it's worse than that, it's going to be nearly unplayable. So I like balancing the range there. It's a bit of a build around, but it's not a card you build your whole deck around. It's just part of this deck. So yeah. My guess is that it ends up being a C. It ends up being the kind of card that you might take speculatively because it's got a good payoff if you get there. But later in the draft, for example, looking at Incubator Drone, right? Same cost, same rarity. You're going to take Incubator Drone because it's just a guaranteed good card. Whereas Merc Strider, if you have 2 Benthic Infiltrators and a Mist Intruder, Merc Strider becomes a card that's quite good. You're just going to take the card and you're going to be very happy.
Yeah, for sure. I gave it a C+. I wanted to give it in the B range, but I'm just not confident yet about how often we're actually going to be able to get the whole process thing going. So if that ends up being easier than it looks, then Merc Strider, of course, goes up. Oracle of Dust is next. It's 4 and a blue for a 3/5 processor, Eldrazi processor at common with Devoid. And by the way, that's okay, right? Like 4 and a blue for a 3/5. I'm kind of impressed by those stats. That's not mind blowing, but like in blue, kind of interested in this, just as a blocker and ground creature. Anyway,
it's interesting because 3 and a blue for a 3/3 is about par, slightly under par. Like you don't ever see 3 and a blue for a 3/3 and you're like, yeah, I'm in. You're more like, all right, I guess if I have to. You add a colorless mana and give it 2 points of toughness, all of a sudden you're like, all right, I'm feeling this. So I agree. I like the stats.
Yeah, I do too. And it's got an activated ability. You can pay 2 colorless and then process. And for that, you get to loot. You get to draw a card and then discard a card.
Yeah.
Repeatable, processing here.
One of the reasons I like this processor as well is because when you look at something like Merc Strider, if you have this in your hand and this is your 4-drop, you have to play it a lot of the time on turn 4, even if you've got nothing to process. Just if your hand is, Merc Strider and a 5-drop, like what are you going to do? Like it's just on turn 4 you're playing Merc Strider, and then you've lost out on the value because you're just never going to use that card.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Oracle of Dusk, you just run this out, and then if at some point in the future something gets exiled, you get to use it.
That's a great point.
So I like that flexibility. I like the fact that you're not on a clock to use it, and it just sits there blocking. It actually draws the game closer to the board state where its ability is good because looting gets better the longer the game goes.
I love that too. I think that's really cool. Yeah, you know what? I mean, I just don't have any big complaints about this card. I think Oracle of Dust is pretty good. I'm looking at it and I'm just like, I kind of like that. I love looting. I love that if I've managed to stockpile a bunch of, ingest to get processed, I mean, I can kind of dump a bunch of mana and get some value out of it. I think that's great too, where a lot of these things are one-shot type cards that if I've got 7 or 8 cards, let's say my Benthic Infiltrator just went ham on my opponent, and now, my big payoff is I play one Mist Intruder, or one Merc Strider, excuse me. I'm kind of like, good, but like, there's all this value just waiting to be used, and now I have a place to put it. I think Oracle of Dust is pretty good. I gave it a C+. But I could see it even maybe bumping up into the B range, though. I don't think it will. So I'm going to stick with C+.
Yeah, I like C+ on this. I think that this is the kind of processor I'm into playing, even if I don't have a ton of support for it. So I like Oracle of Dust.
All right. Now, what does Retreat to Coral Helm do? Of course, this is the blue version of this retreat cycle we've been talking about.
So it's 2 and a blue for an enchantment, and like all retreats, it has landfall, so when you play land, you get to choose one of 2 abilities. The first is you may tap or untap target creature, and the second is Scry 1. So the most exciting part about this card is it combos with Knight of the Reliquary and Modern to form a near infinite combo. But
you can just go get all the lands. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, but I'll say that's a little tidbit. It's free advice for constructed resources.
Taking notes. Hold on.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think that I'm going to be retreating to Coral Helm very often. I just look at this card and I'm like, well, if this card did this every turn, if like you didn't have to have landfall, if just at the start of your turn you got to choose this, would I play this card? It's like, yeah, I would play that card. Well, what if it did it half the time? It's like, I don't think I'd play that card. And landfall is going to do it a little less than half the time. So you getting this ability every other turn, slightly less than every other turn, I don't think that justifies a whole card for me.
Yeah, I kind of get that feeling myself from Retreat for Coral Helm as well. What grade would you give it?
I think Retreat to Coral Helm is a D, unless you have something
right?
particularly good going on, or you're just lacking playables. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. And you know me, I mean, I don't love playing these cards that don't affect the board when you play them and kind of long term. I mean, if it said, I don't know, if Scry 2, I don't think there's really a balance, right, to be struck here. And Scry 1's decent, but it's not great. Let's look at Royal Mage's Trick. Oh, what does this do?
Royal Mage's Trick, and it's kind of funny. We've seen a lot of effects like this recently as well, as the colors kind of, solidify their themes. This is 3 and a blue for an instant. It has Converge, so it cares about the colors of mana you spent. And the creatures your opponents control get -X, -O until end of turn. X is the number of colors you spent to cast this, and draw a card. So one thing to note, compared this to like Hydrolash, which was in the last set, that was 2 and a blue, all attack, and creatures get -2, -O. This card works on either side of the field here.
So you can attack into them.
Right. You
can
do
this. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, so whereas previous versions and cards that and little changes like that actually tend to trick people because again, Hydrolash is the card you're going to most frequently compare this to because it was just in Origins. It's 2 and a blue, -2, draw a card. You're like, okay, these 2 cards. Well, Royal Mage's Trick works a little differently, and it's very relevant how differently it works because it used to be that if your opponent didn't attack into these cards, then they got to play around them, and you had to leave mana up for nothing. With Royal Mage's Trick, you can attack your 3/3 into their opponents. If your opponent blocks, you can cast the trick and get a 2-for-1. If they don't, you can just tap out and cast your spell.
Which is the cool
whatever
part is,
drop you were going to have. Yeah.
Yeah, it's also nice because it doesn't lean on Converge as hard as some of the Converge cards that we've seen. This will often be good enough at just blue, and you'll probably be able to do it for at least 2 most of the time, which I figure is probably enough for most scenarios, right? We're giving your opponents -2, -0 until end of turn. It's pretty big swing. I mean, that's really going to shrink down a lot of the small creatures to nothing, and the big stuff, makes it a lot more manageable. Now, on top of all this, though, it also is a cantrip. You get to just draw a card off of it. Do we have like a sleeper here? I mean, this also reminds me a little bit of Blinding Spray, which is a card that you could play if you wanted. Maybe get people with sometimes. This does definitely shade into the cards that I'd like to play and that I think look fine but never make the cut category for me as well, though. I don't know if this one has enough going for it with the offense and defense and the fact that it replaces itself to finally make me want to play a card like Royal Mage's Trick, though.
Yeah, I think this falls into that category for me as well. I like the idea of it, and it seems like it could get some value, but this will sit on the bench a lot just because it is kind of a fancy card and it requires a spot in your deck, which you may not always have. I do think it's worth noting that if you do want to play this card, you don't really need 3 or even 4 colors of mana. Like, clearly it gets better there, but this is playable in a 2-color deck if you want this effect.
Sure. I would give it a D, though. I think that I'm just not going to end up running it that often.
Yeah, I like D on this.
Ruination Guide is next. 2 and a blue, 3/2, uncommon Eldrazi drone with Devoid and Ingest. And it's got a little bonus here. It says other colorless creatures you control get +1/+0.
So this is one of our build arounds in the set. This is a reason to play a bunch of Devoid creatures because it gives your Eldrazi Scions +1/+0. It also gives you just other random Devoid creatures +1/+0. Additionally, since it has Ingest, it also kind of enables processors as well. I think
it's
this
also aggressively costed at 3/2 for 3.
Yeah, 3/2 for 3 is a fine deal.
In blue.
I think this card is good. It's the kind of card that works with a lot of the other pieces in the set, so it's not huge risk to take it, especially since, like you said, 3/2 for 3. You can't be overly disappointed if I've played vanilla 3/2 for 3 enough times that if that's where this ends up, which is kind of difficult because it combos with so many cards, that's not the end of the world. So I think you're going to want to take this even if you don't know which direction you're heading because so many of the directions end up at the very least caring about this, if not depending on them. And when it's good, it can be pretty good. I mean, if a 3-mana of 3/2 that gives all your other creatures +1/+0 is very good, you would always play that card.
Yeah, for sure. I just can't really think of much to say bad about Ruination Guide. I think that you're going to be playing this in most of your blue decks, and if your worst case is that it's a 3/2 for 3, I think that that's fine, and the upside is quite high. The Ingest isn't really the most important part to me, as this card isn't particularly easy to get into the red zone, but pumping up all of your Scions and your random Devoid creatures is a big deal. Especially, we talked about your benthic infiltrators and such, and all of a sudden those are hitting for 2, and your little Mist Intruder is now a 2/2 flyer for 2. It looks a lot better. I think Ruination Guide is really solid. And again, I really can't say anything bad about it. I actually think it's like a B-. I just think it's like never going to not make the cut, and sometimes it's going to have a big impact on the game too.
Yeah, I would give Ruination Guide. I think I'm actually closer to like a C+, but I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. I'll go with B-.
It's a lot of upside for and it asks basically nothing of you.
I guess the thing I like most is like you said, there's not much risk.
Yeah.
You take this card, it ranges from decent to good. It's never going to be awful, and sometimes it actually even be great.
Yeah. Next is Rush of Ice. This is another Awaken card. So it's blue for a sorcery. It's a common, and it says tap target creature. It doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step, and it's got Awaken 3 for 4 and a blue. So once again, just to recap, it's 5 mana, 4 and a blue to tap a creature down, keep it tapped, and make a 3/3 out of one of your lands.
So this is another solid Awaken card, but this is clearly a lot less strong than a Clutch of Currents. Just bouncing a creature is just better than tapping it and making it not untap. So
it's very similar too. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's actually got the same cost and stats on all fronts. Wow. Well, this is kind of the backup for Clutch of Currents. If you don't. Because I want a couple of Awaken cards in my deck just because they're good mana sinks. And if I don't pick up some other good expensive ones, I'll probably pick up Rush of Ice. I think the card is a solid playable.
Yeah, I don't have any issue with it. Your Halimar Tidecaller can pick it up just the same as anything else as well. Not particularly exciting card, though. And it is a little weird how close it is, actually, to Clutch of Currents. But yeah, I don't know. I would probably put it like in the C- range. It's just probably going to be not quite as good as some other options, but you'll run it when you need to.
Yeah, I like Rush of Ice at C-.
All right. Salvage Drone is next. It's blue for a 1/1 Eldrazi drone with Devoid, Ingest, and when it dies, you can draw a card. If you do, discard a card. So when it dies, you get to loot once. Again, going back to the discussion we had about Mist Intruder, the little 1/2 flyer with Ingest, this is the same thing in my mind of how important is it to get these ingest things going? Because if we're going all the way down to play a 1/1 for one with ingest with like a minor upside when it dies, then that means we need to be getting paid off huge. Because if you play this on turn 1 on the play, it will often get in and get a card ingested right away. But if you even just play it on the draw, there's so many times where it doesn't even get to attack ever. And on top of that, that's when you play it on your turn 1, which is, of course, your best case scenario. There's also all the other times that you draw it on turn 7 or, whatever, and it's just a complete miserable card. I would be very surprised if Salvage Drone is the type of card that we want to go for in this ingest process thing.
Yeah. It is worth noting that having it die to loot, you're still down a card, since
yes,
a lot of the time your Salvage Drone did not trade for a card. But getting to cash it in for it plus your worst card for a new card is better than if it didn't have that ability. I mean, that ability means that in the late game, if you have an extra land or a bad spell in your hand, then Salvage Drone can help you improve the quality of your draw. And so that gives it's funny because Salvage Drone kind of has something going on early in that it ingests early, and it kind of has something going on late in that you can sacrifice it or block with it in order to loot. But neither of those things I'm like super excited about.
Yeah, not to spend a whole card on it. If I had a creature that spit one of these out, I'd be pretty happy to have it. But like just using an entire card on it just seems really bad to me. I just can't imagine that I want to process so badly that I'll go all the way down and play a card like this. I think this is probably a D- or a D. Like I just don't expect to play this card very often at all.
I think it's a D-. I think if you want to ingest, Mist Intruder is a lot better, and Salvage Drone is the kind of thing you play if you're just really short on enablers. Yeah. Because if you draw this on turn 4, it's just never getting in.
Right. Never. Yeah. Spell Shrivel is next. It's 2 and a blue for an instant. It's common, it's devoid, and it says counter target spell unless his controller pays 4. And if the spell gets countered this way, exile that spell instead of putting it in the graveyard.
So this is, in a lot of ways, similar to Horribly Awry. I mean, it does have the additional bonus that it can counter non-creatures, but it has the downside that they can pay 4, which actually I like a lot less, especially since this costs 3 instead of 2. This is just not going to be on curve in a place that you ever need spots. I mean, no deck in history basically has been short on 3 drops. It's 2 drops that are always the issue. Mm-hmm. So even though this is a processor enabler, I would rather not play this card. I think this card is a D. I think that if you have a lot of processors, you'll put it in your deck, and you'll side it in against someone with a lot of good 7 drops. But in general, this is just not the kind of card I want in my deck.
Yeah, I actually like this a little better than Horribly Awry. But that said, I actually agree with your rating and your assessment. I'd prefer to not main deck this card, and I would bring it in against somebody who's trying to make huge fatties. But there's so much mana floating around in this set that maybe even 4 is not that much. So Spell Shrivel gets a D as well. Tide Drifter is 1 and a blue for an Eldrazi drone. It's an uncommon. It's a 0/5 with Devoid. We'll note here that it does not have Defender. It can attack if it needs to. And it says other colorless creatures you control get +0/+1.
It's kind of funny. It's just a solid blocker by itself, which clearly not enough to make us very interested, but that is value in the sense that it's not a dead card. It's not like an aura that doesn't do anything. Mm-hmm. And making all your creatures a little tougher, or at least all your colorless creatures a little tougher, isn't bad either.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if you pile up a bunch of these, if things get really annoying or not. I'm going to assume that that's not the case until shown otherwise. I don't really have a big problem with the card, but I do think it's a D. I don't see how this is like one of the desirable cards for you. I feel like, most decks probably would rather have this card in the sideboard, just as its impact just isn't that high.
Yeah, I think that it's maybe a little better than that, just because in a deck where it makes like half your creatures better or more than half your creatures better, mm-hmm. It is relevant because, again, you didn't spend a full card on that effect because an 0/5 can block pretty well. Mm-hmm. So I think that I'll be happy playing this a decent amount of the
time. Next is Tightening Coils. It's 1 and a blue for an aura. Enchant creature. It's common, and it says enchanted creature gets -6/-0 and loses flying.
So, unlike the Pin to the Earth, this actually takes away flying, which is nice because they're the same card otherwise.
Is this the fixed Pin to the Earth?
pinned to the sea, I guess.
Yeah.
But yes, Tightening Coils. I mean, this is a blue removal spell. You put this on most things, and it turns it into basically a mediocre blocker. Granted, putting this on a 4/4 still means that they have a 0/4 blocker. And before you ask, yes, it's actually a -2/4, but whatever. So that means if you're a deck that wants to attack on the ground with 2/2s and 3/3s, this is not the kind of removal you want. It doesn't actually remove things from your path. But if you're a deck full of flyers or a control deck, then Tightening Coils will stop most threats.
Yeah, and it stops huge threats too. I mean, -6 will take down most of the biggest stuff and at least enable you to block even the bigger stuff. I don't hate the card. It doesn't look super impressive to me, but when you picture it and you look at how you're going to win in a lot of blue decks, like you mentioned in the air, Tightening Coils kind of gets the job done. It just renders one of their threats basically unable to attack, even if it does leave it around to block. I think the card's totally fine. I gave it a C. I just think it's like a mid-grade removal spell.
Yeah, I think C is accurate. I think some decks will want it a little more than that because it's just a straight up removal spell in those decks. But you have to balance that where sometimes, your first 2 picks will be flyers. You'll take this thinking you're going to be a blue flyers deck. And then you just end up with a bunch of ground aggressive creatures, like Ruination Guides or what have you, and realize that this actually isn't that great a removal. So you have to balance the fact that some decks that you take this in will not want it all that much. But I like C on Tightening Coils.
Ulamog's Reclaimer is next. It's a processor. It's an uncommon. It's a 2/5 for 4 and a blue. So 5 mana, 2/5. It's got to void like they all do. And it says, when it enters a battlefield, you may process. If you do, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Get a little value going. I like that.
It's a 5 mana 2/5, which is significantly worse than a 5 mana 3/5. We just saw 5 mana 3/5, and we're pretty happy with it. 2/5 just kills so many fewer things, and just it doesn't do that much damage, when you attack your opponent. So a 2/5 is enough worse that you need a reason to play this. You can't just put this in your deck and hope it works out. That being said, drawing a spell from your graveyard is pretty good.
I like it. I mean, I like that type of card generally, so I could see this one being fine.
Yeah, I think this is the sort of thing that if you're in the processor deck and you have support and you have spells, so it's actually asking 2 different things, just which is worth noting. Then this is a good card. It is nice that Awaken spells give you creature spell slots. So
yes,
you have multiple quote unquote creatures that are actually spells which combo with Ulamog's Reclaimer. So you might so when you're trying to draft the deck with 15 creatures, you might also have 10 spells in your deck, even though that adds up to 25 because 2 of your cards play double duty.
Yeah, another thing to remember is, much like we talked about with the Halimar creature earlier, sometimes you're just going to use a spell a little bit more aggressively than you normally would, like an Awaken spell for its non-awaken cost, if you plan on reclaiming it back anyway just to get value. Just keep your eye out for that. I'm assuming that if you can get stuff back, I would have this in the C+ range. If it was just straight up 4 and a blue, 2/5, return an instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. I mean, I probably would have that in the C+ to B- range. Just it's a good value spell, good control type spell. Here, you don't always get it, so I have it at C+ for Ulamog's Reclaimer.
Yeah, I like C+ on Ulamog's Reclaimer. I actually like when cards like this exist in the format because in some decks, this is just a B. In some decks, you're like, yeah, I've got 2 Benthic Infiltrators. I'm already going to play this Mist Intruder, and I've got a bunch of good spells. Ulamog's Reclaimer is going to be great. But you'll get it 7th pick because no one else wants it. That sort of variance does really help because it lets you draft these, decks with cool synergies and still get powerful cards late. Cards like Lightning Bolt, 1 red, deal 3. Well, you're not getting that 7th pick in any universe. But you can construct synergy cards that are as good as Lightning Bolt and still get them quite late. So that's really what draft is about for me. So yes, I like Ulamog's Reclaimer. I think it's a C+, and I hope to draft around it.
Wavewing Elemental's next. This is a big flyer. It's a 5 and a blue for a 3/4 elemental, but it's got a landfall. It gets +2/+2 until end of turn. So it ends up being like a 5/6 flyer some of the time. One thing to note here about landfall, we talked about this with the red ones and the cheap ones, the 1 and 2 drop landfall creatures, that they're more likely to actually have landfall hit them multiple times, where a card like Wavewing Elemental is less likely because it does cost 6 mana. So, if you're top decking, roughly 40%, of your draws are going to be lands from that point on. And you're not, because you probably won't have very many left in your hand, if any at all, by the time you cast Wavewing Elemental on its own. So, call it every other turn, it ends up being a 5/6, but even when it's not, it's still a 3/4 flying. This is kind of a clunker, right? This isn't exactly a hyper efficient finisher, but I could see this seeing some amount of play. I mean, flyers and that can be 5 power can do quite well, and we have seen a reasonable number of cards that can lock down creatures temporarily or block well on the ground, or, we just talked about the tightening coils, that type of thing. I could see a Wavewing Elemental soaring above those and getting in for the victory.
Yeah, you don't very frequently see a 5 power flyer at common. And this is a common that attacks for 5 in the air. That's kind of impressive.
Mm-hmm.
What I do like about this is that, it finishes the game. If you can stall the board at all, or if you can keep, your opponent from killing you, so hit them in pretty big chunks. It doesn't block particularly well, so some decks are just not going to be interested in it. Your control deck just does not want a way to kill them. It wants a way to survive and then win the game. And
right.
Waving Elemental just doesn't provide that. Yes, a 3/4 flyer can block decently, but for 6 mana, you can usually do better. So it's the kind of card that I don't think you're going to be too sad if you miss out on, but it's nice to have like one of these as your high end.
Yeah, I have it at D for Wavewing Elemental just because I don't think that this is a card that you draft and just always put in your deck, but I do think that it will have a home some of the time, and you just need to kind of pay attention to what kind of deck you've drafted to see if you want to play it or not.
Yeah, I give it like a C-. I think it's, like I said, somewhat replaceable. It's not like if like a 2-drop where if you don't get enough 2-drops, you're kind of in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
No one's ever going to say like, man, I got completely Wavewing Elemental screwed. I just did not get enough Wavewing Elementals.
Our last card is Windrider Patrol. It's 3 blue for an uncommon Merfolk Wizard. It's a 4/3 with flying. And when it deals combat damage to a player, scry 2. Well, that's business.
Yeah, compare this with the card we just saw. It's a 4/3 instead of a 3/4, but it never gets bigger. But it's 1 mana cheaper, and when you hit them, it has a great ability. So
wow.
I really like Windrider Patrol. That, if you're curious, about the difference, a mana can make, again, just look at these 2 cards. I gave Wavewing Elemental C-. You gave it like a D+. Windrider Patrol. Windrider Patrol is going to be a B for me.
It's a B, yeah. It's just like a straight up B. The card's great.
Yep.
And this is also, Windrider Patrol is also the type of card that I'm really looking for in this tempo deck, that we've seen that there's a lot of ways that you can generate tempo in the set. And that Patrol seems like a nice little way to hammer on their life total in the air while you kind of keep them off balance on the ground. All right, that is it for blue. Blue looks exciting to me. 3 of my favorite cards in the set are in there. It's not really a big surprise because I do like blue creatures are kind of my wheelhouse. I think those are the type of things I really enjoy, and I can't wait to discover some coasts and to be clutch. Let's move on to black, our last color. Then we're going to do multicolored artifact and the colorless non-devoid, and then the lands.
I just want to mention before we move on, blue really made out well.
It did, right?
Blue had 2 commons that hit B, which is actually pretty rare. Well, it's certainly not common. And it's got a lot of other solid ones. So blue's looking very good to me. And that's even accounting the filter I already have on. So
yeah, your blue colored glasses. So let's see if black holds up to how good blue was. Altar's Reap is our first card. It's 1 and a black for an instant at common, and it says, and this is a reprint, by the way, it says, as an additional cost to cast Altar's Reap, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. So you cast this at instant speed, you sack a creature when you do it, and then you get to draw 2. Sort of the traditional way to use this is either to sacrifice a useless creature or one that sort of overstayed its welcome. Your 2/2 for 2 that seemed fine early, but now all of a sudden has been, woefully outclassed, can just go away. An Eldrazi Scion, just get rid of it and cash it in for some cards. But the best way to use it is when your opponent goes to use removal on one of your creatures, and then you play Altar's Reap in response, sacrifice that creature, it was going to die anyway, and then get your 2 cards worth of value out of it.
So I don't know how much you need to do before building a divination is worth it, but it really can't be very much. If you're going out of your way to enable Altar's Reap, it's generally not going to pay you off quite as well as you would hope. Just because the ability to draw 2 cards for 2 mana, that's about well, about 1 mana more or 1 mana less than you really want to spend. So is sacrificing a creature for 1 mana often worth it? Huh? I mean, if you get the creature for free, basically, is how it works.
Yeah, the answer to that is no. But there are times where you can engineer a spot where that does become worth it. It's just generally not.
So the way to make use of this card isn't to say like, hey, look, it's an Altar's Reap. I'm going to build a deck based on Altar's Reap. It's more to say, hey, I built a deck where Altar's Reap fits well in. I guess I'll play Altar's Reap. I mean, we've seen this card before, and it can be a fine playable. If you have a lot of creatures that either trigger on sacrificing or give you free tokens, like, say Eldrazi Scion that you're not paying a whole lot for, or you really want a way to foil your opponent's removal, like it's actually a great sideboard card against someone with a lot of removal.
Right, totally. Not a high pick. I gave Altar's Reap a D. I'm not there. I feel like this is the perfect type of card where it doesn't always make the cut for me, but sometimes it does. And when it does, I'm perfectly fine with it. Right in that D plus range. I just gave it a D. It might be a little higher because of this Scions rolling around. We'll see, but I'll stick with that for now. I'll stick with D plus.
Yeah. Oh, is it a D or a D plus?
It's D.
Yeah, I actually like D on this as well. I think it's the kind of card that some decks will elevate this to a C and they'll play it, but no deck is going to be like, the only thing I was missing was Altar's Reap.
Right. Blood Bond Vampire is next. This is 2 black for a 3/3 vampire shaman ally. So we'll note that here. It's uncommon, and it says whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Blood Bond Vampire. Now, this is another of those examples that I was alluding to earlier in the review when I was talking about this black-white deck, and they care about recurring forms of life gain, and it doesn't really care about how much, just that you have gained life. And going back to some of the white cards, you'll see that this is the type of thing where it can get out of hand, right? If you have a way to gain life every turn, this thing becomes a 4/4 and then a 5/5, and it can really grow pretty huge and become a real threat. Now on its own, it's just a 3/3 for 4, which is, you mentioned earlier, Luis, it's acceptable, right? It's not exciting, but it's not like it's a 1/1 for 4 that you really have to put a whole lot of work into or whatever. The question is just, how big is the upside when you draft this card? How often are you going to be able to gain life, and can you do it repeatedly?
Yeah, if you have 4 ways to gain life in your deck, I would probably just play this and be happy with it. If you have 0 or 1 ways, then I'll only play this if I really need the creature. And
the ally,
the ally, it could be a relevant factor as well. In general, I think that you're going to play this card just because it's not hard to pick up 1 or 2 incidental cases of life gain, but I'm not really aggressively going after it.
Yeah, I think that this one will get kind of out of control. I actually gave it a C minus. I don't want to get caught up in the whole life gain thing. It is still an ally that's a 3/3 for 4, which isn't, worst case scenario. So I kept it up in the C range, but there will definitely be times when you don't play this card in your deck.
Yeah, I think that in general you're going to play the card, but it's by no means a guarantee, and it's not a card. It's not a card that pays you off so much for building around it that I would take it early. I like C minus on this.
Bone Splinters is back, another reprint. It's black for a sorcery, and it says, as an additional cost to cast Bone Splinters, sacrifice a creature, destroy target creature. So this has always been kind of a stopgap for me. This is one where it's so simple, it's cheap, kind of, right, because you almost can never play this on turn 1, for example, or even on turn 2. But it does just have those 3 magical words, destroy target creature. It just kills something that you need killed. The bad news is that you need to kill one of your things to do it, and that presents a few problems. One of them is if you don't have any creatures. That doesn't pop up too often, but when it does, you're staring at your Bone Splinters and it just does nothing, which is a major downside when it happens. The other thing is you have to figure out for yourself, similar to Altar's Reap, how many expendable creatures do I plan on having during the course of like a normal game with this deck, right? Sometimes you've got a whole bunch of Eldrazi Scion makers and you actually plan on having quite a few floating around. And other times it's not quite so clear, where you're sacrificing, real cards from your hand to Bone Splinters, not incidental stuff, but real stuff. And it can hurt. That said, to me, the catch-all removal does outweigh it enough that I do tend to run the first Bone Splinters pretty regularly, almost regardless, as long as I have like enough creatures in the deck at all. And I would probably run a second one if I had a whole bunch of Eldrazi Scions or whatever floating around as well. I'm willing to give up quite a bit to take down a creature, even if it's just to make sure that I don't lose to some bomb or some huge Eldrazi or some evasive threat that I just can't block or whatever.
Yeah, it is definitely insurance, because it can't answer anything. It just says destroy target creature. It is not discriminatory at all. But if you just play a 2-drop and then sack it to Bone Splinters later, that's just not a good deal. You spent 2 cards, and what you got out of it was maybe some mana efficiency. So before I include Bone Splinters in my deck, I want at least 4 ways to enable it, and ideally more, but about 4. And I count even the things that make one Eldrazi Scion as ways, because sacking that Scion is definitely not a bad deal. So luckily, Bone Splinters does seem like it's reasonably well supported. I think it's, again, by no means premium removal, because if you take this first, sometimes you end up in a deck that doesn't really want it all that much. But I think you're going to want Bone Splinters in your deck just more often than not. It is the kind of card that when it's good, it's quite good.
Yeah, I agree. I gave it like a C. Like, to put it in context, I think it's important what you just said, Luis. It's not premium removal. It looks kind of like it, cheap, destroy a creature, but it's actually not. But it is more like necessary evil removal. It's the kind of thing that I'll run in my deck because I really value the ability to just kill a creature very highly, even though this doesn't do it in a particularly efficient or forgiving way. So I give Bone Splinters a C or maybe like a C+. For the first one, they do fall off pretty quickly after that.
I like C+, and I think that if you're lacking in removal in general, this does go up, because having access to a Bone Splinters is pretty good.
Okay. What's the next card? Carrier Thrall? What is that? What does Carrier Thrall do?
Carrier Thrall is 1 and a black for a 2/1 vampire, and when Carrier Thrall dies, put a 1/1 Eldrazi Scion into play. It's uncommon, and it's quite a powerful card. 2 mana for a 2/1 that dies into a 1/1 with a slight upside ability. That's a very good deal. You'll always play Carrier Thrall, and you'll always be pretty happy about it.
Yeah, it seems like a totally reasonable 2-drop to me.
Yeah, it works quite well with the 2 cards we just saw, Bone Splinters and Altar's Reap. And in general is the kind of card that I like as an enabler, where it enables these sacrifice cards, and it's good in combination with them. But you're not, like Benthic Infiltrator, you're not paying any costs. You're going to put this card in your deck, you're going to be very happy to do so.
Right. Does it bump up to above a C for you?
Yeah, I think Carrier Thrall is a B-. I think that...
Oh, wow.
If you take this card in your first couple picks, you're not going to be unhappy about that. You're going to be satisfied that you used a 3rd pick on Carrier Thrall.
Okay, I gave it a C+, but I can see where you're going with that. Complete Disregard is next. Great name for a card. It's 2 and a black, instant, common, devoid, exile target creature with power 3 or less. What? It's an instant speed removal spell for small stuff. I mean... Yeah, I'm going to be playing these Complete Disregards, I think, pretty regularly. I don't see cutting them.
No, you aren't going to cut this card very often. The 3rd one maybe you don't want as much, but even then, this just kills everything. We just saw that with Reeve's Soul. Killing a creature with power 3 or less, that just hits 3/4 of your opponent's creatures or something like that, exactly. If not more. So it's a card that maybe doesn't always do exactly what you want, but you'll always have a target. You didn't really overpay for it. 3 mana for this effect is just fair. Reeve's Soul felt a little more than fair. That's why it was quite good and one of the best commons. But Complete Disregard is just straight up fair. You're getting charged a fair price for what you're getting, and I think it's a C+.
Yeah, I gave it a B-. I do think it's going to be one of the better removal spells. It is instant speed. It does enable your processors. It's got a couple of little perks going for it. But like you said, as far as mana cost goes, at 3 mana, you're not really getting away with anything there. But I do like the ability to instant speed get somebody. I'm sure that there's plenty of decks that just don't want to see this. Just make sure that you're careful with when you play your Complete Disregard, because if your opponent is able to get let's say their landfall creature above power 3 in the interim, if they've got a way to get a land at instant speed or whatever, you could get blown out. So make sure you play this in a safe way when it's appropriate. But yeah, I gave it Complete Disregard a B-. Culling Drone is next. This is a nice middle ground on the whole ingest thing that we've been talking about. This is very simple. It's 1 and a black for a 2/2 Eldrazi drone. It's got devoid and ingest. So we have, kind of a grizzly bear style card with ingest, a card that you're not embarrassed to play anyway, and it just happens to have ingest as well.
I think Culling Drone is a fine card. 2-mana 2/2s don't have to really justify themselves. They're generally, if not good enough, almost good enough. And most decks are just going to play them. This enables a bunch of other cards in the set. I think I have trouble giving this any grade but C. C was made for cards like this.
It's just the most C card we've seen. Yep. Demon's Grasp is next. 4 and a black for a sorcery. And I'll note here, it is a sorcery because it is similar to cards we've had in recent sets. It's a common, though, so you will see these, and target creature gets -5/-5 until end of turn. So this is kind of our default clunky black removal spell that we get basically every set now. But again, -5/-5 for 5 mana, but it's a sorcery, so keep that in mind as well. That said, I think the first one of these basically always goes in your deck, and maybe even the second as well.
Yeah, not only do they make our removal cost 5, they also make it a sorcery.
Yeah, they're just chipping away at it.
So sooner
there's one that costs 7 in this set. So.
Yeah, so sooner we're going to be paying 6 or 7, and it's going to be a sorcery that gives -4/-4, and we just can't do anything to stop it. But now, Demon's Grasp is a fine card. Like you said, you're going to play 1 or 2. You might play 3. I mean, it kills things.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot else to say.
Right, it's just it kills stuff and it does what you need to do.
Look, you're never excited about this card, but having this card in your deck means that you're not going to die to random, Wind Rider patrols or whatever, the 4/3 flyer.
Exactly.
You just have to kill things. So, yeah, Demon's Grasp. I'm just going to give this a C. I think it's probably a C+.
Yeah, I have it at C+.
If I'm being honest, you're going to want the first one. So yeah, Demon's Grasp gets a C+.
Same. Dominator Drone is 2 and a black for a 3/2 Eldrazi drone with Devoid and Ingest, and when it enters the battlefield, if you control another colorless creature, each opponent loses 2 life. Kind of weird, very aggressive. It's a 3/2 for 3 that can hit your opponent, when it ETBs. And it's also got Ingest kind of randomly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what to make of Dominator Drone. I'm not really sure exactly where it fits. It feels like it's hitting on this sort of... they've been hinting at a deck that, cares about colorless creatures, basically the Devoid deck. There's we've seen a card that pumps power, one that pumps toughness to all of them. This one cares if you've got another colorless creature floating around on the battlefield. And yeah, I think a lot of the same things to be said about the card before. It's a 3/2 for 3 that has some amount of upside to it. It's really hard to say anything too bad about the card, but it's also not, it doesn't really stand out to me as like some exciting card either.
Yeah, this is one of the cards that it's kind of like one of the building blocks of these decks. Like it has ingest, it cares about colorless creatures and provides you a colorless creature. I don't love the stats. 3/2 for 3 is playable but unexciting. I don't think you're always going to play this card, but you're going to play it probably more often than not.
Yeah, I gave it a C. To me, it's like it has just enough going for it that while I don't really quite see where it goes yet, I don't see cutting it out of your black deck very often either.
Yeah, I want to give this like a C-.
You can give it like a C with a shrug.
Yeah, C shrug is probably good. Is that like C sharp?
No, it's C shrug.
All right, C shrug. We'll give Dominator Drone. We'll just call it a C. I guess we probably don't need 2 or 3 more categories.
Dutiful Return is 3 and a black for a sorcery. It's common. It says return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Traditionally, these are cards that again read okay, but rarely make the cut for me.
Agreed. I like 2-for-1s, but I don't like 2-for-1s that first of all cost 4 mana. Second of all, require 2 specific kinds of card types to hit your graveyard. Yes, creatures is a pretty broad category. It's the one you're going to have the most of in every deck, but you still can't cast this until later, and you won't even necessarily have a great selection. So, I think this is a D.
I think it's a D as well. It is a little interesting that on one hand, this looks a lot worse in the set where a lot of creatures are getting exiled from a lot of the common removal. But on the other hand, if they've been processed, then they're back in your graveyard anyway. So I don't know. But yeah, Dutiful Return just seems slow and not really efficient, and it has a high setup cost, so I give it a D. Geyser Field Stalker is 4 and a black for a 3/2 elemental. It's common. It's got Menace, so it's got to be double blocked at least. And also Landfall. it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. So this thing's actually kind of a beater. If you landfall after you play it, you're sitting there with a 5/4 that with menace, which is kind of a pain to deal with on the battlefield. Yeah,
this reminds me a lot of Prickle Boar.
There you go. Good on your turn, just okay on theirs.
Yeah, it's actually a little worse on both ends.
Yes.
Because if it's not always going to attack as a 5/4 first of all, and when it does, a 5/4 menace is a little bit easier to double block and kill than a 5/3 first strike, and a 3/2 is clearly worse than a 3/3 in general. So Prickle Boar wasn't breaking down any walls either. I mean, the card was just fine. Guzzleford Stalker, I think it's a little less fun, but it's still fine. If you want a 5-drop, which not every deck wants tons of, this does give you a pretty big threat. I mean, it's a 5-power evasive threat. So I would give it a C, maybe a C-.
I give it a C-. I think it's fine. I think it'll make the cut some amount of the time, and a lot of times it won't. You won't feel bad about it. Next is Grave Birthing. It's 2 and a black for an instant with Devoid. It's common, and it says, target opponent exiles a card from his or her graveyard. You put a 1/1 colorless Eldrazi Scion creature token on the battlefield. Draw a card.
So 3 mana for a 1/1 draw card at instant speed. And that's without considering the exile part. And it's also worth noting, they don't need a card in their graveyard for this to be castable.
Okay, I was going to ask, yeah.
Yeah, because you just target them. And then they do it if they can, but it's not conditional. So if this is in your opening hand and it's your 3-drop and your opponent doesn't have anything in their graveyard, go nuts. Cast Grave Birthing. So.
Okay. And I guess the idea here, right, is that you're drawing a card off of it, you're getting a mana off of it, so you are developing your board a little bit with a Scion that can pay you back later or block or whatever, and you're getting processors online.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of mana, right? 3 mana for that.
It's not very mana efficient, but it doesn't cost you a card. It enables the sacrifice theme and the processor theme, and it's an instant. I don't know. I think the card is fine. I think it's a C.
I want to like it. Yeah, I gave it a C-, but I'm just looking at it like I really can't. Again, I can't say anything bad about it, but it doesn't really jump out as a card, that I need to play in every deck either. I do expect to see a little more play than it looks, though.
Yeah, I think Grave Birthing is just a solid C.
How about this next card, Grip of Desolation? This card can be such a blowout.
Oh yeah, Grip of Desolation is 4 black for an instant, Devoid, exile target creature and target land. So it's funny. Demon's Grip is a sorcery, and that on the card type or -5/-5 that we would expect to be an instant because Throttle was an instant and Flatten was an instant.
Mm-hmm.
Grip of Desolation is similar to cards like Into the Maw of Hell and Plague Spores that have always been sorcery. So it is kind of funny seeing this at instant speed.
Yeah, they flipped it on us a little here. The fact that it's an uncommon, maybe they pushed it a little, but yeah, this thing seems great. I mean, the dream, of course, would be, well, there are many dreams to be had with this card. One of them is to exile a land that was going to be awoken and where that land was the only target for the spell so that you can actually fizzle the awaken spell.
Oh, the full 3-for-1?
Yeah, just the nastiest possible. The first time you get to do that, I expect screenshots to be sent or whatever. But even just in a more middle case scenario, just knocking them down a land and maybe one that had already been awakened or whatever, and maybe not, and exiling a creature at instant speed is pretty big. I mean, there seems to be a lot of things to do with your mana in this set, and maybe you could take them off of a color or whatever. I mean, I don't know. How excited would you be about a card that was 4 black instant exile target creature? Just, didn't have the land part.
You would basically always play that, I think.
I think so too. So if the land's just gravy, then that's pretty great.
Yeah, he's squeezing so hard he's turning the land into gravy. That's exactly what's happening. The picture's awesome, by the way.
It is very sweet, yeah.
But there's 2 things going on. One is that this is unconditional removal at instant speed that exiles, so that it enables your processors and is just good. The other is that this is a format where exiling a lands is very good. It's not just that Awaken's running around, though that is part of it. The other part is that people are just trying to play expensive spells in a lot of the time. And exiling a land, I mean, this is a 2-for-1. You pay 6 mana, you get your 2-for-1. And even if the land isn't quite as valuable as like a second creature, for example, you still get, like, at the very least, 1.5 for 1.
Totally. And, remember this is also the Converge set where people are trying to splash around and get big Converge. You can take them off of an entire color with Grip of Desolation. The card just seems excellent to me. I think the format will be slow enough that you actually get to fire this off, somewhat frequently as well. And, maybe with the help of a Scion or two, you can fire it off a couple of turns early too. So I think Grip of Desolation is great. I gave it a B. It is 6 mana. It's not exactly cheap, but the effect it has can be quite profound, and I really appreciate that. So I gave Grip a B.
Yeah, I like B on Grip of Desolation.
Hagra's Sharpshooter is 2 and a black for a 2/2 human assassin ally at uncommon, and this is the one where you can dump a bunch of mana into it, in this case 4 and a black, to give target creature -1/-1 until end of turn.
That's an expensive activation ability.
It is not cheap at all. Now, if you get to kill an actual creature with it, right, then you're quite happy to spend some of your extra mana to start mowing down creatures. But that there's not, I don't think, too many creatures that this thing kills that you're really happy to dump 5 mana in for.
No, but on the other hand, it is a free ability, right? Like you cast a creature that can attack and block, and this has this ability sitting there.
Mm-hmm, for sure.
So, I think that the threat of activation really comes into play with cards like this because it's an expensive ability, but your opponent has to keep in mind that you could use it.
Like during combat?
Right. When you attack with your 3/3 into their 3/3 and you have 5 mana up, they're probably not going to block unless they have something. If they don't have anything, then they're going to be too worried you're going to use this. You got 3 damage, and then you can just play something else.
Right.
And that's a good ability.
I mean, that is good. I mean, the one thing that I do note here, though, you mentioned, well, you're playing a creature that can attack or block. It doesn't do it very well. It's a 2/2 for 3.
True. It is underrated. It is, it does fail the vanilla test. You're not going to want 2/2s for 3 in your deck in general. Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think this card's fine. There's probably some matchups that it's a little better in than others. The ability to repeatedly, mow down small creatures or affect combat is pretty good. I don't know, where this thing really tops out at. I don't want to underrate it here because, again, that ability can be very strong. But at the same time, if your opponent's just like, here's an Eldrazi, this thing doesn't really do anything. Maybe like a C+, I don't know.
I like C+ on Hagra Sharpshooter. There are just some matchups where it's going to be solid, and I think the upside is worth the slight downgrade in stats you get.
Okay. Colostria Healer is next. Here's another life gain, cares about life gain type card. It's 1 and a black for a 1/2 vampire cleric ally with rally. So whenever it or another ally enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. So you play it and it drains your opponent for 1. And then whenever you play any other allies, it drains again for 1. So you're getting, in multiple instances here of gaining life for that life gain thing. And then also you're just kind of chipping away at your opponent's life total as well.
I kind of like the combination of things going on here. We've mentioned the life gain theme. This is a way to multiple trigger that because, you could have a deck where this is on every turn or every other turn.
Sure.
And draining your opponent for 1 is a thing. Overall, this is not a card you can just slot into your deck without a reason. Whether that reason is triggering other allies and you have 10 or 12 allies in your deck, or you have 6 cards that care about life gain and this just gives those, triggers those. But if you just put this in like the average black deck, then you're going to be disappointed. And that kind of spells D to me.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably true. This might even reach into the build around a little. Colostria Nightwatch is next. It's 4 and a black for a 4/5 vampire warrior ally. So here's another ally. And this one's another common as well. And whenever you gain life, it gains flying until end of turn.
Yeah. 5 mana 4/5 is pretty good stats, especially for black. Black does not have great creatures in general. Just blocks a lot of its powers and spells. So I think you're going to play Colostria Nightwatch almost every time, even if you don't have ways to give it flying.
Yeah, I think so too. And then, any incidental way that you happen to send it up in the skies, you're going to be happy with as well. I mean, it's also an ally for if you get that whole thing going. So I don't know. Colostier Nightwatch has enough upside for me that I don't think it's a B in the B range. I think it's still just a C plus because it is still a 5-ball that, isn't, super amazing, but it wouldn't be shocked to me if there's enough life gain around that this is a 4/5 flying for 5 some percentage of the time that this card actually ends up being even better than that.
Yeah, it's a C plus with the capacity to overperform.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Malakir Familiar is 2 and a black for a 2/1 bat. It's uncommon. It's got flying and death touch, and ta-da! Whenever you gain life. So we're seeing this theme really start to come into sight here.
With vampires and vampire hangers on.
Yeah. It gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Which is not really that impressive. The other part seems pretty good, though. A 2/1 flying death touch for 3 mana, I think is fine. That I don't feel embarrassed playing a card like that. It works well enough on offense that, it's hitting for 2 in the air, and on defense it can trade for basically anything. The life gain part is, I don't know, doesn't seem great to me, right? Like sometimes it's a 3/2 flying, but hey, if we view that as gravy, I'm fine with that. We put it on the French vanilla test, flying death touch 2/1 for 3. Again, that's a pass for me. And then the other part is like, hey, occasionally it's a 3/2 flyer. If I have some way to like kind of repeatedly gain life or whatever. So overall, I think Malakir Familiar is a solid playable. I think it's fine. I like cheap-ish death touch creatures in formats where you're trying to make Eldrazi sometimes, and I think this card's pretty sweet. I think it's right in that C plus range as well.
I would give this a B minus. I like Malakir Familiar. I think that the fact that it's an evasion creature that actually clocks your opponent while trading for anything and having this like life gain upside. Actually, I'm just going to revise that. I'm going to say it's a B.
Okay.
So I'll give Malakir Familiar a B just because the base level card is something you're always going to want in your deck. You're always going to play this, and it has a pretty solid upside with the life gain theme, and it's just a card I can see myself second picking and not being unhappy about.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. It does play both sides of the court really well. Mindraker. So here's another processor. This one's 3 and a black for a 3/3. It's common. It's devoid, and when it enters the battlefield, you may put a card an opponent owns. Sorry, you may process, and if you do, your opponents discard a card.
Yeah, this is kind of like one of the most, vanilla processors where...
Yeah, pretty pedestrian here.
Right, you get a Hill Giant, which is fine, 4 mana 3/3, and if you process, they discard a card, which is also just fine. It's not like, oh yeah, man, I really need to enable this. So I'm not in love with Mindraker. I think that the upside is not that high, and the downside of it not working, I mean, while not a disaster, it's just not that interesting. So I could give Mindraker like a D+.
Yeah, I gave it a D+. Also, not super impressed with it. Making your opponent discard a card is okay, but it's not great. Make it 2 cards or something, and now we're talking business, but 1 card just isn't that big of a deal. Myers Malice is 3 and a black for a sorcery. It's common, and it says target opponent discards 2 cards, but it's got Awaken 3 for 5 and a black. So for 6 mana, you can make a 3/3 and have your opponent discard 2 cards.
I think this is what messed me up with Coastal Discovery, is that I thought they were the flip sides of each other, but this is common, and it only makes a 3/3. Also, discarding 2 is worse than drawing 2, so yeah, this isn't Coastal Discovery at all.
No, and that said, I don't hate this card. I could see playing the Awaken cost for this at 6 and being pretty happy to knock out, my opponent's big threats in hand or the last chain of their allies or whatever. That said, it's very slow. 6 mana, if you're not aiding this with some Eldrazi Scions or something along those lines, is a tall order. That is a lot of mana, and a 3/3 by the time you actually cast it, while appreciated, isn't exactly a board dominator. The difference between a 3/3 and a 4/4 at that stage of the game can be pretty big. I'm not in love with Myers Malice, but I could see myself resolving it sometimes too.
Yeah. I think this is the kind of card I'll play if I don't have any other Awaken slots, just because I like having a little bit of power in the late game here. But it's not really a spectacular card. It's probably I'm going to give Myers Malice a C-.
Yeah, it might even be a D+. This is the kind of card that oftentimes the other Awaken cards will just push it out. Nirkana Assassin is 2 and a black for a 2/3 Vampire Assassin ally. Whenever you gain life, it gains Death Touch until end of turn.
So here we have a card that, unlike Malakir Familiar or Calastria Nightwatch, Nirkana Assassin is not good enough unless you're gaining life reliably. 3 mana 2/3 is just, below the bar. It's not a card you want in your deck. So what reason do you have to play this? Well, if you can gain life, especially at instant speed, then it really makes it hard for your opponent to attack into it. The thing is, 2/3 for 3 is not that aggressive either. So even if you have these like sorcery speed life gain, it doesn't really help because you're not really like casting that and then a bashing with your 2/3 death touch is just not that exciting.
It's really not. You want to be able to do it at instant speed, and that seems pretty difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, this just seems like an awkward payoff for the whole life gain thing. I'm not super excited about it.
No, I'm going to go with D on Nirkana Assassin. If you have a great life gain deck or a great ally deck, sure, go nuts. But other than that, you really shouldn't be playing this.
Yeah, I'm with you, D. Retreat to Hagra. So here's the black retreat. It's 2 and a black for an enchantment uncommon. Landfall. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains Death Touch until end of turn. Or you drain your opponent for 1, so they lose a life. You gain a life, which again is another... I'm really noting these life gain things in case this life gain deck ends up becoming a thing, as Retreat to Hagra is a way to, enable multiple life gain instances. So kind of interesting. What do you make of the first ability, though? That's the one I want to concentrate on here, is target creature gets +1/+0 and gains Death Touch until end of turn. How good is that?
It's the sort of thing that if you're beating down, it's great, but if you're not, it doesn't do anything. And really the reason to play Retreat to Hagra is the second ability. It's, draining your opponent for 1, because what this gives you is a repeatable way to trigger all your life gain cards.
Okay, sure.
So,
and the question is that worth a card? Does that drain ability keep you alive? God, it just seems a little bit low impact to me unless we really plan on these games going on for a long time, How many landfall triggers would you have to get before you're happy with this thing?
It's not as much how many landfall triggers you have to get. It's like, what are they enabling? Because again, I'm not playing it for the first ability. That's just not something that's on my radar really. So am I using Retreat to Hagra to enable Nirkana Assassin, the 2/3 that gets Death Touch? That's not a good use. I would not do that. But do I have 2 Malakir Familiars, 2 Calastria Nightwatches in my deck, and all of a sudden Retreat to Hagra is giving creatures flying and +1/+1? That's very different. So
I see. So you'll know if you want this card? Is that what your contention is here?
Right. If you have like 5 or 6 total cards that are good when you gain life, then Retreat to Hagra is like a perfect enabler. If you have like 2, just the card's not good, don't play it.
You don't want to play it for face value, but you'll play it if you're getting value.
I don't like this card for face value. I think this is just actually a build around. It's just, you're only going to play it if you really want the life gain theme going. Otherwise the card just doesn't do enough to justify its inclusion.
Right. I like putting it in build around. We got there. Rising Miasma is it Miasma?
Miasma.
Miasma is 3 and a black for a sorcery.
I have no idea.
Did you Ben Stark me here?
I just picked one.
Sorcery uncommon. All creatures get -2.
Miasma.
I'm going to be in the booth at the Pro Tour. Rising Miasma. No, Luis told me.
Don't worry, I'm probably going to be in the booth at the Pro Tour too.
Yeah. Well, let's hope not. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. And then Awaken 3 for 7, 5 black as well. Is this a main deck card? Is this a sideboard card? Since it does cost 7 to do the Awaken, it's a little awkward, right? I mean, we're talking about a card that basically wipes away a bunch of smaller creatures. And now, if I want to get the full value, I got to wait till turn 7, or not turn 7, probably turn 10 or 11 to actually be able to do that. At which point, oftentimes those smaller creatures have, they're not useless, but they're not quite the thing that you're as worried about anymore. So that leads me to think, okay, well, I'll probably be playing this for 4 mana a fair bit of the time just to wipe away an early aggressive start from an opponent. And I think it'll be pretty good at doing that. So the question just becomes, well, where does this fit in then? Right. And I mean, it seems a control deck would be, the place you'd want to start. I don't know if you want to just do this thing run this thing in every deck. The Awaken cost doesn't really blow me away as it's quite expensive, and Awaken 3 isn't super impressive. I mean, again, I'll always take the extra value, don't get me wrong, but some of these are pretty aggressively costed, and this one kind of isn't. So again, I keep coming back to, do we want 3 and a black sorcery, all creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn in this format?
That's really the question. It's not looking to me like that would be fantastic, but it does look playable. I think that you would start the first half a lot of the time. I mean, part of the problem is if your deck is also soft to it, then you lose a lot of the value because you just can't cast it.
Right.
But it seems like there are between the allies and other, in a lot of the ingest creatures aren't that big. It actually seems like there's enough cards that this kills that I would tend to want to main deck it, especially since it does have a powerful mode. Even at the 7 mana version is actually good.
Yeah. So, I don't know, the card seems to have a ton of upside to me, but I just don't have a feel enough to know exactly how good that upside is on a consistent basis. I'm assuming that there's some decks that this card will wreck, and then there's some decks that it won't. That it'll be kind of bad against or whatever. So, yeah, I don't know. Where do you want to rate Rising Miasma?
I think it's Miasma.
Okay, I'll change it to that.
It's either going to be like C plus or B minus. I'm going to say C plus. I'm not thrilled with the card yet, but this is the kind of card I could see because the actual texture of the format could be very different. Okay. I could see this card being a B, but I'm going to start at C plus.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's weird because I could see it being a D. I could see it being a B. I guess I'll split the difference and give it a C as well, or just give it a C. Silent Skimmer is next. It's 3 and a black for an 0/4 Eldrazi drone. It's common. It's got Devoid, Flying, and whenever it attacks, defending player loses 2 life. Kind of interesting. On the beatdowns, it plays a lot like a 2/4 with Flying, and unblockable in some ways, as that damage happens whether it gets blocked or not. On defense, it's just an 0/4 with Flying for 4 mana, which is, not really up to par. But these things can be very annoying. 4 is a lot of toughness for flying creatures to deal with, and it can just chip away, making you lose 2 life kind of over and over again.
Yeah, I like this card. It looks really weird. It's actually very, very Eldrazi to me. I think that's pretty cool too. But it's a 4 toughness flyer that's basically unblockable. Like, yes, if they have 4 power worth of flyers, you can't attack either, but this gets around a 3/3 flyer or a 1/3 flyer or what have you. So I think this card's fairly solid. It's okay defensively because it can stop a lot of things, and it's hard to stop it from getting in for damage. I mean, I would give this a C plus.
I do too. I think Silent Skimmer's a little bit better than it looks at first glance, and I think it's going to be a lot more annoying than it seems. I'll give it a C plus. Skitterskin is 3 and a black for a 4/3 Eldrazi drone at uncommon with Devoid. It cannot block, which is, I think, many of our astute listeners will be like, wait a minute, I'm getting a 4/3 for 4? There's got to be a catch. And there is. It can't block. But it does have an activated ability. You can pay 1 and a black to regenerate it, but you can only do it if you control another colorless creature. But man, if you're looking to beat down, this thing is a major hassle for your opponent. It's a 4/3 sometimes regenerator for 4 that just hits really hard. Now, the not being able to block is a massive downside. Let's not overlook it. But, again, if you are looking to apply pressure and beat down, this thing does it.
Yeah, this card's very off and on. The decks that want it, it's like, wow, this card's great. It's a very hard to stop attacker. I'm just going to curve out with Skitterskin and, Dominator Drone and just beat the crap out of my opponent. The decks that are like, well, I'm actually kind of defensive. Oh, no, I'm never playing this card.
Right. Yeah. If you have an eye to block, and I want to remind you that most limited decks do. Even the ones that think that they're trying to be the aggressor aren't usually so aggressive that they just never need to block or can just overlook that. That being said, if you are really looking to beat down, I mean, this thing does it. Skitterskin is an absolute beater. 4/3 for 4 with regeneration sometimes is a big game. I don't generally like cards like this just because I don't plan for the games where I just always get to attack. But I do like that this thing hits hard enough that it can just straight up race anyway, so that, you can mitigate the fact that it can't block a bit.
Yeah, it's the sort of card that since it's clearly powerful, people are going to be attracted to it a little bit more than maybe they should, just because you look at this card and you're like, well, this is, how do you stop this? But the question is, can this stop anything? I mean, it clearly can't. And if you're behind it all, you just can't cast this. Your opponent went 2-drop, 3-drop, and you played a 3-drop, they killed it, hit you for 5, then you're gonna play a Skitter Skin and just be dead. So, it is one of those kind of cards that when it's in your deck and you want it, it's a B, and other decks it's an F. So,
right.
Like what kind of grade do you give it? It's clearly not a build around exactly. All you have to do is be an attacking deck. I would tend to probably give this like a C plus.
Yeah, I gave it like a D plus. I just think that there are going to be enough times when you're just not going to want to run it. I don't know. This is one of the classic ones where if you just look at the grades, it's just you're not really going to have an idea what this card does. So yeah, Skitter Skin C minus D plus for me, but whatever.
Yeah,
like you said.
It's basically that's the funny thing. It's never going to be a C or a D.
Yeah,
it's either going to be like an F or a B.
Or a B. Yeah, you're right.
So
yeah,
I think C plus is a perfect average. So Skitter Skin is the kind of card which, if you didn't listen to this, you have no idea what grade it's going to get.
Yeah, so take that. This next guy is kind of interesting. It's called Sludge Crawler. It's black for a 1/1 Eldrazi drone with Devoid and Ingest. So this isn't an Ingest enabler, but we had a blue one that was similar to this where I was like, I don't really want this card in any reasonable scenario, but this one's a little different. You can pay 2 colorless to give it +1/+1 until end of turn. So this one actually trades up a bit with some other creatures that could block it. It also scales up with the game in a somewhat reasonable way. For 4 mana, it becomes a 3/3. You do get Threat of Activation on it as well. And if you do have it on turn 1, it has a much better chance of either hitting or at least trading with an opponent's creature in the early part of the game and either enabling an ingest and maybe getting in for some damage or just trading off for the cost of some mana. This one's way better to me than the blue 1-drop. That being said, I don't really know what the ceiling is on Sludge Crawler. I'm not like super excited about the card.
No, you really should not be playing this card unless you care about the ingest part of it. Maybe if you care about the Devoid part of it. So far, we have the cards that we've seen that care about Devoid don't care about it so strongly that it's a reason to put a card in your deck you otherwise wouldn't.
Right.
But I would play this if I had a bunch of processors because, yeah, it can get actually a little out of control in the late game when you have 10 mana floating around. This card is a real threat. So, and on turn 1 it will hit for a card or two. I think it's like probably still just like a D plus though.
Yeah, I have it at C minus. I don't know. I kind of like it. I think it's probably reasonable. But whatever, we're in the same general area. Swarm Surge is 2 and a black for a sorcery with Devoid. It's common. It says creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. Colorless creatures you control also gain first strike. So this is yet another hint here, Luis, of this, cares about colorless deck that black seems to be pretty in tune with here. We've got quite a few cards now that are, kind of looking around at the battlefield to see if you've got colorless cards and giving you bonuses for having them or giving them bonuses directly like this Swarm Surge. Interesting to note, that this might be a sub-theme that we're going to be drafting a little more than it seemed at first.
Yeah, this is not a payoff I'm really looking to collect, though. The fact that it's a sorcery means that it's an overrun, right? You cast this attack with everything your opponent is hopefully chumping your first strikers or dying, but +2/+0 isn't that big of a bonus. It requires colorless creatures. I'm actually just giving this card an F. I do not want to put this card in my deck.
Okay, I gave it a D minus. I figured that if there is a Devoid deck, then maybe this sees play. But I will tell you that I'm not convinced that this is the card you want in any scenario. Like you said, the fact that it's a sorcery is a real deal breaker. Transgress the Mind. What does that card do?
It's 1 and a black sorcery. It's Devoid, and target player reveals his or her hand. You choose a card from it with converted mana cost 3 or greater and exile it. So it's a reverse Inquisition of Kozilek. They both hit cards that cost 3. This goes up from there, and Inquisition, of course, goes down. But it does exile. I'm not going to put this card in my main deck very often. Yes, it exiles, so it enables processors, but the problem with cards like this is, first of all, you spent mana to deal with one of their cards that they have not spent mana on. It's not exactly removal because you're the only person with a mana investment. The second is you could just miss. you could look at their hand and their hand's all 2-drops, or you draw this in the late game and they've played all their cards. I'm going to sideboard this card in against someone who's got a lot of particularly good, expensive cards, but in general, this is not a card I'm going to start.
Kind of tend to agree with you on that one.
Huh. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just...
the risk of ruin, the risk of missing, is just too high because the payoff's not there when you do hit.
Right. Yeah, that's a good way to sum it up.
It's at best a 1-for-1 and at worst a 1-for-0. So it averages out to 0.8 of a card or something, or 0.7 of a card. Why would you put that card in your deck? That you have to have a specific reason to. And yes, there are some. If your opponent has a bunch of great expensive Eldrazi, that's awesome. But if they don't, then this card shouldn't be in your deck.
Right. Vampiric Rites.
It says 1 black enchantment. You pay a black and a colorless and sacrifice a creature. You gain a life and draw a card. It takes some work to make this worth it. So let's say this was a spell that says you gain 3 life and draw 3 cards for, I guess it would be 7 mana total on this card. Well, I mean, it's broken up into installments, so that helps, but you really do need to draw around 3 cards before this card is something I'm happy to have played.
Okay.
That doesn't sound like it's going to happen all that often.
That feels like a stretch to me for Vampiric Rites.
Yeah, I think that even though this enables the life gain deck and gets enabled by the sacrifice theme, even with those things going on, Vampiric Rites it's a build around. It's just not a build around that's going to get there all that often. So it's on the lower end of build arounds. It's if you have a lot of cards that care about this, you can put it in your deck, but that's definitely not going to be the average deck.
Yeah, sacking a creature is just such a steep cost here. I mean, even if you're kind of, wheeling through your deck at the same time and gaining life or whatever, it's just you're paying a card, you're paying a bunch of mana. It just seems like a tough sell to me. What grade do you want to give it?
I like Vampiric Rites as a build around, but like I said, it's a sketchy one.
Okay, as a build around, but sketchy has been noted. All right.
It looks like it's closer to Gear per Aether Grid than it is to a good build around. And Aether Grid is one that we ended up giving. Basically, we called it a build around, but basically is an F. So. Right,
exactly. Voracious Null is next. It's 2 and a black for a 2/2 zombie. And it has the ability to pay 1 and a black and sacrifice another creature. And it says put 2+1/+1 counters on Voracious Null, but you can only do it as a sorcery. So you can't wait till your opponent does a bunch of blocks and then kind of blow them out. You have to do it. And you also can't do it in response to removal. Ouch.
Yeah.
That's a tough hit for Voracious Null.
I mean, I've met Nantuko Husk, and this is not Nantuko Husk. This is... The fact this is a sorcery means you're just playing this. It's a bad deal to begin with, 3 mana for a 2/2, and then you're just spending mana and cards, or at the very least tokens, just shoving, making your 4/4, your 6/6, and just hoping your opponent doesn't have anything. Sometimes it's going to work out, but just not often enough to make me really excited. I think this is a D.
Yeah, I think it's a D as well. This is the kind of card I want my opponent to play, which is never good news for.
Also, there's 2 common bounce spells. One is great, and the other is pretty good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm kind of out.
Yeah, I'm out on Voracious Null. Last black card is called Zulaport Cutthroat, and it is 1 and a black for a 1/1 human rogue ally at uncommon. And when it or another creature you control dies, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. So we've seen that pop up a few times, that little mini drain for 1, which of course is going to trigger those life gains and also just chip away at the life total. Problem here, though, is that it is just a 1/1 for 2 mana. So it's, woefully behind on the vanilla test here.
Yeah. That being said, this effect is very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
So again, we're seeing a lot of overlap here because this is an ally. So it supports that. It also, because you gain life, it supports the life game theme. And it also really does help with a bunch of tokens. When you have Eldrazi Scions getting sacrificed, this does give you a little bit of life value.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. If you had 3 or 4 laying around, you could even just finish off your opponent by sacrificing them.
Yeah, I believe Zulaport Cutthroat is probably a C+. See, when we saw Blood Artist, which was the same text except it also counted your opponent's creatures. I mean, the creature was a 0/1, but that was dangerous because then if a 2/2s trade, you get to drain them for 2. Whenever 2 creatures battle, you got a pretty big edge. Zulaport Cutthroat being half of that makes me a little less excited, but this is still a card. If you have a creature heavy deck, this always just fits quite well in it.
Yeah. Now, it is also an ally, though it doesn't have rally.
Yeah.
So it's not going to do, it kind of has sort of pseudo rally in that it just affects everything, but
it is rally. Whenever one of your allies or non-allies dies, drain your opponent for 1.
Right. Yeah, that's true. But it will, but it is an ally, so it will trigger rally for your other creatures with rally or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is an easy one to overlook. It's a little flag for me when I see a 1/1 for 2 at uncommon. I'm kind of going, well, why is this nerf so hard? Like, shouldn't this just been a 2/2 for 2? And then but when after you've talked through what the ability actually does and how it affects the board, it's going to make scenarios where your opponent just can't win. I mean, if they're at 4 life and you have 4 creatures, you just go attack with everything. Leave your Zulaport Cutthroat hanging around, and any creatures of theirs that die in combat are just going to drain them out of the game. So, yeah, card seems pretty sweet. I'll give it a C+ as well.
Sounds good to me.
All right, so we're moving on to Multicolored now.
We did all the colors, so are we done or no?
No, we actually are getting there, though. We're kind of moving down the stretch here. We've got Multicolored, of which there is a cycle of uncommons.
5, right?
There's 10.
Oh, 10, I see. There's 2. We previewed 5 before.
Yes.
And now we get to see actually the full 10. Okay.
Yeah, and we'll probably go a little bit quicker on the ones that we already previewed because we did talk about them on LR, but we'll give them the full run, but, we'll just, a lot of our listeners will have already heard our previews for that. The first one
is the best one.
It's Catacomb Sifter, at least of the ones that we previewed before. 1 black-green for a 2/3 Devoid Eldrazi drone. And this thing's great. So when it enters a battlefield, you get a Scion. And whenever another creature you control dies, you can scry 1. Or you do scry 1.
Yeah, you get a Scion, then you get your scry on.
Yeah.
A+, but anyway.
That is great. And it does kind of look like Catacomb Sifter's like, what? Right? Like he's got his arms up. But yeah, this card's great, right? Across the board, it's like fantastic.
The blue common that costs 4 mana, except this costs 3, and it also gives you this like scry value all over the place. Yeah, this card's excellent. This card, it's not an A because it's not like that impactful. There's some games where it's just not much more than a 2/3 plus a 1/1, but it is, I think, I would actually give this a B+.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Catacomb Sifter hits on so many good levels as far as efficiency goes, and then the scry ability to effectively, manipulate your draw into the mid to late game is fantastic. And I think any deck that can cast this is going to. I just think Catacomb Sifter is great. I give it a B+ also. Drana's Emissary, by the way, I have a new view on Drana's Emissary. We already gave it a very high grade. We thought it was fantastic before. Now I think it's even better. So it's 1 black, white for a 2/2 flying vampire cleric ally. So not only is it an ally, not only is it a 2/2 flyer for 3 mana, which is all totally fine. It also has, at the beginning of your upkeep, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. So now on top of all that, it's hitting hard in the air. It's draining them when it can't. It's draining them when it does, and it's gaining you a life a turn, and they're also losing a life, and triggering all these random life gain creatures that we've seen as well that get these bonuses from gaining life. Drana's Emissary is great. Man, I already thought it was great, and now I just think it's even better. Now we've seen allies in the life gain, and it just hits on all of those decks. It just seems to be kind of in the middle of all of that.
Yeah. When a card enables a bunch of different decks and is just a great card without any outside assistance at all, then yeah, that frequently is in the B range, and that's certainly where Drana's Emissary is going to fall. Do you like it at B or B+?
I need to know a little more about the ally deck and the life gain deck. If those are both real and we see those in most drafts, then I think it's a B+. If those are fringe, a little bit more fringe, or like if casting a black-white card in your ally deck ends up being difficult or something like that, I could see it just being a B. I'll be conservative and give it a B, but rest assured, Drana's Emissary is a card that you want to play. It's a card that's worth a high pick. It's a card that's probably worth splashing for as well, and it just seems fantastic.
Yeah, I like it at B.
God, what a sweet card. Yeah. What's next here? We've got Forerunner of Slaughter. It's black-red for a 3/2 Eldrazi drone with Devoid, and you can pay a colorless to give target colorless creature haste until end of turn.
Also, you can read this as 1 black, red, 3/2 haste.
That's right. Yes, it can do that very easily, which, can help it fit into a curve better, where if you've already got a 2-drop in your hand, you might want to play that first and then play Forerunner of Slaughter on turn 3 and give itself haste and rumble. Yeah, I mean, look, I think this card is very efficient. It's 3/2 for 2 mana. It's tough to cast. How often are you just in this straight up black-red deck? I don't know yet, but, in that deck, Forerunner of Slaughter is fantastic. This card's efficient, has a relevant side ability, and I think it's really great. I guess I'll go B-. I without seeing it, it's kind of hard to say, and without knowing how it fits into different color schemes, it's hard to say, but the power level and the vanilla test passing and all that is certainly here.
Yeah, definitely.
Grove Rumbler is next. Now, this is a very simple card. It's 2 red, green for a 3/3 elemental with trample, and it has landfall. It gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Again, all of these are uncommon, these gold cards.
Yes.
5 trampler attacking on turn 5.
So like the other landfall creatures, Grove Rumbler plays offense a lot better than defense, but 4 mana for a 3/3 trample is already like a pretty, moderate deal, and making it a 5/5, that's awesome. So the fact that it comes out on turn 4 and is fine for that, the size is fine for that turn, and just attacks as if it was like a 5 or a 6 drop. I think Grove Rumbler is just a great card in any deck, even if you're not overly aggressive. Obviously, it's better when you're attacking, but you're still going to play this in your red-green mid-range deck, and you're going to be very happy with it.
Man, it hits hard for that point in the curve. I'd say Grove Rumbler's probably in the B- range as well. I mean, these gold cards are push. Look, they're tough to cast, but they're certainly giving us our money's worth for them, or our mana's worth, as it were.
Yeah, I would put Grove Rumbler at a B-. It's not, blowing me away here, but it is a good card, if not a great card.
Agree. Next is Grove Tender Druids. This is a card I'm much less excited about than Grove Rumbler. It's 2 green-white for a 3/3 elf druid ally. So it's an ally. That's something to note here. And it's similar to Grove Rumbler, right? It's gold 4-drop that's a 3/3 for 4 mana here, right? But this one has Rally. Whenever Grove Tender Druids or another ally enters the battlefield under your control, you can pay a colorless. If you do, put a 1/1 green plant creature token onto the battlefield. So, a 1/1, if, green creature, plant doesn't seem to mean anything in the set, is good, right? I mean, that's an okay thing. But like just looking at Grove Tender Druids, for example, you have to wait until turn 5 if you want to be able to pay for itself. How stoked am I on a 5 mana 3/3 that brings a random 1/1, not even a Scion, right? That gets some random bonuses from being able to make mana or being a colorless creature. Just gets a plant, not an ally, nothing like that. I don't find that card super awesome. Gold, 2 different colors of mana, 5 for 4/4 total that's kind of spread out. That's not that great for me. And I view these rally decks as very much curve out decks, these ally rally decks. They seem to be, you curve ally into ally into ally, and you get huge advantages from that. And this one really kind of screws that up. Like having to pay that extra colorless mana is a real detriment, and the payoff just isn't great. A random 1/1 is a fine bonus, but it doesn't synergize or really punch this card over the top for me. So I'm much less excited about Grove Tender Druids than I am Grove Rumbler.
Yeah, and you have to remember that part of these grades kind of reflect on what do you do when you see this card in your opening pack? Because these gold cards are great, but there is a risk when you take a gold card, and I'm not willing to take the same risk for Grove Tender Druids as I am for like Catacomb Sifter or Drana's Emissary. Those are cards I'm willing to take early because if you get there, the card is awesome. Grove Tender Druid is the kind of card which I think early on is just like a C+. It's just a fine card.
Yeah.
And when you're green, when you're green-white, Grove Tender Druid's a card you're going to prioritize because it does have a good ability, but it's not worth the risk early. So that's why I have to give Grove Tender Druids a C+.
Yeah, I gave it that too. I just think it's okay. Herald of Kozilek is 1 blue-red for a 2/4 Eldrazi drone with Devoid. And this is interesting. It says colorless spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. So this thing sits there as a 2/4 kind of holding down the fort, and all the while enabling you to kind of just spew out your hand if you've got a whole bunch of devoid and or colorless stuff going on.
Yeah, I like Herald of Kozilek a lot because 3 mana 2/4 is good stats. That's just actually good.
Yes.
I mean, you're getting a lot for your money, and it makes a lot of your spells cheaper. There's just a lot of cards that are colorless. This is one of the few cards in the set that really makes you pay attention to whether your spells are colorless too.
Yes, totally.
Most of the cards care about whether your creatures are colorless. This, you can play Herald of Kozilek, and then next turn on turn 4, you can play like 6 mana worth of spells if you play 2 spells. Right? That's pretty impressive to me.
That is to me too. And like I said, the key here is that it's not taking you to the cleaners on stats. It's actually overstated a little bit at 2/4, So yeah, I think Herald of Kozilek is solid stats with reasonable and relevant upside, which is kind of the dream. I mean, that's the kind of card I want. That said, it's not overpowering, right? I don't see this as like a huge bomb or anything like that. I gave it a B-. I do think it reaches up into the B range for me.
Yeah, I like B- on this card because even though frequently it's going to be the card you want to see most in your opening hand, it's also the kind of card that maybe you only have 5 cards in your deck and effects, and it's just a fine card.
Right. Resolute Blademaster's next. This is 3 red-white for a 2/2 human soldier ally. And this is kind of your curve-topping ally, or at least one of them. It's got Rally. Creatures you control gain double strike until end of turn. Now, obviously, the 2/2 for 5 is a big red alarm, right? It's like a vanilla test, like you've been expelled. But it gives everything double strike, and it is still a body as well. This is your finisher, right? I mean, you have a reasonable curve into this thing, and your landfall deck or your rally deck or whatever, and giving everything double strike is just going to create such a nasty situation for your opponent that I can see, this thing effectively winning you the game when you cast it a lot of the time. Maybe not that turn, but shortly after as well.
Yeah, it's like you said, a 5 mana 2/2 obviously is not something that you normally play, but you don't usually get a 5 mana 2/2 unless it's got impressive stats to go with it, and Resolute Blademaster does, or impressive ability rather. It should make your whole team attack for a lot of damage turn you play it. If you can follow up with another ally, it of course attacks for 4 itself. Overall, I think Resolute Blademaster is the kind of card that you want to build around to some degree, but a lot of the time when you play this, the game's not going to last a whole lot longer anyway. So I don't even know how important it is to have too many other allies.
Right. And again, we have to draw that line here, right? Is that even though it's an ally and all that, it just says creatures you control gain double strike. It's just if you've got whatever, I mean, pick some big, a Grove Rumbler, and you go land on turn 5, play this thing. You've got a 5/5 double strike trample that's going to rumble over and then kill your opponent in short order. So yeah, I think Resolute Blademaster is really good on that curve topper. Now, the thing that I do have to bring up here, though, as at limited resources here, we don't always look at things in the best case scenario. We also look at them in the middle or even a bad case scenario. And there are times where you are going to be behind in a game. And Resolute Blademaster will not save you in that case. It's a 2/2 for 5. It's kind of a disaster on the vanilla test. So if you're getting the one who's getting beaten down and you can't steal the game with the Blademaster, let's say you just have one other creature and your opponent's at like 17 life and you're behind. Now this card looks a lot worse. It really does have a tangible downside where some of the other cards that we've been looking at, like Herald of Kozilek or the Catacomb Sifter, kind of don't have, their floor is pretty high. Resolute Blademaster's floor is low. You absolutely could draw this card and just want to have almost any other card in your deck. So I'm a little more hesitant, I should say, to give it a super high grade. But that said, the peak on this card is very high. It's much higher than the cards that I just mentioned, the Catacomb Sifters and the Herald of Kozilek's. I mean, this thing can just flat out win you the game the turn that you play it and change a game that you were kind of mediocre ahead on to one that you're just smashing. So it does still get a high grade for me. I actually did still give it a B-. But I just want it to be noted that it's not all rosy here, right? This thing does have a tangible downside that you're going to have to keep in mind as you draft and play it.
Yeah, I like it at B-. It can be the centerpiece of your deck. And even if you don't draft a ton of allies, it can also just be a good finisher. But yeah, it can miss. When you draw this card and you have no creatures in play, it is not going to look very good.
Right. Next is Royal Spout. It's 1 white blue for a sorcery, and it says put target creature on top of its owner's library, and it has awakened 4 for 4 blue white. So as if we didn't need any more ways to just bounce our opponent's creatures, we've now got one that not only bounces it, but it puts it on top of the library instead. So it's important to remember here that means that this is a 1-for-1 on its face, and if you manage to awaken, well, you're getting a straight up 2-for-1 for it. You're going to get, well, not a straight up, but you're getting a near 2-for-1 for it. Again, for the reasons that Luis said before, you're going to turn one of your lands into a 4/4, which is quite the same thing as getting a free card, but it's close. And you're going to put a creature on top of your opponent's library, which blanks their next draw step or effectively steals it. So I think Royal Spout is great. Remember that it's a sorcery, right? Let's not get hasty here and forget that it's that it's an instant. It is a sorcery, so you got to do it on your turn, but it's fine. I think that Royal Spout's very good. I think that in any deck that I can cast it in, I will be playing this and I'll be quite happy about it.
Yeah, Royal Spout is awesome. Putting creatures on top of their owner's library is one of the more frustrating mechanics when you're on the receiving end, since especially like, can you imagine, you're in a top deck where you top deck play a creature, they Royal Spout hit you for 4, you replay the creature, they bounce it, hit you for 4, and then you're just dead. But Royal Spout's really powerful because casting it for 3 mana is quite acceptable, and casting it for 6 mana is very good. So I think Royal Spout is definitely a reason to go into 2 different colors. It's one of the cards that, assuming you're blue and white and you're deciding between this and Clutch of Currents, I think Royal Spout is much stronger.
I think so too. I actually gave Royal Spout a B+. The reason for that is, look, if you get to awaken it, you're just 2-for-1 and you're setting back your opponent a draw step and a huge amount of tempo, and you're making a 4/4. I don't really know what else I'd want out of a card than that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Royal Spout is a B+.
Yeah, in order to get to the A range, it would have to be more like destroy target creature and give me a thing. But still, that card's great. Skyrider Elf is next. This is the converged creature. So it's blue-green X for a 0/0 elf warrior ally. We'll note that too. It's an ally. It'll trigger your rally. And it says, and it's a flyer, and it says it enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it for each color of mana spent to cast it. So we've talked about it on the show, but if you play blue-green, it's a 2/2 flyer for 2, which is excellent. And then any other colors that you can add on, you can add as many as you possibly can. So it peaks out at a 5/5 flyer for 5, but you need to be able to make all the different colors in Magic to be able to do that. But it scales beautifully. I think Skyrider Elf is excellent. I think that as a 2/2 flyer for 2, it's very good. And at any cost that you can actually get this thing on the battlefield, it's a thumbs up. It passes a vanilla test quite handily. And I'm a big fan of Skyrider Elf. This is just a raw, efficient, evasive creature, and this is the kind of card that I love to play as often as I can get my hands on it. I gave Skyrider Elf a B.
Yeah. The fact that it's a 2/2 for 2 flying with just no other costs means that you're always going to be happy with the card, and it's just got upside, above that. So I think Skyrider Elf deserves a B. These gold cards are very strong. Gold cards tend to be pretty powerful. That's why, one of the costs of being gold is that it's harder to play you. So you are going to get a lot of extra power out of them, and Skyrider Elf is no exception to that.
Agree, yeah. And these ones are clearly bumped a bit too. The gold is a big deal here. Ulamog's Nullifier is our last multicolored card here. It's 2 blue-black for there's a lot here, Luis. It's a 2/3 Eldrazi processor with Devoid Flash Flying. Those are all 3 abilities. Plus, if you process... Now, one thing to note, you have to process 2 cards here. So
that's very relevant.
Huge, right. You got to take 2 cards from your opponent's exile zone and put it into their graveyard. But if you do, you counter target spell.
So Ulamog's Nullifier is very interesting because the base card, 2 blue-black, 2/3 flying flash, you're going to play.
You're going to play it.
That's already a good card. We've seen this before. There's a Glenalendra Sentinels, I believe, is a 3 and a blue for a 2/3 flying flash, and that played very well. Ulamog's Nullifier I would expect to play similarly well. But it's also got this other ability where if you're a deck with ingest cards and you can reliably exile multiple cards, all of a sudden it's a 2/3 flying Mystic Snake. It's a 2/3 flying counterspell on legs. That's really good. And a really cool part about this is because the 2/3 flying part is so good, you could leave mana up for this, and then if they don't cast anything, maybe just play it anyway, even if you have the ability to counter a spell.
Yeah, that's true. You'll want to keep an eye on how that affects the board and maybe the race, the combat math and stuff.
Yeah, so I think that it's not accurate to say that you need to be playing the processor deck for this to be good, because again, the base level is good enough. But where it really shines is when you can actually counter spells. Because then, if this was just 4 mana, 2/3 flying flash counter a spell, that card I think would be an A. That would be,
absolutely
a card that's always going to 2-for-1 them, leave behind a very good body, and be pretty efficient in total.
Yeah.
So clearly, when you have a card that can be built into an A, it has to be worth a decent amount, because the enabling here is not that bad, and like I said, there's no fail case. The card is just good. So I like this card at B+, and some decks it'll be like one of the better first picks.
Yeah, I think B+ is fine on it. Again, the times when you get to counter a spell and create an evasive threat, you're probably going to win that game. All right, let's move on to the artifacts here, Luis. Then we've got a few other colorless spells that aren't devoid, and then the lands. Hedron Archive, or is it Hedron? Yeah, Hedron Archive is 4 colorless for an artifact at uncommon. It taps to add 2 mana to your mana pool, and you can pay 2 mana, tap it, and sack it to draw 2 cards.
So you don't play this card unless you have cards that cost 6 or 7 mana in general. Just there's no reason to pay for this sort of powerful mana ramp if you don't have big cards to cast with it. But once you do, the card is very good, because I like the fact that it accelerates you into your giant cards, and you can cash this in to draw 2 cards. It's the slowest divination in the world, right? You paid 6 mana to draw 2 cards, but you got a lot of other uses out of this. So Hedron Archive is not the kind of card every deck's going to want, but the decks that want it are going to be quite happy with it. I would give this a C, though, just because not every deck's going to play it.
Yeah, I gave it a C as well. The decks that want it really want it, but it does suffer from the fact that it doesn't affect the board immediately. If you're under some type of ally assault or whatever, Hedron Archive is a little bit clunky. But that being said, like you said, the decks that want it really want it. Hedron Blade is next. It's a colorless mana for an equipment. It costs 2 to equip. I like that. So 1 to cast, 2 to equip. The creature gets +1/+1, which isn't great. It says, but it has more. It says, whenever equipped creature becomes blocked by 1 or more colorless creatures, it gains Death Touch until end of turn.
So this card does reward you for attacking. It doesn't trigger on blocking, which is an important distinction. Death Touch tends to be a better defensive ability than aggressive one, because the whole point of Death Touch is to make it so your small creatures eat their big ones. And when you're attacking with your Death Touch creatures into their big ones, they'll just take it and attack you back.
Yeah, they just don't block.
So this isn't the kind of card that impresses me to begin with. I think that Hedron Blade is a card that I might side in if I'm aggressive and they have a bunch of colorless good blockers. Like, it certainly punishes 0/5s, and 2/4s.
Oh yeah, and there are those around, so that is kind of interesting.
Yeah, but I in general, just the bonus you get here and the ability you get here is just not really worth a card to me. And that's not even setting aside the fact that 2 to equip is getting to be on the clunky side. So I'm going to have to give Hedron Blade a D.
Yeah, I do too. I maybe even sideboard. I don't know. I don't see playing it game in and game out. Pathway Arrows is next. It's another equipment, and it's very similar. It's a colorless to cast and 2 to equip, so that part's the same. But this one's an uncommon, and it says equipped creature has pay 2 colorless, tap it. This creature deals 1 damage to target creature. If a colorless creature is dealt damage this way, tap it.
So
that's kind of business.
Yeah, it is worth noting that there's an activation cost here. There's an equip cost and an activation cost. So you can't just equip this to a creature and then all of a sudden you start gunning things down. Actually, one trick with cards like this, because we've seen cards like this in the past, is you can start this on a creature, shoot something, move it to one of your other creatures and shoot something. The per creature activation cost makes that a much more expensive proposition. So
so even if you start the turn with it, then you've got to pay an extra 4 mana to actually get that second ping in. Yeah, so that's 4 mana to deal 2 damage, and you have to tap 2 creatures and start with the arrows. It's not sounding like the most efficient, pathway. No, that's pretty bad. Yeah, it's also easy to disrupt from any instant speed removal.
Right. Like, imagine they have a 3 toughness creature and you sink a ton of mana into it, shoot, move, and then on the second move they kill your creature in response.
Right. It's kind of a disaster. Yeah, this card's pretty inefficient. I can see bringing it in and out of the sideboard, though, against decks that you think it's going to be particularly good against. Like, the real question for me is just like, if I sink the 5 mana that you need to sink in to get the 1 activation to kill a Scion, am I happy with that?
Yeah, it's not that efficient. Like, if your opponent made the Scion, like, somewhat for free, because most of the cards that make Eldrazi Scion don't really charge you much for it. Yes, you're up half a card or whatever, but you're presumably down a bunch of mana. That doesn't sound great to me.
No. Yeah, I think Pathway Arrows is just a little too clunky to be great, but it will shine in some matchups. I think I'm going to give it a D. I don't think that I'll often be just starting Pathway Arrows and moving from there.
Yeah. It's the kind of card I might side in against a deck with too many 1-toughness creatures.
Agree, yeah. Next is Pilgrim's Eye. This is a reprint, and it's a sweet one. It's 3 colorless mana for a 1/1 flying Thopter. It's an uncommon, and when it enters the battlefield, you can search your library for a basic land, reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle. So it digs you up mana, land drops, different colors, and it's also just a 1/1 flyer, which is kind of always has a little more utility than you think it would. And I think Pilgrim's Eye is a big thumbs up. I think it's great.
Yeah, I love this card. It was a common when we last visited Zendikar. It was in Worldwake, and the card was awesome. And that hasn't changed.
It's an endangered species now.
Yeah, there are less of the Pilgrim's Eyes running around or flying around, as it were. This is a 2-for-1, right? You get a 1/1 flyer and you get a land. In a 1/1 flyer is not that bad. It interacts well with the format just because it can fly over your opponent's creatures. It can also block X1s. And it fixes your mana, gets you to a higher land count. There's really nothing wrong with Pilgrim's Eye. It's not like a Windmill Slam first pick or anything like that, but I think it's a solid C+.
I do too. I think the card's great. Slab Hammer is our next card. It's 2 colorless mana, and yes, it is an equipment, and it's 2 to equip. It says whenever equipped creature attacks, you may return a land you control to its owner's hand. If you do, the creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
So it's like the opposite of landfall. It's like land pickup.
Land pickup, and then maybe enable landfall again.
Right, because it bounces the land.
Yeah, unfortunately, it happens when the creature attacks, so you can't play the land immediately, but, you can hold it in your hand for the next turn or whatever.
I highly disbelieve that the Goblin in the art can pick up that hammer with one hand, though.
Yeah, I totally. Also, the flavor text is pretty great on this card.
Yeah.
And it might sum up our summation of the card. Either it says neither subtle nor pretty. It certainly is. That does fit the description. I don't know. I think the real question here is how important is re-enabling landfall continually? Over the course of multiple turns. My gut says not ridiculously important because you'll be drawing land some percentage of that time anyway. And the +2/+2 it's just okay. I think the key here is that I view the picking up a land as a drawback that you can sometimes make into a bit of a bonus, but for the most part, it's a drawback. And, there's a lot of games where you don't want to stop, 5 lands or whatever. And now you're picking it up. You're down to 4. You replay it. You're down to, and you're kind of capping yourself at how many lands you can do. And this thing just continually makes you do that over and over. It does make a creature pretty big. +2/+2, makes your creature huge. But yeah, Slab Hammer, I'm kind of off on. This is just like not generally the type of card I like to play. It sets you back a little too far on your mana for not a huge upside. I mean, it is big. +2/+2 is big, but it's just not like a game winning, oh, well, that's it. Now you can't win anymore type thing. So I'm a little off on Slab Hammer. I think it's a D. I think that there's going to be, I think most of the time I probably won't start it in my deck.
Yeah, I don't think it's subtle, pretty, or particularly appealing.
Right, it's none of those things. All right, that's going to do it for the artifacts. Let's move on to the colorless, and then we've just got the lands, and we're going to call this thing a show. Bane of Balaged is 7 colorless mana. Now, this is where we're going to get a lot of the beef, a lot of the big top-end stuff in this set.
The giant Eldrazi we've been talking about, they tend to show up here.
Yeah, this is where they hang, because they are just colorless. They're not devoid. They just are colorless. So 7 colorless mana for Bane of Balaged. It's a 7/5. Now, its ability is going to remind you of old Eldrazi. It says, whenever it attacks, defending player exiles 2 permanents he or she controls. So this is kind of a relative of the old Annihilator Eldrazi, and this is actually the only time you're going to see this ability in the set. This is a callback to that, but it's something that they moved away from when they designed the set in general, but this one card, Bane of Bala Ged, does have it, and it's very powerful. What they also did, though, is they reduced its toughness a lot. It's a 7/5. So I think that a lot of the time when you play a Bane of Bala Ged and attack with it, they're going to exile a couple of permanents, which certainly counts. And then they're going to stack up a bunch of blockers on it and likely be able to, get rid of it with maybe 2 creatures or whatever are going to team up to kill Bane of Bala Ged. The thing that occurs to me, though, is that that's actually pretty good, right? Like, you're killing off 2 of their creatures, you're exiling 2 permanents. Let's just say that those are both lands at this point. And
could be Eldrazi Scions, you never know.
Sure, there you go, Scions, whatever. And it's good. I think Bane of Bala Ged is a perfectly reasonable place to ramp up to. And at 7 mana, it's certainly within range. You play a card or 2 that gives you an Eldrazi Scion, and turn 5 you can slam a Bane of Bala Ged, and just turning it sideways at that early juncture is a pretty big deal. So I like this card. I think it's really good.
Yeah, but Bane of Bala Ged is actually surprisingly good value. It costs a lot of mana, but it's big, and if you ever get to attack with it, yeah, like you said, you're going to get at the very least, a 2-for-1, if not a 3 or a 4-for-1. So
right. If you can back it up with combat tricks or removal or whatever too, you could really make your opponent's life hell. So yeah, I think this card's sweet. 7 mana is a heck of a lot of mana though, so it's not something like I want to just toss a great grade around on. I mean, I'm hovering between C plus and B minus here. I don't really know where to fall on it. What do you think, Luis?
I'm going to start this at B minus. I think there's enough enablers like, Eldrazi Scion creation where you can get this out on turn 5 or 6. And at that point, we're talking about an excellent threat.
Okay, cool. I'll go with B minus as well. For Bane of Bala Ged. Next is Breaker of Armies, which, by the way, that is a sweet name for a Magic card. It's 8 colorless for a 10/8, another Eldrazi. And here's the deal. All creatures able to block Breaker of Armies do so.
All of them?
All of them.
Even an entire army.
And an army of them has to jump in front. And this has a similar effect to what we were predicting for Bane of Bala Ged, where your opponent's like, well, here we go, and puts a bunch of creatures in front of it. But here they don't have the choice. They must do so. And at 10 power and 8 toughness, there will be some armies that Breaker of Armies just squashes under Tentacle and they never recover. And I think for most defending forces, it's going to eat up, even if it ends up trading, it'll probably kill most or all of what your opponent has going on the other side. So this, to me, seems like another powerful Eldrazi, well worth ramping into, though it does cost a full extra mana than Bane of Bala Ged at 8.
That extra mana is a big deal.
Yeah.
The difference in 7 and 8 is big. Though the effect here is good. I think this is a C. I think that I'll downgrade it just because of that extra mana. Though this is a very relevant threat. When you have this out, you're going to trade it for a bunch of creatures. You're also going to let your other creatures attack past their creatures. So this is a good card.
Yeah, I think so too. I like it at C as well. The difference between 7 and 8 is huge. Deathless Behemoth is next. This one's 6 colorless for a 6/6 with Vigilance. Again, it's an Eldrazi, an uncommon, and it says it has an ability. You can sacrifice 2 Eldrazi Scions and return Deathless Behemoth from your graveyard to your hand. You can only do it when you can cast a sorcery, however.
I like this card a lot.
Yeah.
6 mana for a 6/6 Vigilance is already pretty beefy. I'm in for that in most decks anyway.
Agreed.
Just because you're getting enough stats with a relevant ability, and there's no colored mana symbols, so you can play this in any combination. Like taking colorless cards early is just so safe. And at 6 mana, you don't have to do anything special. When we just talked about a 7 and an 8 drop, you're not putting Breaker of Armies in your deck unless you have ways to cast it. Like you have extra mana acceleration. You can't just play a deck with an 8 drop without having some way to get to 8. Death's Behemoth you can just put in any deck. Any 17 land deck is just going to cast Deathless Behemoth fine.
Yeah.
So. And then you add the ability to cash in 2 Scions to get it back. That's quite good. I think Deathless Behemoth is like a B minus.
Yeah, I have it at B. I just think this card's just super solid. I love that it has Vigilance too. Anytime you can sink your 6 mana in and be able to attack and block at the same time with a huge creature, I'm a big fan. Eldrazi Devastator is next. Now this one's a common, so we expect it to be a little worse. And it is. It's 8 colorless mana for 8/9 with Trample.
Yeah, this is This
not
is
bad.
the sort of no, it's not. It's not bad. This is the sort of thing that you play this when you have missed on the other cards to ramp to.
Yeah, compare this one to Breaker of Armies for me. Which one would you rather have and why?
Breaker of Armies is quite a bit better. 10-8 is better stats than 8-9, just because you're talking about so much toughness that it needs something, generally unconditional to kill it anyway, and then 10 is bigger than 8. Mm-hmm. That's just math. Also, the ability on Breaker of Armies forces your opponent to throw a bunch of creatures in the way, which is very good. Trample is good. You would definitely like Trample on an 8-9, but I think Eldrazi Devastator is this is the second string finisher. When you draft a ramp deck and you want, 2 or 3 big finishers, Eldrazi Devastator is the one that you take if you don't get Breaker of Armies, if you don't get Bane of Balagad.
Okay. Yeah. And it does seem fine, though. The Trample's nice, right? Gets in there. So C?
Yeah, I like C on this. I think it actually might be a C minus, though.
Yeah, probably 8 is so much for just kind of a big dummy.
Like, how many times are you going to take this in pack 1 and it's going to sit in your sideboard? It's actually going to be a lot.
It's a lot. D plus, C minus. Yeah, I'll still say C minus just because it's sweet. Okay. Kozilek's Channeler is 5 colorless mana for a 4/4 Eldrazi. This one's also common, and you can tap it to add 2 colorless to your mana pool.
I like Kozilek's Channeler a good amount. 5 mana for a 4/4 is already something I'm satisfied with in general, and tapping for 2 colorless. I mean, this is ramping in style, right? This is a threat that ramps out another threat and then goes back to just attacking and blocking once you're done with that.
Yeah, I think that's there's a lot to offer here. I also like the fact that it really does hold its own. As just a creature, a 4/4 for 5, like you said, is totally fine. And it'll hold down the ground. And then if you happen to have, one of these huge Eldrazi Devastators or, Breaker of Armies, you'll just power it right out there. And in the case that you don't, fine. It attacks and blocks. It's just like a normal creature. I think Kozilek's Channeler is good. I gave it a C+.
Yeah, it is the kind of card that even when you don't think you have anything big to ramp to, tapping for 2 is just good. Sometimes your deck is just going to want to play a 4-drop and a 3-drop in the same turn, and Kozilek's Channeler lets you do that. So... Yeah. I like C+ on Kozilek's Channeler.
Ruin Processor. What does that guy do?
Ruin Processor is 7 mana for a 7/8, so another interesting set of stats. Mm-hmm. And when you cast it, you can process 1 card. If you do, gain 5 life. So, first of all, this is one of a couple Eldrazi that say when you cast it. So right. That is a distinction that is relevant against counterspells. If your opponent counters this, you can actually still use the processor ability. Yeah,
good point. Right, and that is a distinction that's a little bit difficult to see at first, but we'll get used to it. After that, though, it's just a vanilla 7/8 on the ground for 7.
Yes, but I like it more than Eldrazi Devastator. I'd rather pay 7 for a 7/8 than 8 for an 8/9. Okay. Just because 7 is so much more manageable.
Even without the trample?
Even without the trample, especially since if you can process, gaining 5 is a really good ability on a 7-drop.
That's a hell of a lot of life, yeah.
I do think that Ruin Processor is still a C because it requires a deck that wants to go up to 7 and a deck that can exile cards to reach its full potential. Mm-hmm. But if you meet those qualifications, the card does get upgraded. Yeah. I would still put Ruin Processor at a C, though.
Yeah, I have it at C-. I think it's fine, right? It's just not, again, there's other ramp targets you'd rather have. All right, we mentioned this earlier, Luis. Here we go. Where our removal is now 7 mana on its march upwards. Scour from Existence is 7 colorless for an instant. It's common removal, and it's exile target permanent.
I don't think I'm going to put this card in my deck very often.
You don't think so?
You just can't pay 7 mana. That's just too much. So where this is good is, first of all, if you're a ramp deck and getting to 7 isn't a huge challenge, that's a thing. Second of all, when you're playing against cards that cost 7, 8, 9 mana. So imagine if you're a ramp deck playing against a ramp deck, you do have to deal with their, Breaker of Armies and their Deathless Behemoths and whatnot. And Scour from Existence does do that. It's just playing against a normal deck, I don't want to pay 7 mana to kill their 4-drop.
Right. And, we've looked at a bunch of cards in red and in green that are 2 mana landfall creatures that get +1/+1 or whatever, right? That hit pretty hard. You look at your opening hand and it has Scour from Existence in it while you're just getting thumped by these little, landfall guys or maybe like some rally decks going off on you. And this card looks really bad in that scenario. So I think that, there is an upside. You mentioned it. It's any permanent as well. You can really get your value out of it one way or another once you get to that point, and it might fall under that necessary evil, category for removal, but it's hard to imagine that we're just going to be freely main decking 7 colorless mana, removal spells in the format without a push in that direction.
Yeah, I would prefer to sideboard Sin when I know it has good targets than play it and hope they have good targets. So I'm gonna start this as a sideboard card.
Okay, we'll call it sideboard. That's interesting. I'm curious to see if that's how it plays out. But I would prefer the same. Titan's Presence is next. A little more reasonable. This one's 3 colorless mana for an uncommon. It's instant. And it says, as an additional cost to cast Titan's Presence, reveal a colorless creature card from your hand. And it says, exile target creature if its power is less than or equal to the reveal card's power. So you're comparing the power of
it's like
the
they're
creature.
Fighting.
Yeah, it's kind of like they're fighting, right? Weird little card here. There's a lot of conditions that have to be met here, but if you do, it's good, right? It's 3 colorless mana for an instant that can kill something even huge, depending on what you've got in your hand. But the things to remember, the card you reveal has to be colorless, or I should say the creature card you reveal has to be colorless, and then it also has to have power that is either equal or more than the power of the creature that you want to kill. That's a lot, right? They didn't make it easy on us.
Yeah, it's asking, multiple things. 1, to have a creature in your hand. 2, that it's colorless. And 3, that it's bigger than your opponent's creatures, which is going to be the case if it's one of these colorless creatures. But if it's one of the devoid creatures, you could have a 2-power devoid creature.
Yeah,
so,
some of our favorite ones had 1 power or 2 power.
One dangerous thing to point out about this is it says exile target creature if its power is less than or equal to the revealed card's power.
Okay.
It's going to let you cast this even if doesn't work, if you're on Magic Online or if you're in paper.
Oh.
You can point a creature
it's
at theirs.
Not a targeting restriction is what you're saying?
No, I mean, it's not that hard to remember that, your 3/3 can kill their 3/3 or lower, but just as a warning that you're actually going to be allowed to cast this even if it's going to fail.
Yeah, that is something to keep in mind for sure. If your opponent augments the power of their creature while this is on the stack, that will save their creature, right? Like if they make it bigger.
Yeah, if they have a +2/+2, then that works.
And you're already locked in on the reveal as well. So reveal, yes, concealing information is important, but it's not as important as making sure that their creatures get dead from your Titan's Presence. So, I don't care if you have Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger in your hand, show it to them.
Yes. Don't get cute.
Yeah, don't get cute with that part. That said, when everything lines up, this card looks pretty good. 3 mana is real cheap for an instant speed kill spell that is, that if it works out, it's unconditional. It just exiles a creature. The problem here, though, are all these conditions that have to be met before you can put the thing and actually get something exiled. What kind of deck do you see this Titan's Presence going in?
Well, I mean, clearly it's built for a ramp deck, right? It's asking about these giant colorless creatures. But honestly, you could play this in a normal deck if you had like 8 or 9 devoid creatures, especially if like I would say half of them have 3 or more power. Then you'd probably need a little bit more than that actually. Yeah, you need a lot of cards with 3 or more power to make this good. Otherwise, if you have too many like 2-power devoid creatures, then all of a sudden you're talking about building your own defeat, which is not the card defeat from Dragons. That's not really where you want to be. So. Right. You probably need like 6 or 7 creatures that are 3 or above, and like
colorless creatures.
Yeah, they have to be colorless, and at least 5 other ones or something, or 4 other ones. God. That doesn't sound great to me. I think this card's probably like a C-.
Yeah, God, it's just so tempting because of what it can give you, but man, I don't know. This is a really hard card to evaluate without having played the set. I just don't know what the deck compositions are going to look like as far as how big of creatures we have and how often I actually get to use this. Because, look, anytime you put this card in your deck, there straight up will be games where you can't cast it, to any reasonable effect. That's a big deal. That's a huge liability to have. So if I'm going to play Titan's Presence, I want to get it as close to good as I can possibly go. I'm going to give it a D. I just don't know exactly where it's going to fall.
Well,
It's going to feel better than that when you see it, but it's going to be, an F the times when your opponent can't cast it and they just shake your hand and say good game. But every time you see Titan's Presence, you're probably going to think, wow, that card's great. But it's very deceptive in that way.
Yeah. Some decks are going to want this a lot. So
for sure.
If you're in the right deck, then this could be a great card for you.
Build around me. Ulamog's Despoiler, our last colorless card. It's 6 colorless mana for an Eldrazi processor. It's a 5/5. And it says, as it enters the battlefield, you may put 2 cards, so process 2 cards, from their exile into their graveyard. If you do, it gets, it enters the battlefield with 4 +1/+1 counters on it. That makes it a 9/9.
Well,
Oof, it's big.
It has a payoff, and a 6-mana 5/5 is not the worst fail case in the world. I mean, I've played Vastwood Gorger often enough, and that's a 6-mana 5/6. So if this comes out as, a 5/5 half the time and a 9/9 half the time, then I believe math would say it's a 7/7.
I'm in.
But no, the card is fine. You wouldn't put this in your deck unless you had a couple ways to enable it. Once you do, though, it is a good way to make use of those cards.
Yeah, I think that, the interesting part about it, too, here is that how good is a 9/9? It's going to be bigger than basically everything else.
Yeah, 6-mana 9/9 is great. A straight-up 6-mana 9/9 would just get a B.
Yeah, it would get a B, and I think the 6-mana 5/5 with no ability would probably be somewhere in the C range.
Well, it sounds like if we're just going to average everything, it sounds like a C+.
It's a C+, I guess.
we would.
All right, Ulamog's Despoiler, C+. All right, we're in the home stretch here, Luis. We've got some lands to cover, and then we're going to be out of here. These lands are pretty important, though. Blighted Cataract is next. It's an uncommon land, and it taps to add colorless, or you can pay 5 and a blue, tap it, and sacrifice it to draw 2 cards. Do we have a name? These are the Blighted cycle, right? They all start with Blighted? Yeah.
They all start with Blighted, yeah.
Yeah, so this is the blue version of the Blighted lands. We're going to cover these first. And, man, assuming I'm not trying to do some Converge shenanigans, this just seems great to me.
Oh, yeah, the card is awesome. One of the things I really like the most about this set is that between Awaken and these Blighted lands and just like a bunch of other things that all push you towards being able to play 18 lands and not get flooded, I think you get a lot of good games out of that. And Blighted Cataract really helps because imagine you get flooded, but one of your lands is Blighted Cataract. All of a sudden you just draw 2 cards. You just cashed in a land for 2 fresh cards.
That's unreal.
That is very good. People tend to underestimate how good it is when your lands turn into spells. And in this case, yeah, it is very, very relevant. So Blighted Cataract is probably like a B- for me.
I think so too. The fact that it doesn't take a spell slot is so huge, even though it acts as a spell.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, I am looking forward to taking that. I don't know how high to take it in draft, but I'll figure that out. Blighted Fen is next. This is the black version, and I'm just going to shortcut this. They all tap for colorless, so we're just going to assume that. This one has 4 and a black, tap it, sacrifice it, and target opponent sacrifices a creature. Wow. I mean, these things are just insane. Yeah.
And again, I'm going to give this one a B- as well. And the even though it might look like you're paying too much for the ability, 5 mana plus a land or 6 mana plus a land for these last 2, it just can't be overstated how good it is that this tapped for mana 3 times, then you used it.
Yeah.
It's very close to a 2-for-1 in that sense, or Blighted Cataract even a 3-for-1. So Blighted Fen is an awesome card, and I'll be very happy to put it in my deck.
Yeah, I think it's great. I actually gave it a C+ instead, and my reasoning is this. By the time you cast this, which remember is when you have 6 mana floating because you need to pay 5 plus tap this thing, there's a damn good chance that they're going to have a random Scion floating around, especially if they've seen that you have a Blighted Fen, that they're going to have a plant token or a expendable, you're going to hit a creature that's just terrible. So I don't have this quite as high as Blighted Cataract, but still, whatever. It's almost free. Like, very, very good card. Blighted Gorge is next. This is a red one. This one is 4 and a red, tap, sack it to do 2 damage to a creature or player. You get to shock something. These things are just
does this
absurd.
one not tap for colorless?
You're such a troll.
It does. Okay.
It does.
You just didn't mention that. So
thank you. Just for clarity's sake. So it shocks something. Creature or player, too.
I like this one a little bit less than the last 2 because even though Blighted Fen, you have a point that like later in the game they have sacrifice targets. You can maneuver the game to where that isn't the case.
Mm-hmm.
2 damage does fall off later in the game. So
Yeah.
I have Blighted Gorge at a C+. Still happy if they play the card though.
All right, yeah, C+ for me too. Blighted Step is the white one. Now this one's a little cheaper. 3 and a white. And tap it, sack it, and you get to gain 2 life for each creature you control. So we can see how they got away with making it a bit cheaper. What I want you to do here, Luis, because this is one of the challenges of evaluating Magic cards, is to forget Blighted Gorge, Blighted Fen, and Blighted Cataract, right? And just say, I walk up to you, you've never seen a card from the set, and I say, what do you think of this card? And evaluate it in that vacuum.
In that vacuum, I think Blighted Step looks decent. It's not exciting, though.
It's okay, though, right? Like,
No.
You're like, hey, why not? Like, 2 life for each creature I control. That could be somewhere in the range of, 6, 8, 10 life, whatever. And it's not costing me that much. I'd be pretty okay with a Blighted Step. Now, I will say, though, it does not compare favorably to drawing 2 cards, shocking something, or edicting your opponent.
No.
So it does make Blighted Step look a bit worse. But we have to remember that, in a deck that's going to play it, it's just the ability for a life, a land to gain us what could be a darn reasonable chunk of life. And I appreciate that. I think Blighted Step's still in a C for me.
Yeah, I still would give it a C because you're going to, again, we're assuming that most decks are just like 2 colors and are not too worried about their mana, right? Like
Right.
The average 2-color deck that is, especially if this format and these lands are pushing it to 18, most 2-color decks can just play like 9-8-1 or 10-7-1 and be perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, Blighted Step is a free addition that really can swing a race. I mean, you can gain 6-8 life off this thing without too much trouble.
Right. We also noted there's a lot of cards that care about life gain as well. Blighted Woodland is the green one. This one seems really powerful too. 3 and a green, tap it, sack it. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards and put them on the battlefield. Tap, then shuffle.
This one actually excites me the least, even
Really?
even though it does fix your mana and it does ramp you. You do have to take a turn off of this early in the game for it to be relevant.
That is true.
All the other lands, the reason that they're so good is that you play them, and then when you've got nothing else going on, you sacrifice them for their effect. If you do that with Blighted Woodland, you're not really getting much out of it. This isn't, this is the worst of them to top deck when you're out of gas, or the worst of them to rely on when you're getting flooded. This doesn't help you when you're flooded, in fact, at all.
That's true. The thing I was thinking about for it, though, was landfall. All of my, on turn 5, you play this, and now all my landfall creatures are unblockable, because if they try to get in combat, I can just crack my Blighted Woodland, and I've gotten 3 landfall triggers for the turn, right?
Yeah, it's good in the landfall deck, but you are spending your whole turn doing it.
You are. Well, here, but that's what I'm saying. I'm viewing it as like threat of activation, right? Like I attack with, I play Blighted Woodland, I trigger my 2 landfall creatures, I say go to attack, so they're like, sure, attack with both. And I just stare at them like, what are you going to do? Are you going to, try to trade? Because my Blighted Woodland is just going to make my landfall creatures really huge. And if they say, okay, fine, whatever, I'll take it, then you say, sure, and then, play a spell or whatever. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is the worst, but I still think this card's pretty good.
Well, I don't know if it's the worst. I think Blighted Step is also not as good as the other 3, but like the red, black, and blue, I think are clear winners here. But I think
Definitely.
Blighted Woodland's a C. It is worth noting this one's an actual 2-for-1. As in, you sacrifice 1 card and you get 2 cards.
That's true. Yeah, I gave it a C+, but just for those shenanigans. But we'll see how it plays out. I agree, though, that it is on the lower end of the curve for the Blighted lands. Next, we've got Evolving Wilds. Tried and true. Tap it, sack it, search your library for a basic land, put it on the battlefield, tap. So this is, this is how you fix, and this does get you double triggers or sometimes instant speed triggers on your landfall as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple card.
Yeah, it's basic. I give it a C. Actually, it's non-basic. I give it a C. But you know what? I think that we're going to be playing 3 colors fairly frequently in the format, and that means that a card like Evolving Wilds goes up. We've seen it in recent sets where you didn't really want to be playing 3 colors anyway, and it saw a pretty big dip. But here, I think it's pretty important, and I think Evolving Wilds is a C+, somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
It's really good. Fertile Thicket this is another cycle, right? These, what are we calling these lands? Whatever.
I don't see a particular through line for them. So
there's not? Okay. All right. Well, here's what Fertile Thicket does. It's a common land and it enters the battlefield tapped. When Fertile Thicket enters the battlefield, you may look at the top 5 cards of your library. If you do, reveal up to 1 basic land card from among them and put it on top of your library and the rest on the bottom of any order. And this one taps for green mana.
I like this land a lot. It comes into play tapped, which generally leads you to want to play these early. Mm-hmm. I mean, tap lands are lands you want to play. You play on turn 1, and it has a nice mana fixing ability here. You don't have to use the ability, and imagine if you have Fertile Thicket in your deck. If you have like 2 Fertile Thickets, you could actually maybe go 1 less land because you can keep like a 2-land hand with this, and it can find you your 3rd most of the time.
Yeah. As long as you're cool with drawing a land the next turn.
And the thing is, if you miss in the top 5, they all go on the bottom, and then your next card has a much higher chance of being a land because you just put 5 non-lands on the bottom.
Yeah. No, I think this card seems really sweet. It also is a May ability. You can just ignore it if you'd like. You know, if you've got a bunch of lands in your hand and you don't really want to put one on top, you don't want your next draw step to be a land. Does this let you keep hands that you wouldn't normally keep?
I think so. I think you can keep you can certainly keep like 1-landers with this card if you have good things to play on too. This is a pretty good shot of finding your second land.
Yeah, 5 is you're a heavy favorite to hit a land in the top 5. What kind of grade do you give it? I don't know. I have no idea how to figure out where and when to draft these.
I like this card. I think gladly play them if you're green. I still think I'd give it a C though. It's not like I'm hugely prioritizing.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too, a C for Fertile Thicket. Looming Spires is the red version here. It enters the battlefield tap like they all do. And when it enters the battlefield, target creature gets +1/+1 and first strike until end of turn. And this one's the one that taps for red. It's good.
So, yeah, it's a fine card. This fights against the thing I said earlier, which is that you want to play your tap lands first. Because if you play this on turn 1, you don't really get that much value out of it. And we're going to see that on some of the other lands too. They tend to have abilities that are good later in the game. So yeah, when you're not curving out, Looming Spires helps you get a creature through. So you probably do play one because the cost isn't so high, but the fact that it comes up by tapped is a lot more real than on Fertile Thicket.
Yeah, that is weird because I could see an easy scenario would be I play a 2-drop, say go, and then I want to play my Looming Spires on turn 3 to get in for damage, but then that means that I'm constricting my mana. I can't play a 3-drop that turn. Still, I think that you pick these up when you pick these up and you play them. I mean, it's just a free half of a spell or whatever attached to a land. Well, I shouldn't say free, but it's a half of a spell for the land coming in tapped.
These are a minor effect at a minor cost.
Right, exactly. But I like it. I think these things are fine. I'd give this one a C as well.
I can agree on that.
Mortuary Mire is the black version of this, and when it enters the battlefield, you may put target creature card from your graveyard on top of your library. Now, that's not drawing a card. I think that it's easy to look at that and say, wow, I get a creature back, but it's going on top of your library, so it's actually taking up your next draw step.
Yeah, what it's letting you do is ensure that your next draw step is quality if you have a good creature in your graveyard. Mm-hmm. Again, you can't play this tapped unless it's much later, but this at least is late enough, unlike Smoldering or Looming Spires, that you could actually play this as your last land or even hold it in your hand and not play it for a few turns. And it can get you back something quite good. I still have this as a C because I'm not going nuts over these, but I like having access to this kind of effect.
I do too. I have that as a C as well. Here's the white one. When it enters the battlefield, target creature gets +1/+1 and gets vigilance until end of turn. So similar to the red one, except for that it lets you, attack and block potentially. And similar in the sense that you'd prefer to play it a little bit later in the game, which is kind of awkward, but probably worth it. So I would give Sandstone Bridge a C as well.
I agree. I like it. Vigilance actually a little bit more than First Strike, I think, because the +1/+1 is usually going to push your creature through already, and then Vigilance means that you get to attack them and still have a blocker black. Like I like that ability more than the First Strike.
Yeah, that is true. I wouldn't. It's not enough for me to change the grade, but it is worth noting. Skyline Cascade is the blue version, and when it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. This is a little tricky, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't tap it.
No, it's important to note that this doesn't tap it. So what this does is when you're getting beaten down, this is the defensive land. When you're getting beaten down, you can play this, lock one of their creatures down for a turn and not have to worry about it.
Right. And I think that is still a powerful effect. I have this thing right in that same range, in the C range, that I'm going to play these most of the time. Like I don't see myself not playing, at least the first one or two of these type of lands in my deck, assuming that the mana is relevant to me. But like, I don't think I would play off-color versions, right? They don't push it that far.
I don't think they do. I could see playing Fertile Thicket off-color, potentially.
Okay.
Because it has a very powerful effect. It's the most powerful of all these, I believe. And if your mana is good, you could play a colorless tap land that ensures you hit your second land drop. It's a way to cheat on lands. But in general, you're not going to play these off-color.
Right. I give Skyline Cascade a C as well. Another uncommon here, and that was it for that cycle. We've got Spawning Bed. And Spawning Bed is taps for colorless. You can pay 6 colorless, tap it, and sacrifice it to put 3 Scions onto the battlefield. Now, we had Foundry of the Consuls before that gave us the...
that was 5 tap, and you got 2 Flying Thopters.
Yes.
It costs 1 more, but you get 3, and they don't have flying, but they do sack for mana.
Yeah, it's hard to evaluate. I mean, look, the difference here is pretty big, right? Flyers late in the game can be really nice, where you have to get 7 mana before you sack your Spawning Bed, and then you kind of get some of the mana back with the Scions. But like, if you're at 7 mana, it's hard to imagine that those Scions are like unlocking some card you couldn't cast before anyway. Most of your cards in your deck are going to tap out or top out at 7 or 8 mana anyway. So the question is, if this is a little bit free rolly, right? It's just the only thing you're giving up is that this land doesn't produce colored mana, then fine, right? Like, I'll take a few Scions, but this doesn't really blow me away either.
Yeah, I do think that getting 3 creatures out of the deal makes this one of the more powerful lands, so I actually am willing to give this a B-.
Oh, wow. Okay, I was going to give it a C+, I guess, so I guess I'm not that far off from you, but that is a huge deal. I mean, again,
you're pretty far off. That's a big misevaluation.
It is not. It's the shortest gap I could possibly put in. All right, that's going to do it. That was our last card. And that's going to do it for the Battle for Zendikar Commons and Uncommons review. I want to remind you that Limited Resources is brought to you by channelfireball.com. Make sure you check out their website for a whole slew of awesome free content, including videos, podcasts, and articles, and also a full selection of Magic products from singles to sealed product to supplies. It's all there. Whatever you need, you're going to find it at channelfireball.com. And also our Patreon, if you want to support the show directly, you can go to patreon.com/limitedresources to support. All the information's there. If you want to find us on social media, I'm Marshall_LR on Twitter, and Luis is LSV. You can come say hi anytime, give us feedback, or ask a question. We're always around on social media, and you can find everything related to Limited Resources on lrcast.com. You can find new episodes of the show. There's a blog there. You can find links to my stream, to Luis's stream, to everything we do, to the LR subreddit. There's a whole subreddit just for the podcast with thousands of members that show up and have good, awesome conversations every single day. And you can find it all on lrcast.com. That is going to do it for this week. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, Luis, and I really appreciate you taking the time to hang, and hopefully you have fun with Battle for Zendikar. We'll see you next time.
And speaking of Battle for Zendikar, I actually want to point to a recent article by Matt Sperling. It's one of my favorite articles of this year, and it's everything you want to know about Magic, but we're afraid to ask. And
that's interesting.
I don't know if you saw this article.
I did not see this.
A couple weeks ago. It was basically 19 points. They were just like small snippets of things he's collected, pieces of wisdom. And the beauty of this article is a lot of it has to do with Magic. A lot of it has to do with non-Magic stuff. But in particular, number 2 is, according to Paul Rietzel, the wisdom of the crowd is usually this about draft formats. During the first 2 weeks of the new draft format is the best format ever. Week 3, the format's tempo-based. Week 4, it's bomb-dependent. Week 5, it's unplayable. And that's just so true.
That is so true. That's
a new format comes out, everyone's like, oh, this format's awesome. And, look at these, like, and then also people tend to be like, yeah, look at this format, there's a lot of good ramp strategies. Then everyone's like, oh, wait, no, actually the format's really tempo-based. You need all these 2-drops. People start spouting nonsense about Cab's theory, whatever that is. And then, and then people complain about all the bombs, and then people are just off it.
Yep.
And we're deep into week 0 here, essentially. We're recording this a couple days before the pre-release. So luckily, it's Battle for Zendikar is the best format ever still. But coming up soon, it will be tempo-based.